Ready? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today's date is May 5th, 2016. 20, May 5th, 2016. Happy Cinco de Mayo for everybody. You're welcome, Ray. And this is the morning public participation of the Volusia County Council meeting. I'm digging through a piece of paper to read the disclosure statement that we have. The Volusia County Council welcomes your involvement and is interested in hearing your comments. Please complete a public participation slip and indicate in the subject line the issue you wish to address. You may use the back if you have to. After you are recognized, please state your name and address for the record before beginning your comments. You may speak up to 3 minutes, either during public participation or when the agenda item is heard. The County Council does not answer questions or requests during public participation. Please be courteous and respectful of the views of others. Personal attacks on council members, county staff, or members of the public are not tolerated. We have one speaker this morning. Is that all we have, ma'am?
So far, yes, sir.
Okay. So, Mr. Ray Salazar, you are our one speaker this morning. It's only 1/3 of the wise men.
They're retired and they're off on various.
They're home celebrating Cinco de Mayo.
Cinco de Mayo.
And you're here.
Thank you. I'm here as a member of the board of directors for the Commission on Homelessness.
Yes, you are.
And we read in the newspaper that
editorial. You still have to identify yourself.
I'm sorry, Ray Salazar.
And your address.
Thank you. I live at 2 Pueblo Trail in Ormond Beach, Florida.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. So we read in the News Journal that quite frankly, we weren't communicating well enough on some of the progress that's occurring towards ending homelessness in Volusia and Flagler County. So I brought you a 2-page update that I put at each of the stations. And I think it will start with the actual count of homelessness in 2016 was 1,005, and contrasted to 2,384 in 2012. That's a 58% reduction, and veteran homelessness is at 0. We established goals that for individuals experiencing homelessness who were encamped at the County Build Service Center in Daytona Beach. We can report progress there as well. And the encampment was humanely resolved by the City of Daytona Beach and Salvation Army. 86 beds, temporary beds, were established. Since late January, we have been able to establish 261 homeless individuals have been sheltered, 207 placed in housing, including 109 that were provided traveler's aid. 88 homeless individuals have been rapidly rehoused, and nine individuals with disabling conditions were placed in permanent supportive housing. An interesting side note to this is homeless-related arrests, trespassing, panhandling, shoplifting, those kinds of things. In Daytona downtown area is trending downward. In the 90 days prior to the emergency shelter opening, there were 129 arrests compared to 58 arrests in the 90 days since the shelter has been open. We continue to do the work of the commission. We rebranded and recreated the Continuum of Care into a commission. We've expanded its membership to include private sector community leaders, including Sam Willett, Judge Beck, Jim Rose, our attorney, Janet Hamer, and Deborah Holiski, who's a housing attorney. Sam Willett has been the chair. We continue to develop comprehensive strategic plans, and that by the end of July we'll have that continued. Observations made before the commission by Randy Chet and I were to the possible solution of 2 shelters and co-locating day centers in East and West Volusia. I'm here to tell you that significant progress has been made on the West Volusia end. There is we hope to have implement permanent crisis responses in East and West Volusia by year end. West Volusia communities are meeting and collaborating to develop crisis response shelters and daycare programs in the using and operated the neighborhood center at DeLand. City of DeLand is working with the community stakeholders to develop some options that would increase the number of crisis shelter beds, as well as an option for a day center, traveler's aid, and continual resources. DeLand City Commission will have a workshop on May the 23rd to discuss these options. The work group is developing a matrix to develop a size and location for East Volusia, and we'll continue to, once we establish that, we will convene a high-level meeting of government and private leaders to be able to determine size and location. The rest, I'll leave to your observation. We have a lot of work to continue. We've listed it in next steps, but our pledge is to continue to communicate. We haven't done that as well as we should have.
Okay, and then there's a reason, there's a lot there to read.
Yeah.
And you can't do it in a 3-minute
not in
race.
3 minutes.
I would like to know, I got 1, 2, 3, 4 of us, hey. Unless there's some objection later on today, I'd like to bring up, to possibly have Ray and his other 2 compadres come on in here after Cinco de Mayo, of course.
Of course,
And,
lots to celebrate it.
Yeah, let them celebrate really good. And give us a real update. 3 minutes is not enough. You were running so fast. Believe it or not, unless I was reading along, I could not understand half of what you were going to say.
Right.
So I'd like you guys to take a little bit more time. Yeah, Mr. Wagner?
I know we don't usually ask questions during public comment. Can I ask one, though?
Sure.
That's
sure.
okay.
I mean, this is an important subject that really we've been fighting and addressing for many, many years. So I think it's well worth a question or two here.
Right, thank you for coming in. I really appreciate your work on this and
Thanks,
volunteer.
sir.
On the East Volusia determination matrix, what do you think the timetable is?
We set a
Realistically.
timetable by May 18th.
Okay.
That we want to try to give some recommendations and then convene a leadership group, almost standing here behind me. That's the leadership group. Certainly notable individuals to give that data to them to see if they could support the possible size, location, and cost.
Okay. Just the realist part of me is I'm termed out, and I've been a big supporter of the capital contribution to try to get this thing going. I'm not going to be here in 7 months, so just hope everyone realizes that the position of this council can change. So speed and time is somewhat of the essence. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And Ms. Cusack, good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I just wanted to say that how much I appreciate the collaboration that's going on today. Sometimes we do very well when we are pushed into a corner. And so I think that we are on the right track. I have one observation that I have talked with the manager about, and that is that in West Volusia, the neighborhood center and the Salvation Army and some of the churches, the United Methodist Church, they're working in collaboration for the west side. They have showers once a week at the Methodist Church here on Howard. I'd like to see us work with the Salvation Army, and I'm going to try to spearhead that maybe it's something we can do to add some showers to the Salvation Army. They have a new building here on 15A, but they have bathrooms, but there's no showers. So hopefully you speak a word in behalf of that might be something that was on the radar, will get on our radar screen, that we need to provide a place for showers other than once a week in the West Volusia side. And the Salvation Army seems to me would be a perfect place to try to do that. But I certainly thank you all so much for all you're doing to help that population.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, Wayne. I'll bring it up with the manager and the county attorney, see if we can get you guys in here for a little bit more comprehensive. You said you got something on the May 18th of this.
We hope to have a study done, that matrix done, that would provide data to support a size, potential cost, and a location for East Volusia site.
Okay, so you would have the data and you'd be able to disseminate that right around the middle of June, maybe?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right, I'll work with the manager and see if we can get you guys in here with a plan in the middle of June sometime.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Ray. Good morning, gentlemen. Anybody else here wish to speak this morning?
No, sir.
Very well. With that then, I guess we will take a short recess until 9 o'clock, where we will convene for our normal Volusia County Council meeting. We are in recess. Jeff. Good morning. If the chambers could please come to order. Today's date is May 5th, 2016, and this is the Volusia County Council meeting. This morning's invocation will be brought to you by Pastor John Reynolds of the Volusia County Baptist Church of Orange City. Where are you, sir? Very well, sir. If the council would please rise.
Thank you so much. I'm delighted to be here on this National Day of Prayer, and we pray that our nation will experience the greatness that we need. Father, I do pray for our nation on this day that we have set aside to be a national day of prayer. And Lord, I would ask that it would be not just one day that we would pray. For your book says, if my people, which are called by my name, will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, that you'll hear from heaven, forgive our sins, and heal our land. Now, Lord, I pray for that in our country. I thank you for our county, and I thank you for these representatives of the people that are here to carry out the businesses of this county on their behalf. I pray you'll give them wisdom. I pray, Father, for their personal needs in their lives and in their families. I know that all of us have situations which need your hand and your direction and your guidance. And so, Father, we bring these things to you today for your wise discernment. I want to thank you. I want to thank you for this county that we live in, a wonderful place to live and work and serve. I thank you for the privilege of pastoring in this county and the good experience that I've had here. Now again, Lord, I ask you to bless the proceedings today, and I pray, Father, that all of us will understand that these people who make decisions today cannot possibly please all of us. But Father, I pray that you'll give them wisdom to please you. In Jesus' name, amen.
And if we could please face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Josh is the same way. Okay, we will continue on. May I have a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Ms. Denny's? Mr. Lowry?
Here.
Mr. Patterson? Here. Mr. Wagner? Ms. Cusack? Mr. Daniels?
He is in the building somewhere. That I know.
Yes, he is. Mr. Davis?
I am here.
All present.
Okay. Moving on from there, we will now pull the consent agenda items. And for the listening public and anyone here who is here for item number 8, which is the discussion of modification of Code of Ordinance, Chapter 50, Division 6, the sea turtles to expand the designated core area of the community redevelopment area within the city of Daytona Beach. That has been withdrawn from the agenda, so item 8 shall not be heard today. It may be heard on a later date. So, polling with the consent agenda items, is there any public poll? Anybody from the public polled?
No, sir, I don't have any slips.
Thank you. Has the staff pulled any items from the consent agenda, Mr. Wall? Mr. Reckmall? Staff polling anything? Okay, Ms. Denny's?
Nothing, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lowry?
Nothing.
Mr. Patterson? Nothing. Mr. Wagner? Ms. Cusack? And I'll say Mr. Daniels is nothing. And I pull nothing, so I will entertain a motion at this point.
Mr. Chair, I move remaining items on the consent agenda to be approved.
I have motion for approval of consent agenda items. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Denny's. Any further discussion on any item? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? So carried unanimous, 6-0.
That's a 6-0 with
I-
Mr. Daniels out of the room.
Mr. Daniels not present, 6-0. All righty, let's see. We will now go with item number 1. And it's Richard C. Graves Jr. is the Deputy 2, Sheriff's Department. Mr. Daniels, morning. And he is retiring May 16th after more than 32 years of dedicated service. You don't look anything like Ben Johnson.
No, Ben Johnson will be up in just a minute.
Okay, because it
Um,
says he's presenting right here.
Well, I was going to say good morning, Joanne Magley, Community Information Director, and we have 2 retirements this morning. The first is Richard Graves Jr., Deputy 2 with Volusia County Sheriff's Office. Richard can come forward at this time, and he will retire May 16th after more than 32 years of service. And now I'm going to hand it off to Sheriff Ben Johnson for the comments.
Good morning, most honorable council. And Mr. Chairman, you won't see me up here in a dress. It's good to be here today, and I was kind of scared when I walked in and saw this esteemed group behind me. I was afraid they might be here on a recall on me, but I found out they were here on real business, and we appreciate seeing them. But we're here today to honor Richard Graves. Investigator Graves was a police officer with the Daytona Beach Regional Airport from September 24th, 1983, until he was hired by Sheriff Duff as a deputy and transferred to the Sheriff's Office on August 11th, 1986. He was promoted to Deputy 2 on October 1st, 1990, and was assigned to investigations in 2005. Richard had been assigned to Law Enforcement Services District 3 during his 32-year career with the Volusia County Sheriff's Office. He served in patrol, field training officer, field force unit. He's taken many crime scene technical and processing and forensic courses. A crime scene technician coordinating with major case, crime scene investigation, and VCSO crime scene unit from September 29th, 2001 till now. Richards has received some of the following letters of commendation and recognition during his tenure. 16 letters of commendation from Sheriff Bogle and Johnson for exemplary investigative work and resolution of cases. Deputy of the Quarter, 2003. Deputy of the Year, 2003. Medal of Merit, Multi-Agency Investigation for Bank Robberies, September 4th, 2007. Unit Commendation, Criminal Investigation Division, July 1st, 2008. Medal of Merit for 25 years of service, September 11th, 2008. Unit Commendation on a deep well recovery from November 5th, 2013. Unit Commendation for Operation Red Flag, September 1st, 2015. And some examples that are in Investigator Graves' evaluations include promotes team effort, being proactive is routine, one of the finest street deputies in the department, exhaust all leads before closing the case, an epitome of a team player. Value member District 3's Crime Investigation Unit, puts forth extra effort to conclude his cases with arrest and recovered property. Tenacity and determination. Tenacity. Investigator Graves will retire May 16th, 2016. Now, Richard probably is part of why I have a heart condition. Charity events. One year at a charity event at the Samsilla Speedway, we had a car jump deal where they brought truly a drunk out of Bithlo to do this. Where he jumped the ramp, hit a car, and this drunk gets out and stumbles around, and away he goes. Well, the following year, I'm standing at the top of the stadium, and they set this event up again, and I figured, well, they've got the drunk out of Bithlo again. And instead, I look up, and he's getting in the car. Well, Richard has never done anything slow. He's supposed to hit this ramp at about 20 miles an hour. He hits it about 50 miles an hour. And instead of going through the camper, he goes over the camper. I think that was the year of the camper. the bus. Anyway, instead of going through it like he was supposed to, he goes over it. And the car flips upside down and lands on its roof. And we're sitting there waiting to see what happens to him. Well, him not knowing you're supposed to get hurt finally climbs out of the car. But at that time, if I could have caught who had set that stunt up, I'd have fired him on the spot. We stopped that one, but Richard, that's the kind of thing he is. He goes full bore with everything he does. He's like a Columbo. That's how I classify him. I don't know if he knows that. You know, his deputy buddies around him call him Pigpen, but he's like Columbo because when he sets out on a case, he goes through it very unassuming. But this last person in this world you want after you when something happens is this man. He is one of the finest investigators I've ever seen with the common sense. He misses nothing. He goes at it, and he won't give it up till somebody's in jail, done right, done correctly. You hate to lose people like this because they have taken and been the success of the agency. And when you have somebody calls you up wanting somebody on a case, you feel good when Richard Graves jumps on this case. Now, we're trying to do all kinds of things to get him back. Maybe y'all could talk him into it. We'd love to have him come back as a volunteer for our cold case squad. But he's going to be hard to replace. As this man right here has the citizens of Volusia County's heart, at his heart, every time he steps out there to do a case. And it's an honor and a pleasure to be able to stand here today and talk about Richard as a friend, as a fantastic law enforcement officer. Somebody that will be talked about for years to come. Richard?
You're recognized, sir.
Well, there's a reason the sheriff never tapped me to be the PIO, so I'm going to make this short. I'd like to thank the sheriff for being here today and giving me these few moments and being a friend, not only a boss. I'd also like to thank everybody who came out tonight. I have literally worked my entire 32-year career with this man in one capacity or another. I was supposed to go 45, but you know me, I was afraid to hit underneath. The biggest honor I've had, though, is working for the citizens of Volusia County, and I just appreciate it very much, and I thank everybody, and as I move on to this next journey in my life, the Volusia County will definitely be in my heart and soul, and I won't say any more so I don't get emotional. Thank you very much.
Wait, don't go nowhere. Oh, no. You can applaud for him. He did a good job. I don't know why everybody tries to immediately get off that podium. Is there something about us? Question, is your family here? Do you have any family members, wife, children, mom, brothers?
It's all spread out.
So there's nobody here with you?
Here today for health reasons.
Okay.
Okay, not serious health reasons, but just health
I
reasons.
feel their pain, believe me.
And basically, when you do this job, a lot of those people back there in the back of the room are my family.
Oh, okay. Well, congratulations on 32 years. Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And you're finishing strong. And it appears your whole career was strong in serving the citizens. And when I listened to Sheriff Johnson say, you're not the man that, you know, they want to show up on a case, you're the first one I would want to show up on a case. So thank you for your service, very genuinely. From the council, from the citizens of Volusia County, you're gonna be missed, obviously. And Sheriff Johnson, thank you for your team in what you do every day. So enjoy. Sounds like you also enjoy putting the pedal to the metal.
I don't like to disappoint people.
I got a feeling your retirement's not going to be disappointing either. So enjoy it. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Lowry?
Thank you. I just want to thank you for your service, and I know what it's like to lose a good staff member, and it's tough to replace sometimes. But the rumor is you're going to start some kind of Evel Knievel business now that you're out of the police force.
I was turned down by the Joey Chitwood thrill
Oh,
show. Age issues, but if I could have another chance at that jump, I know what I did wrong first time.
Ms. Patterson?
I know what it's like to get hooked into something over at the Speedway because Ben got me to get into a school bus race one time. I still have the video of it. My wife still has the thoughts that if I ever did it again, she was going to kill me before I got killed doing that.
Yeah, and you did like you did in school, you flunked out.
I got on that track and I saw all the craziness going on. I just went to the end and said, I'd rather finish last than not finish at all. So it was a real experience. Actually, when I was in Tallahassee, I showed the video to a bunch of legislators, and somehow I was given the nickname of Lugbo, the Saturday night racer. So, so I get emails every now and then saying, how you doing, Lugmo? So anyway, thank you for your service. You came on the Sheriff's Department about a year after I came to Volusia County, and so I haven't had a chance to ever meet you before today, but I really appreciate your service to Volusia County.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Wagner, you have any comments? I'm just going to go right straight down the line here.
If I don't pass out up here, and I think 3 of us are sick up here today, so you might want to stay away.
Yes.
Thank you for not wearing a dress, Ben. I appreciate that. Also, I looked up a bunch of Columbo quotes. I've never seen Columbo. I guess it was before my time. Sorry, everybody. I don't even know who he looks like.
You're not old enough.
I did YouTube a couple things to see why it was so funny, but the quotes were great. I actually learned a lot about you really quickly, and honestly, it put you in a different perspective too. That you really like this show. So I have questions for you later.
Josh, I tell you, that if you didn't see Columbo, you have not held your age well.
I will give you that because you have a gun. I know when to stop when someone has a gun. So, that being said, I appreciate your service. I know it takes a lot to do what you do, and I just want to say thanks. We really do appreciate it.
Hey, Mr. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for all you've done for the citizens of Volusia County. You know, your job is not one that a person can be assured that when they leave home that they'll come back. And you have done that with grace and dignity. And you have been a survivor, and you have protected me and the citizens of this great county. And we're grateful. Even though Josh doesn't know anything about Columbo. I know about Columbo.
I'll send him a DVD.
That, you have to do that. You know, there's something to be said with having had some experience. And so we bid you farewell on this journey. And I know that whatever you do or pursue, that you will be just as successful. It's a pleasure for you to have been the protector of so many. We thank you, and we'll be eternally grateful. Go your way and have lots of fun. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I do remember Columbo. So, gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you for your service, and have a great retirement. And thank you, Ben, for not coming up in a dress also. I appreciate that. So, with that, come on up. We'll take the photograph, and you have a great retirement. So we will take a very short recess here for a few moments, take the pictures. If the chambers could please come to order. Okay, item 2 and item 3 kind of go together. I guess we'll start off with item 2. Mr. Deneen, it says you're leading the charge on this one. Joanne, you have the floor.
Good morning, Joanne Magley, Community Information Director. Our second retirement is Mrs. Ann McFall, Supervisor of Elections, and at this time, I'd like Ann to come forward with her family. Ann retired May 3rd after a public service career that spanned more than 26 years, and now I'll hand it over to Mr. Deneen, who will start off the recognition.
Thank you, Joanne. Sorry if I sound kind of gravelly. I'm here today, okay? Ann McFall played an integral role as an elected official in Volusia County for nearly 3 decades. She began her public service in the 1980s with the Volusia County School Board. During her 8 years with the school board, she opened 11 schools across the county and went on to serve as chairman. She also did great things with Volusia County Council from 1997 through 2002 and served her final year as chairman. As the county council representative to the county's canvassing board, she oversaw the vote count for the infamous, notice I said infamous, 2000 presidential election when all eyes were on Florida and Volusia County in particular. That was a life-changing experience for Ann, who went on to run for supervisor of election, a position she's held for 12 years. As supervisor, she was an advocate for honesty in elections, and she purchased user-friendly voting equipment. She and her husband, Bob, are looking forward to relaxing and traveling. And all I can say is it has been my real pleasure to work with Ann. I'll speak in a little different perspective. I'm glad I was not here in 2000, though I am glad I'm here since 2006. I have always enjoyed working with Ann. She's a consummate professional. And you know, it's easy to be in charge of something when the times are good and there's enough money so you can take care of needs. Someday people will look back and understand what the county went through for almost 10 years on the largest downturn in American history. And I really don't think people appreciate what it took to get through that. And Ann was one of those people, especially, and I really want to thank her for her help in helping me and helping the rest of the council and the rest of the county government so that we became, I think, a model for the state where we were the one county that you didn't see any arguments among elected officials. Everybody buckled down. This includes the sheriff and also Morgan's office. Everybody buckled down and made it through and made, you know, the 600 people that we are less today, none laid off, by the way, so nobody's family was destroyed. That 600 people came from all the offices. And I really appreciate the help and the real generosity in not being in being a real team player, and I appreciate that very much. And among all the other things, and a lot of stuff I've learned from Ann and how much serious she takes elections, and I think people would really be shocked at how far her and her staff go to protect the elections process. I mean, democracy in this country is alive and well, and I think it's protected more now than it's ever been, and Ann takes that very serious. But I also think that getting us through that time by working together as a team was really important, and I appreciate that, Ann. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim.
If we can have Lisa. If I can ask Lisa Lewis, the interim election supervisor who was just appointed by the governor, to step forward. I know she has a few things to say. Thank you.
And if I may, Mr. Deneen, I would also like to, she doesn't know I'm going to do this, ask Deanie Lowe to come up. It's so unique that there are 3 supervisors alive. So, and happy.
Well, good morning, everyone. Oh, yes. This is, in case you missed Ann's retirement party, we put together a PowerPoint of her years of service to this community. And as Mr. Deneen and Joanne alluded to, she has over 26 years. She started way before that with her public service, with her PTA involved with her student or her children. And that led into the school board, which led to the county council and then to the elections department. And as she will probably tell you, the school board is the nearest and dearest to her heart because of the children. With her grandchildren now, that she has 2 in kindergarten, 1 in preschool up in Atlanta, and I'm sure they'll be traveling back and forth. I do have to tell you a little story. I talked to Ann yesterday. She wanted to know how my first day went, and I wanted to know how her first day went in retirement. I asked her if she slept in. Her question was no, or the answer no. She's 4:30 up, But she did just relax, and then they went to breakfast, and she came home and took a nap because she could. And today, she slept until 5:30.
Oh, wow.
But I will tell you, she's getting a little later. She was always the first one in the office. Twice, I think. And that was probably only because it was a Friday when she brought in donuts and got hung up in the Dunkin' Donuts line. That somebody actually beat her to the office. She is a hard worker, has always been there. She has been a leader to all of us. And I do want to recognize those from the elections department that came over to bid her farewell again. Stand up, everybody.
Who's minding the store?
Well, never mind that. There's one or two there.
That's her problem now.
But in the public, I did want to thank Ann for her service because she has set this election process in motion and has left it in good standing, just the way Deanie did when Ann took over. And it seems like everybody that comes into it just makes it a little bit better. Not that it wasn't good before, it just gets a little better each time. And I hope to follow in both of their footsteps the same way that they have in putting this election process open, honest, and transparent for the people of Volusia County. So with that, thank you, Ann.
Oh, thank you, Lisa. First of all, to the county chair and council members, thank you for what you do. I see some of you every even-numbered year as canvassing board members, and I expect Lisa will be calling you soon. It's just such an honor to stand here with these two people and my husband, Bob. It's just unbelievable. I have to tell you a story. By the way, there's been 10 supervisors of elections in the past 110 years. This is number 8. I'm number 9, and Lisa is number 10. So it doesn't change that much, you know. So to have 3 sitting here, I mean, this is mind-boggling to me. But I'll tell you a story. I told Ms. Cusack earlier, my 5-year-old granddaughter in kindergarten yesterday went to career day, and she was in her red, white, and blue dress. And Miss Richmond, her teacher, says, "Ainsley, what are you? What do you want to be when you grow up?" "I want to be the Department of Elections." And she says, "You mean you want to be supervisor of elections like your grandmother?" "No, I am the Department of Elections." So with that, again, thank you so very, very much for your support. It's been an honor. Thank you.
Thank you. You can applaud her. I too am gravelly this morning. I apologize. Ann, it's been a pleasure working with you on the canvassing boards that we've worked on. And Mr. Eckert is correct. It is like watching paint dry at times. We just sit there, and sometimes we sit there even. You know, it's been great knowing you for all these years. Because I've known you before I was even in office. I ran into you somewhere and introduced myself, and you introduced yourself, and just kind of met each other there. I think it was at a grocery store or something somewhere. Be careful with the grandkids. No more broken bones. No more broken bones, okay? And have a great retirement. Sleep in. Go fishing. I'm seeing you do this apparently a lot. And just relax and enjoy it. You've earned it. You've had a great career, and we will miss you here. And I'm just gonna guess I'll start on this end, and we'll move right straight on down. Miss Denny's again. She hit the light.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 3 is an excellent thing. And I was just sharing with my colleague here, Mr. Daniels, that it's interesting, the last 3, they're all women, just so you know. Good job, ladies. True professionals, very genuinely, very, very true professionals. And I've known you for a long time. The one word that I think of in working with you is integrity. Through the years, it's always integrity. And we met the first time under very insecure circumstances, we'll put it that way, coming off of a stage after an election year, 1994. And there's a lot that happened behind the scenes, and that's when we became colleagues and friends in divergent ways, but what raised you to a level of professionalism and integrity is what happened when we walked off that stage behind the scenes and what you helped accomplish behind the scenes. I personally appreciate what you did without disclosing everything. You're a woman of integrity. Whether you're in front or you're behind, you're always serving the citizens of Volusia County. And even when you left Volusia County School Board, you served Volusia County because of what you did and how you assisted me. So thank you so much for your service in the Elections Department. And ladies, you represent well. Lisa, you have a strong legacy, and I'm sure you will strengthen that. You have broad shoulders to serve on, and I look forward to working with you in the future. But Ann, enjoy your retirement and your beautiful grandchildren.
Of course.
And I can see her becoming just teach her everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
Enjoy your time. Thank you.
Mr. Daniels.
Ann, you're not ever going to run for anything again, are you?
I swear to God, give me a Bible.
Okay. All right. Since you're not going to run for anything again, I'm going to tell this story.
I'm going to play blackjack with Dean in Vegas.
Okay. This is back during the 2000 election. I was sitting in my office minding my own business, and Michael Karate came by and said, "Let's go take a ride." And I said, "Sure. Where are we going?" "We're going over to DeLand to see the canvassing board." We went over to the canvassing board, and at that time, the 2000 election was in controversy all over the state of Florida. All of the other counties had turned down any recount. They were not going to do any recount. It was not going to happen. But we were here to ask Volusia County to do a recount. And we got up there and we made the pitch, and Ann was the swing vote. Ann was a Republican, which showed extraordinary integrity, I thought, for her to vote in that manner. And
Republicans do that.
and you know, occasionally you find a good one. You know, it's but Ann was a swing vote on that, and what that did was that kicked off the recount throughout the entire state of Florida. Ann does not get her place in history. She is not mentioned for that, but she is the one who really deserves the credit for that. The other thing, and people can make their own judgment about this one, was she was chairman of the county council, and she gave me a call and started talking about, we really do need to have an elected chairman. And she got together a group. It was me and Charles Matusek and a couple of others to start fleshing that out, and then we got the ball rolling on that and got the charter changed. It had a special charter commission appointed, interim charter commission appointed, and got the charter changed. And so, Jason, you owe your job to Ann McFall. If it wasn't for Ann, it never would have gotten started. It never would have gotten anywhere. So, blame or credit, everybody can figure out their own story there. And I've always enjoyed working with you. You were a great supervisor of elections. I knew you would be. I knew how I saw you in the 2000 recount. I know how organized you were. That you were one of the ones who was there organizing everybody, making sure the train ran on time, even though that wasn't really officially your job. You really did a terrific job. I enjoyed working with you. I've enjoyed everything about you. Congratulations.
You forgot one other recount.
Which one?
Doug was my daughter's attorney when she won her first city commission race by a coin toss by Deanie.
Yeah, she was one vote behind, and we did the recount, and she caught up. It was 50-50 and a coin toss. Who was it that tossed the coin?
You did. Deanie, and it went under the
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
It's quite a Deltona story.
Deanie, thank you for that. I'm going to put it on my website as a victory. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug.
Well, not only that, but my predecessor, who is sitting in the audience, Mr. Frank Bruno, he also owes his past employment to you also, Ann. So we thank you.
Rethunk that.
Thunk? Now, wait a minute. Thunk is not an appropriate word. That's an onomatopoeia. So, I'll explain that later. Mr. Lowry.
Thanks, sir. I just want to say, for some of us who weren't raised in political circles, when you go to run, it's very wonderful to have a staff that doesn't make you feel like a total idiot when you're filling out forms, although I'm sure as I left and maybe for some of us when we left the room, I'm sure some of them were scratching their head and saying, these people are going to represent us. But the staff has always been helpful. Any questions, just make you feel comfortable, relax, and that's kind of crucial. And I just want to say thank you for running a tight ship. And of course, I knew Ms. Lowe before because our church is used for precinct and so forth. And it's always been a good experience with the group. So thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Patterson.
Don't tell everything.
He's got a pile, and he's just
Yeah.
gone circling. Oh, it's terrible.
Every time I refer back to my first years on the council, everybody looks at me as like, Grandpa Jones up here. But I do remember, and 96, and then you got elected, and my first year as chairman of the county council, and as like most and all new members of the county council, you're a handful for everybody to deal with, myself included. So I enjoyed that year, and we become good friends. And I too have sat on the canvassing board, and one of the things that I've always felt about the canvassing board and the elections office, it is the office that protects the most sacred part of our democracy, which is the supervisor of elections and the canvassing board. It's that important a job, and I've always enjoyed doing the canvassing board. It is long, it is tedious, but I do enjoy it, and Deanie and I work together. And actually, it's not 3 women who've had that, it's been 4, because Catherine Oldham was the first supervisor when I first ran years ago, and then Deanie and Ann, and so I've had a lot of fun over the last 20-some years of running for office, 11 elections, so I know how to fill out a campaign form at this point. So thank you, Ann. Thank you for your service.
Mr. Wagner.
I don't have as good a stories as them. Sorry, Ann. But
Colombo.
I did look up. I mean, it started 7 years before I was born, so it only lasted 10 seasons. Although it looked like there was a remake in 2003 or something. I don't even watch TV now. But sorry, I'm not feeling well at all. I'm having a hard time. Yeah. I got to keep this short. I can tell you, being in public office and being around a politician, I'm surprised you wouldn't have gotten out much longer ago, because I really dislike a lot of these people. I'm just kidding. It's rude on everybody day since I'm not feeling well. No, I can tell you this. Running for office is one of the most difficult things I've ever done. Emotionally, physically, it just is hard. It's difficult. It's difficult to win, but it's difficult to run. I can tell your staff and you are always there to answer questions, walk me through, and I have to agree with Councilmember Lowry. They probably thought we're doomed. They really did. Like, you can't fill out this form. No, the requests, and people that don't run have no idea. And I often tell people, the neatest thing you can ever do for a community is run for office, because you think you know it and you just have no idea, even running that aspect. And then when you get in, it's much even greater. So I'll stop with the rambling and say thank you. I really have appreciated getting to know you and your help through the years. And to your staff, following your example and being there early is always a great sign of leadership, to be the one opening the door. So thank you, and good luck to you as well, and I'll talk to you soon. Thanks.
And Ms. Kuzak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much, Ann, for your years of service as a public servant, a quality public servant. We were neighbors over on Florida, in the old risk management election building. I'm surprised that Mr. Manager, that Mo wasn't in that building. It was old as dirt. Well, my experience with you, Ann, in 2000, I decided to no longer give the shots in county government.
There are days that I wished you had.
Yeah, I
stayed
know
where
you
you
did.
were.
I know. I thought I'd call the shots. So you called me and home and said to me, Joyce, they told me about 1 o'clock that I had won the election. About 7 o'clock, you called me to tell me there was a recount. I said, a recount? So you know I'm thinking a recount my election. I said, my election? You said, oh no, the presidential election. I said, oh, that's okay. So I didn't care who won the presidency. That point. So we got through that. And I want you to know that I've never been, I guess maybe that's one of the few times that my heart literally left my chest and was in my feet. I just could not imagine having to go through another 24 or 48 hours of waiting to see if I had won that election. But thanks be to you and to the great citizens of Volusia County, you didn't have to recount mine. And I want you to know that I served on the canvassing board, and that is when I developed a wholesome appreciation of that process. There's always things that folks say, well, you know, you can't trust the supervisors of election. It's things that happen that are not right. And so, firsthand, we went to get the ballots. We went together as a team to do everything. You were more protective of those D ballots than you were of your kids. So I want you to know that the citizens of Volusia County are really fortunate to have had you to be the protector and the keeper of our process of elections. I feel very comfortable with the process. And it's because of my experience with you in particular, because you were there. And so I thank you so much. You have placed in history for me an opportunity to tell the world that Volusia County has a safe, honest process of election. And that's all you want in government, is to be honest and to have it done in a manner that is acceptable by all people. I thank you. I wish you well as you enjoy your retirement and your grandbabies. It doesn't get better, it gets worse.
It gets worse. Oh,
Gets worse. But they are absolutely the joy of your life. And the guy behind you, I'm glad that he is there and it's always had your back.
we're transitioning into this.
And
new
I'm
era.
telling you, it's going to be a difficult time getting used to everything you do. He's right, right behind you or right in front of you, trying to tell you what to do. So I know I'm speaking from experience now. So good luck to you. Enjoy your retirement, and we'll go some places sometime together to have some fun. Take care and be blessed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Well, Ann, I guess now you get to be the public and sit in there on our canvassing board. So so Bob won't be all alone.
See that day.
We'll make sure it's an off day for you. Bob, don't ever forget to say the 3 words that she always wants to hear. Let's go fishing. You got it. So, thank you very much. And I think before we take our photos, I do need an entertain a motion, item 3, before we go too far. May I have that motion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
you're talking about the proclamation?
The proclamation, it says I need a motion for approval.
Mr. Chair, I move approval of the proclamation for Ann McFall to honor her on Ann McFall Day, May 5th, 2016.
I have a motion. Do I hear a second? So seconded by Ms. Denny's. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by aye. Aye. All those opposed? And I dare you, you're in the wrong room to oppose that. So, without further ado, I will actually stand to read
that
this.
slide with a grade point average on it.
Yes. I will stand to read this for you, ma'am.
Okay.
And read this into the record. Whereas Ann McFall has served, and I'm sorry, my radio voice, I left it at the house, really, it's bad. Whereas Ann McFall has served the citizens of Volusia County with dignity and integrity for 26 years, and whereas she was a member of the Volusia County School Board for 8 years, beginning in 1986, and served as the chairman from 1991 to 1992. And whereas Ms. McFall continued her public service as a member of the Volusia County Council from 1997 through 2002, and was elected chairman by her peers in 2002. And whereas as supervisor of elections from 2004 to 2016, she found innovative ways to improve the election practices and was instrumental in purchasing user-friendly voting equipment and an advanced tabulation system. Whereas she became a state-certified supervisor of elections in 2007 and served on the board of directors of the Florida State Association of Supervisors of Elections. And whereas she and her husband of 45 years, Bob, have 2 children, 3 grandchildren. Now, therefore, we, the County Council of Volusia County, Florida, do hereby proclaim May 5th, 2016 as Ann McFall Day in Volusia County and urge all residents to honor this outstanding woman for her dedicated public service, dated this 5th day of May, 2016, signed by all of your friends on the County Council. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Picture?
Please sit. Do you have any further comments, Ms. McFall? It is your day.
Does this exempt me from speeding tickets today?
I'll tell you what. You go ahead and wave this as you drive by the deputy sheriff. Let's see how that works out for you. Call me.
There was a time when Pat Northey and I were both on the council, and I got a speeding ticket in Deltona from the sheriff's department. 2 weeks later, she got one. So we both went and talked to Uncle Ben.
Well, without further, we will go ahead and take a short recess to honor Ann and give her a proclamation, and we will take the photographs. Oh, by the way, I do want to say one thing. I think it's really cool, Lisa, you and Ann both dress the same.
I know.
I don't know. I didn't get the memo, so we're good. All right, we'll be in a short recess. Good. Okay, if the chambers could come to order, please. Okay, we are going to open up a order of business and open a public hearing here. Ordinance 2016-10, amending the Volusia County Growth Management Commission consistency, certification rules, and organization. Mr. Eckert, are you the staff reporting agent?
Yes, sir. I'll introduce the subject.
Very well, sir. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the council. We have before you for your consideration is a recommendation of the Volusia Growth Management Commission to amend their rules of procedure. The memo that you have briefly summarizes the major points of it. There are a number of people here to speak to or about this issue. Among them is Heather Ramos, who is the Volusia Growth Management Commission counsel, and to the extent that you want a more detailed explanation than I'll give, she's available to answer your questions, and she's the architect of this draft and has done a wonderful job with it. Also, Jim Wachtel, who is the chair of the Volusia Growth Management Commission, is here and wishes to address you. And there's a number of members of the Charter Review Commission here who, in that capacity, have urged the council to consider this in lieu of a proposed charter amendment. The rules of procedure are adopted by the council, and they're subject to approval by your 2/3 vote. Approval of amendment is subject to your approval by a 2/3 vote. And the Charter Review Commission's view is that what needs to be changed is not so much the charter amendment, but the rules of procedure. And so that's why this is here before you today. Probably the most significant point is the idea of limiting standing to the county, municipalities, and the school board for the purpose of enforcing the school planning amendment. I know that's a topic that has been received a lot of community interest, but I think the premise which underlies that is that this is a conflict resolution body designed to resolve inconsistencies between the county and municipalities, or between municipalities, and that the appropriate parties to those proceedings are the entities themselves. This eliminates the intervener standing not only by third persons, but who are not the property owner, but by the property owner, him, her, or itself, which is part of how you got to the notion of having the intervention. The other changes have to do with providing a streamlined review process for the small-scale plan amendments, so that when there's no objection by the other local governments, it still will receive staff review, but it would be the process would be more expedited than it is at this point, shortening the time for review for the so-called large scale, and that's a term that is defined by this ordinance. It doesn't actually appear in the statute, but that's one commonly used so that the staff has a shorter time to request additional information, and the staff, that is the Growth Management Commission staff, would not be requesting a hearing unless there's a necessity for the commission to resolve conditions that were previously placed upon by their own resolution, so that they would be eliminating or modifying those conditions as it sees fit, as the commission sees fit. And then the recommendation of the Growth Management Commission itself is that its members, the charter requires you to establish term limits. This allows a appointing government to remove those members at will if that is the rules established by the appointing body. I think that covers the major points. As I say, there's detail upon which Ms. Ramos could brief you if that is your desire, and she's ready to do so. The ordinance requires a 2/3 vote. I would point out that we did distribute a change to you in the, I assume, responsibility for the necessity to do this, and that is on page 13 of the draft. The words, it's highlighted, and you have a sheet in front of you, and it's on your screen. They were inserting the words complete before application in 2 places on agenda item page 4-13. So on lines 8 and 13. So I'll be happy to answer your questions, and that if you approve this today, again, there would not be a charter amendment. At least that's the course that's been taken thus far by the Charter Review Commission, and the Charter Review Commission will complete its work next Monday, it is anticipated.
Okay, thank you. Is any other speaking on the matter of the VGMC? I know you're coming up to
Ms.
speak,
Ramos,
ma'am.
this is Ms. Ramos, and she's here to answer your questions or to make a brief presentation as you desire.
A brief presentation or answer questions?
Good morning, Chairman. Or Mr. Chair, I can do whatever you like me.
Well, I mean, if you have a presentation, please continue.
I was going to elaborate a little bit on what Mr. Eckert mentioned, and I can point out where the revisions are in your package, if you'd like. And I can do it very briefly.
Okay, then first things first. We need your name for the record and your position.
I am Heather Ramos, and I work with Gray Robinson, and I have the pleasure of serving as the General Counsel for the Volusia Growth Management Commission. I'd like to also point out we have a couple folks in the audience that are here that can help as well with the questions. We have the chairman, Jim Watchdell, who will come up and address the commission or the council when I'm done. We have the vice chairman, Jerry Brandon. Also, Mary Chris Smith, who is the VGMC operations manager, and our planner, Chris Daughtery, and Debbie Connors is also here, who's the secretary on the VGMC commission. With respect to the rules with the revisions, the commission has made changes to the small-scale comp plan amendment provisions to streamline the review process for that, and lumped together with the small-scale comp plan amendments are large-scale comp plan amendments, which are subject to joint agreements, joint planning agreements, and other similar types of interlocal agreements. And that's in section 90-341 of the rules on page 04-7 of your agenda. And for those types of amendments, the commission is going to presume them consistent unless a unit of local government files an objection within 21 days. The applicant jurisdiction will still have the duty to submit notice of amendment to the VGMC and the other jurisdictions. The planning staff for VGMC will prepare a report based on the information provided in the application package itself. So no additional information will be asked from an applicant on those type of amendment packages. So in the case of an objection, then a hearing would be held unless the objection was withdrawn. For any other large-scale comp plan amendment packages and applications, there's been no changes to the rules except the staff must issue an RAI within 14 days after receipt of a complete application. With respect to standing, that's in section 90-35, and that's on page 4-13 of the agenda. Standing has been limited to units of local government, which is now defined as counties, municipalities, and the school board. Standing is automatic for adjacent jurisdictions and the school board. Non-adjacent units of local government would have to prove standing. The school board review, we had to come up with what it was exactly that they would be looking at. That's been added to the rules in section 90-37. They will be limited to reviewing the package to determine whether adequate public schools can be timely planned and constructed to serve the proposed increase in student population. And that's in line with what's set forth in your county charter. The notice of application process has been streamlined a bit, and the VGMC's ability to call a public hearing has been limited to only if the application that's received by the commission and the plan amendment has been subject to a prior resolution adopted by the VGMC. The intervention process has been removed, and the commission member removal process has been revised to state that the appointing governing body has the right to remove the appointed voting representative as set forth in the appointing body's code of ordinances. And if you don't have any questions for me right now, I'd like to turn it over to the VGMC chairman so he can tell you a little bit about all the hard work that it took to get here.
Okay, well, that'd be great, but I get to do that.
Okay.
So we thank you.
Okay.
And I will turn it over to the.
Thank you.
So please, if we have questions,
I
we'll
don't
call
want to
you.
leave too quickly and get yelled at.
Good morning.
State your name and your position for the record, sir, and you have the floor.
My name is Jim Wachtel, 1880 Manor Way in Glenwood.
There's a button on the side that actually raises the whole podium up so you can speak into the microphone so we can hear you.
I'm fine. Is this okay?
We can't hear you. It's down on the side there on the bottom.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
You may have to lean into it. Okay.
Just lean into it. Jim Wachtel, 1880 Manor Way in Glenwood. I am the county, one of the county representatives on the Growth Management Commission. I have been on the commission since 2010, and I have been chairman since 2014. Heather and Mr. Eckert have gone over most of the substantive items of the rule changes that we have been working with. The Commission Policy and Procedures Committee has done the brunt of the work under the leadership of Jerry Brandon and met with the Charter Review Commission subcommittee and various other members of the business community and the cities to work out the streamlining of these rules. I would add that the distinction between the small-scale amendment and the large-scale amendment is an item that has come up because of state law has changed over the past couple of years by identifying the small-scale amendment. And so we have modified the rules in order to go along with that. The large-scale amendment review process is essentially the same and hasn't been changed in the process. One other item that hasn't been discussed is that in charter language, the charter has given the commission that they may perform such other directly related duties as it deems necessary. And this is a little vague and a little open-ended. So we have identified what those other items are as far as administrative procedures. Those are on page 5. We've added paragraph number 9 into the rules. As to the public standing, we have looked at the charter language and felt like the charter language was originally established to be a resolution conflict group between municipalities and between the comprehensive plans of the municipalities. There is a phrase in the rules of certification that calls for substantially affected and aggrieved parties to be able to petition this. We've always struggled with that because it's a very vague and ill-defined phrase. By precedent, it has been given to individuals or groups that are basically against the amendment change. We have suggested that that be changed such that the right to petition is limited to the municipalities and adjacent to municipalities and others. We do recognize that the public not only has the right, but it also has the duty to get involved in the planning process. So we've added a phrase, a paragraph in here to encourage that they take part of the planning process in front of their own municipalities and in front of their own elected bodies rather than come to us to do that. This is the place for them to share their grievances and their ideas about the planning process. That is the basis of our changes. They have been voted on by the full commission and received a vote of 13-2 in favor of these changes and recommending them to you. We have worked very closely with the Charter Review Commission, and we have members of the Charter Review Commission who would also like to speak to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Eckert, you had...
Just another brief word before you go to the public, Mr. Chair, on the reason why it's here today, and that is, again, these rules of procedure are subject to your amendment, and it's been my pleasure to serve with the Charter Review Commission. I can't not authorized to speak for them, but I think their view is that that with this course correction by the rules of procedure, that it would be unnecessary. They spent a lot of time on this, an awful lot of time on this subject, and gotten very much into detail, and that they would think that it's appropriate for the council to do this, and if the council do this, that's why they think that a charter amendment would be unnecessary. But they can speak more eloquently to that issue than can I on their behalf.
Yeah. And Mr. Brown, you are the chairman of the Charter Review. Thank you very much for being my appointee and serving there. You've done such a great job there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for this time. Two things.
Mr. Brown, you have to say your whole name for him.
Hyatt Brown, 213 Riverside Drive, Ormond Beach, Florida. Thank you. I'd like to do two things. I'd like to talk about the process, and I'd like to talk about the results, because I think it's important for you all to understand that the process has been long, and we have talked about these details ad infinitum and ad nauseum. And so the bottom line is that this is a product that has been worked on, and there's been input from all parts of the county. So first of all, the process. We started by having listening sessions around the county, DeLand, New Smyrna, and Daytona Beach. And there were people coming, they had all kinds of things to say, and I was very pleased to tell you that there was almost no criticism of county government. There were some thises and that's, but nothing really much. However, there's one thing that was called to my attention, and it was because of the fact that I really hadn't had a chance to understand much about the workings of VGMC. And so at the DeLand meeting, Deanie Lowe stood up and said, look, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. There's some good things here, but it does need to be modified. And I thought, I know her. She's a very solid citizen. We need to take consideration of that. So when the commission first started to meet, I can tell you there was a lot of people that wanted to get rid of this, and there were a few people that were in the middle, and then there were a couple, three, that were for status quo. And so as we started into the debate, and we went through all of the parts of the county charter, bit by bit by bit, this is the only issue that really was at all controversial. And so we appointed a subcommittee so that we could get additional input from public and from people who were involved, and that was chaired by Glenn Ritchie. Stan Escudero served, Pat Drago served, and also Frank Bruno served. So that committee had subcommittee had two meetings reporting back, and so we started to come together. In the meantime, the Volusia Growth Management Commission was there at every meeting, and they started to talk about what we could do and what they could do, and we met with them. And where we started out from here, we're slowly coming to a compromise that could be agreed on, and it would be beneficial for everyone. So in the course, it became, we thought initially that in order to effectuate the changes that had been agreed upon, that we were going to have a charter amendment. And so Heather Ramos, and she was relatively new as a lawyer for them, was in a meeting, and she said, I think if it's the desire of the Charter Review, I think that in fact we could do this by amendments and then the county council would basically have the opportunity to say yay or nay. And so we thought, well, not a bad idea, and so the vote was to approve these particular rules changes and to approve a version of them that would not require a charter amendment, and it would come to you all. And that vote, there's 15 members of our commission. There were 2 negative votes, and the rest were positive. So it is unanimous, almost, from our when you have 2 to 13. That's in today's politics, that's huge. So the bottom line is that doesn't mean that we haven't looked at all the interests here and tried to weigh and measure. And I think that's that we've really done that. Now, in order to save time, if it would be okay with you, Mr. Chair, what I'd like to do, rather than having a lot of time and testimony, if I could just ask the people who support these rules changes to rise, would that be okay? Could we do that?
Any objection from council? Please.
Okay. Everybody's here in support. Please rise. Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming
Pretty big
out.
room.
And thank you. I'll be glad to answer any questions if you have any.
Well, thank you, Mr. Brown. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Does your vice chair need to speak or weigh in? You good, Mr. Ritchie? Also, thank you very much, sir, for serving. And Frank, thank you too, sir. I don't know everybody that's on the board, but if you're here from the board, thank you very much for serving. You've done a great job. 4.5 months. I know you worked on this, so it's very important. All right, is there any other staff reporting on this matter? Okay, staff and committee reports are done. We will now move on to the public participation. Now, here's the deal, folks. If you have risen and I call your name, that kind of counts as your thing. Okay? I have a list. Barbara Schablik. She didn't rise. She's over here. Come on over here, Barbara. Okay, for the record, I need your name and your address.
My name is Barbara Schablik. I live at 210 LPGA Boulevard in Holly Hill.
And you have 3 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you. We're outnumbered, of course. Some of us can't get out of work, have to stay home with children. May not have heard about some of the things that were going on that maybe we should have been involved in earlier. Citizens have had a right of standing before the commission. A right of a citizen is going to be taken away, not of one citizen. This right is open to all citizens. Citizens are not only the customers of the commission, they're their employers. If a citizen's vote counts more than money, I believe that the citizens would probably vote to retain a right without evidence that that standing is in some way detrimental to all the citizens' concerns. You spoke about that one piece of your charter being the most controversial. Isn't that when the people involved should have a vote, because we do have the right to vote? And earlier, you spoke about aggrieved parties not being considered to be what the initial concern of the commission was. Well, that name, aggrieved party, that sounds like they have an interest. And of course, yes, maybe they should go to other meetings, but isn't the commission set up to be a synthesis, to be an unraveling of the grievances? This period now with Trump and Bernie and people saying that the establishment isn't meeting their needs, that citizens need to have a voice. You are the one county that is giving the citizens a voice in this particular situation, if I understand correctly. Either put it to the charter or, well, at least by voting no on this, you would put it perhaps to the charter. Let us vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Linda Smiley. Hello, Ms. Smiley.
Hi.
Need your name and your address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Linda Smiley, 357 Manhattan Avenue, Daytona Beach, Florida. I would just like to have the Volusia County Growth Management stay the way that it is right now, and to let the citizens continue to have a voice. I feel that any changes should be put to voters and not the council, because this affects all of us. It is never a good thing to stifle the voices of the citizens, as this is the only way that we have to voice our thoughts and concerns on the issues covered under Volusia County Growth Management. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Debbie Connors, where are you at, Ms. Connors? Up, you got to stand with the group. Okay. So you're in favor of this. Okay. Eric West. You did not stand up with the group, Mr. West. I knew you were coming up here somewhere.
I have to tilt at windmills.
That's right. For the record, your name and your address and.
My name is Eric West, and I live at 3943 South Peninsula, technically Port Orange, Wilbur by the Sea. You know, the problem is that we have a lot of elected bodies where the people who represent us are not experts on much of the things that they vote on. They simply don't know. And they get snookered pretty often by developers, lawyers, people like that. And they vote for stuff that they even know is illegal. But they assume that because we don't personally have the money to sue them, you know, they can get away with it. And look at what happened in DeBerry a few years ago. They read the state law about aquatic preserves and that they didn't have the right to build a marina. And this guy promised that he would build roads and take water into the thing. And then, of course, he never did that. And, of course, they read the law, they knew the law, and they still voted to allow this. The VGMC is supposed to be an independent body to make sure that when mistakes are made, that there's somebody to go to. And when you make a mistake, it affects everybody in the county. It affects us all. We're the people who, when you fill in a wetland, you're diminishing our water supply because now there's less water going into the system. You're the people, you know, we're the people who are affected by the traffic. We're the people who are affected by everything. And to take our standing away is anti-democratic. We live in a democratic society. We should have the right to have the power to fight for our rights. It is true that we can go to a local city council and say something. If I lived in DeBerry, well, in fact, I went to DeBerry even though I didn't live there, and I spoke my piece. But you can't overcome something unless you can afford to hire a lawyer without something like the VGMC. And that thing was eventually, you know, that was taken down. There have been many examples of stuff like that. The other thing is the appointment. You're looking for a way to unappoint people, which makes the VGMC no longer an independent body. If you appoint person Y to the VGMC and they vote against the way you want them to vote, you have the right, they're saying, to get rid of them. And that's not right, because it's no longer an independent body. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. And Claudia Roth. Ms. Roth? Is there anybody else that wishes to speak on this matter? If not, after Ms. Roth, we will close the public participation. And this happened last meeting. We closed the public participation, and then we had our council discussion. Somebody said, well, I want to speak on that. I'm sorry, we closed the public participation. So speak now or forever hold your peace. And sorry for taking your line there, Mr. Lowry, but that's pretty much the way it works here. So going once, going twice after Ms. Roth, that'll be the end of the public discussion. Ms. Roth, please state your name and address, and you have the floor for 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Claudia Roth, 1543 Chaucer Court, DeLand, Florida.
I'm here representing the League of Women Voters of Volusia County as their president. And on behalf of the League, I thank you for giving us the opportunity to express our concerns regarding the proposed ordinance. The public has relied on the existing rules of the VGMC, and while much has been written about the proposed rule changes and that they would return the role of the Volusia Growth Management Commission to that expressed in the Charter Review Commission, we believe that the proposed rule changes do significantly change the authority of the VGMC. And some of the proposed rule changes would have the effect of awarding a certificate of consistency for some comp plans without ever coming before the VGMC board, because staff is going to be included in the definition of what the VGMC is, and also because of the tight turnaround time for the units of government have to file a rejection, thank you, because they only meet twice a month, we think that might not be enough time. What we're most concerned about is that all the rules of the VGMC may be changed with approval of 2/3 of the county council, and we can talk about what representative government is. The arguments for and against abolishing or limiting the role of the VGMC really should be decided by the voters in order to avoid undermining faith in government. Recent events such as judges resigning positions to avoid having voters decide their successor, and all of the work that was done by the Charter Review Commission and the VGMC, but it resulted in avoiding putting the issue of local government sovereignty on the ballot, demonstrates distrust of voters by government and gives the appearance of elitism. And so we're asking you to restore faith in government by giving the voters the opportunity to decide. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there any other public participation?
No, sir.
Okay. So close the public participation section of the public hearing. Mr. Deneen, you have something you need to read into the record, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was asked by a couple of council members, and because of being ill yesterday, I didn't get a chance to get back to everybody, was that in addition to the opportunity that people have to interface with their own local government on any of these issues, in addition to that, I was asked the question, how many times can people actually be involved as an individual citizen in any of these kind of discussions? And to give you an example, if you have a private comp plan change amendment, there's a minimum of 3 public hearings that individuals can come to. One is the Land Planning Agency Review, which would be RPLDRC. The next is the Comp Plan Transmittal, which is another opportunity for citizens, individuals to come up, and also the Comp Plan Adoption meeting, and that also allows for individual citizens. Also, any affected person can also contact any and all the state agencies, including DEO, WMD, DOT. There's a number of them. The individuals are given a lot of opportunity to contact those agencies individually. And in addition, they can file a legal challenge with the Department of Administrative Hearings after adoption. So in addition to everything else, the individual can do to all those if it's a private comp plan amendment. If it's a joint comp plan amendment, like the Osteen local plan, et cetera, there are a minimum of 6 public hearings required that individuals can come to, which is the County Land Planning Agency Review, County Comp Plan Transmittal Review, County Comp Plan Adoption, City Land Planning Agency Review, City Comp Plan Transmittal, and City Comp Plan Adoption. Each one of those allows for individual citizens, in addition to any other opportunities that the cities give, or the county gives people. I just wanted to report that back. I was asked by a number of council members to look that up and to put it in the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Yes. Very, very, and so with that, we're going to open up the council discussion. We close the public hearing. You know, I read this thing, when I first read this document, my hair but it's kind of funny, but my hair kind of went up on the back of my neck. And just a figure of speech, really. And I said, wait a minute, I got to really read into this. And, you know, there were some questions I had, and I reached out, and I've got the right answers, and I'm reading it as we go along. The VGMC is actually, it's a conflict resolution board. They're not elected officials. They're appointed by cities and some by us, by county, but it is an appointed board. Okay, we answer to the voters, they answer to the voters through us. If you have a problem with a comp plan, and that's what this is really about, it's about comp plans on borders of cities and counties. And not only just cities within our county, but our county, Brevard County, Flagler, Lake, all the counties around us. We have this board to sit here and resolve these issues that, you know, we may want to put something, and I'm not going to get into too many specifics, a big factory of something down near one of the borders of another county, and the other county says, wait a minute, you can't do that. That's why we have this board come together twice a month to say, hey, there's a resolution, let's work it out. Come to the meeting, let's hear what you guys have got to say. And it really kind of points to the fact that if we're going to put up an amusement park in Pearson, okay, that really doesn't affect anybody down in DeBary. But, so this really says that the people in Pearson can say something and we get to be heard quite well. But it really kind of discourages people from other parts of the county or other parts of the state to come in and say, well, we don't want that there because we don't like it. It's our community. We get to work with VGMC. Pardon me. Pardon me again. So the citizens are heard. And believe me, if we have a resolution or a conflict in any city or with any other county, and we're going through some sort of management of land, believe me, this gallery is. We've had hundreds of people in here during several issues. We've been here for hours listening to the people, 3 minutes at a time, and we listen. We adhere to what the people want. You put us here for that reason. We're your first line before we go to VGMC, as you heard by the manager. After that, we've got several other meetings to go through. You said 2 times a month they meet. Well, so we meet 2 times a month. The first and the third Thursday of every month is when we're here. We get a lot accomplished here. Wide range of items. So I think that the VGMC can get a lot accomplished on 2 meetings a day, or 2 meetings a month too. And I'm sure you guys aren't here for 14, 15 hours like we are sometimes. So those are my comments on it. After having long discussions with individuals involved on, the creation of this, talking with attorneys, I've seen that this is a very, very good thing. This puts it the way it was supposed to be by the intent of the law, and this is what was created by the charter. And this actually brings the VGMC back to that point. So, yes, I'm definitely in support of this. So, Ms. Denny's, you get to have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got a couple of technical questions and some comments, but in this whole process, excuse me, what Mr. Brown said, and thank you for serving. Thank you to the entire Charter Review Commission for serving and tackling this sensitive issue that's so important, I believe, to Volusia County's future. And we live in a representative democracy, not just a democracy. This is a representative democracy. And that's where in VGMC and some of these issues have fallen the parameter. It's no secret that this is not my preferred outcome. I would have dissolved VGMC completely, given the history and some of the issues, and would still be okay with that on the record. But I am also supporting representative democracy and the collaboration that has been achieved among the parties, and I think that says a whole lot. I think this takes us back to the original intent, which is what the chair was referring to, because without question, the VGMC had strayed from their lines, their boundaries, and which is why we're here, and why some of the conversation has been so heated and strong. And the VGMC, I believe we're one of 2 counties, if not the only county in the state of Florida that still has a VGMC, because most of the other 67 counties got with the times when the state of Florida implemented their DEO, the Department of Economic Opportunity, when Governor Rick Scott came on board. And so now what we have is redundancy. We have another level of bureaucracy, if you will, for our developers, and that literally puts Volusia County at a disadvantage going forward in a competitive situation. We've seen that multiple times. We have two recent issues within the last 24 months, which is why we're here today and this discussion's occurring. So as far as redundancy goes, I don't believe we need it. It's still a disadvantage. However, I think we are taking some of the negativity away, or at least let's put it this way, we're putting VGMC back where it belongs. And one of the things that's been most disconcerting to me, I have read the minutes over the last several years of the VGMC, and yes, they may meet twice a month, but some of them, there was nothing on the calendar. In fact, they would just do something on the Florida Sunshine Law, and it's public record, you can read it yourself. So, here we are with this, and here's my question is on the appeals process. Explain to me how that has changed. In other words, does it still go into circuit court? In other words, who's the highest authority on this? If there's a challenge, are you still taking it out of local hands and putting it into the court?
It still would go to circuit court for review. I don't think there's any meaningful way for the charter to change that without saying that, without changing the structure, which is intended to be conflict resolution. The review is based upon the evidence presented to the Growth Management Commission, and it goes to the circuit court, which reviews for essentially procedural due process, which the rules provide, and to determine whether or not there was substantial competent evidence to support the decision of the commission. So in that sense, it's a limited review to ensure adherence to the standards that have been created. It doesn't come to you or to any other body to review from the substantive aspect of it. I don't think there's any real way to change that without changing more fundamentally the nature of the commission.
I understand that completely, and that's my point. But what I want to go back to is, I heard comments during public input time that you have to hire an attorney to get anything done. Well, you know what, you're right, but not at this level. Not at the municipal level, not at the county level. Where you have to hire an attorney is through the process of the VGMC being challenged at the circuit court level. So your problem as a citizen isn't with the county or the municipalities, it is with the process of the VGMC having to challenge that in circuit court. I think that in itself is a burden that shouldn't have to be bared by those that choose to have standing, or if you're really looking at the process, from beginning to end, the challenge from voter standing or any group standing and challenge is at the end with the circuit court. I think that's a weight that's a little too strong. I still don't support that. Can't change it. I get that. But for the record, you need to know that's where the challenge is for the attorneys. It's not here. There's plenty of time for redress and appeals at the local and the county level. So I'm going to support this, and I thank you for all your hard work. It'll be 10 years. Volusia County will have the VGMC unless something changes for another 10 years. Please know it is redundancy. It is a time. Time is money. I mean, when we're competing, when Volusia County is competing with our neighboring counties, you have this purposely puts us at a disadvantage. It does. There's no getting around it. So for 10 years, we still have VGMC. I don't know who's going to come after us. Most of us probably won't be here. Josh, you're young enough, you'll probably be chair in 10 years, or who knows what's going to happen. We haven't seen the end of you yet.
I'll be with Amic Fall out fishing.
Yeah.
Could be.
And her husband.
And
And my wife.
Because he hates politicians, remember that.
And watching Columbo reruns. I'm going to
Yeah,
write a
some Columbo
series for you. So with that, colleagues, I appreciate the process. Thank you. I'm going to support it as written, but please know going forward, I'm going to be watching what happens and if there's any stumbling blocks. Thank you. And here's just one other editorial input. In reading the challenges and some of the stumbling blocks, what concerned me most as an elected and as anybody in Volusia County should be, decisions were being made outside of Volusia County for what was happening inside Volusia County. So you see this VGMC, where the planners were, is Orlando, where the attorneys, Orlando, the decisions being affected, Volusia County. If all government is local, we need to keep it local. So you need to know there's more to this. Read the minutes. It would be very interesting to read the minutes from the last couple years on the record. It tells quite a footprint of what has happened. So with that, I'm done, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
So there was no motion and all that?
Move approval.
Okay, motion for approval.
And Mr. Chair, if I may,
And
Ms.
seconded by
Denny's,
Mr. Patterson, and yes, Mr. Eckert.
and the motion includes the correction.
The corrections as noted on the,
Indeed, with changing the appellate process and defunding, yes, that's a good motion.
No, ma'am, if I may to clarify, I'm referring to the corrected version of the ordinance distributed yesterday.
Thought I had you there, Mr. Eckert. Yes, sir, indeed it
page
does.
3A, yeah.
Which would be the,
Ms. Denny's, as a point of order, why don't you state the entire motion other than just so moved, please?
Yeah.
Yes, I will absolutely do that. So the motion is to approve ordinance 2016-10 relating to the Volusia Growth Management Commission, consisting of certification rules and organizations, as well as the amended language,
including the corrections on page 4-13.
including the corrections on page 4-13. Yes.
That's what I was looking for. Okay, so the motion stated is approval of ordinance 2016-10, amending Volusia County Growth Management Commission consistency, certification rules, and organization to include the corrections on page 4-13. And who was the second on that?
I was.
Mr. Patterson is the second. You agree with that, with the motion as read?
Yeah.
Very well. And Mr. Patterson, you have the floor then.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Denny beat me to making the motion there, because I fully intended on doing that. I probably am the only council member sitting up here. I keep going back to history.
You're dating yourself.
I
She says you're
intentionally do
dating
that.
yourself.
Honestly, you know, I'm not old, I'm just getting older. And the longer we sit here,
And wiser.
and, yeah. That's my barber who does that to me. In 1992, I ran for the county council, lost the election to Mr. Tuttle, and then I asked to have him appoint me to the Volusia County Growth Management Commission, which he did in 1994, and I served on the Growth Management Commission. And at that time, the function of the Growth Management Commission was that we heard of disputes between the county and cities, or the cities and cities. City of Daytona Beach and Ormond Beach were having some squabbles. DeBerry and Orange City was having some squabbles, and Deltona was, you know, there was a lot of little things going on. We didn't meet twice a month. We met as needed, and we did this. And I don't understand how it got to where it is today, but I know what we were doing back then, and I supported that. When I came on the county council in 1995, we had a council member that was doing everything he could at every meeting, when the Growth Management Commission came up, to defund, take all the money away from the Growth Management Commission, which would have really crippled it. And I couldn't support that at the time because I felt that the mission of the Growth Management Commission was to work with disputes between the cities and the counties, or the cities and the cities at the time. And so this is why I wanted to see it go back to where it was. I think this is a great amendment to it. And getting up to this argument of voting on, letting the people vote on it, why don't we just take every board that the county council has authority over and just say, okay, anybody that wants to serve on the boards has to run for it. We'd have elections all over the place. But we don't. We're a representative form of government, and this body, council, appoints people to sit on the Growth Management Commission, and we can make, decide if we need to remove. I have sat on the county council when we've taken people off individually or as a group from various boards. And the voters have the right, if they don't like it, they can make sure that we don't come back up here. But I think it's very important, and maybe this is something, if the League of Women Voters feels that everything should be voted on, that they should start pushing for everybody in the world, for every board and commission or anything, that everybody has to get elected to it, because that's probably the only fair way to do things. But we are a representative form of government, and we get elected up here to make some tough decisions, and sometimes it is. But this one is an easy decision to make. It really will solve a lot of problems, and I think that we need to move forward on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to all of you that are here this morning, this represents a representative government. We all have concerns about issues that are near and dear to us. And one of those issues is who will represent you in a representative government. And you make that decision every time you cast a vote to have a person elected to serve as a public officer. And as I believe my colleagues believe, that I don't take that lightly. I believe that I and all of us try to do what is best in the best interest of this great government. Let me thank the GMC committee for the work that you have done and continue to do, to the Charter Review, to those citizens that don't sit or are not a part of either of those two commissions. I know that they spent, the Charter Review Committee, they're those that wanted to just say, let's just get rid of it. You've heard that from Ms. Dennis. She was very adamant about that. But we say, no, this must go before the Charter Review, and we need to have some really constructive dialogue as to where we are and how can we make this better. Being one of only two in the state of Florida, it must be something that we're doing different than the rest of the counties in this state. So what can we do then to make this a better process that is representative of good government and provides input from citizens within our county? And we have done that. This document is the result of that work. Now, will everyone always agree? But we must agree many times to disagree and do what is best and right and good for the greatest good of this great country we live in. We do have representative government. You do have a voice. This document provides you with the steps that are necessary to take in order to make sure if you don't agree with a finding that you have the opportunity to express that. And so therefore I say I can support this because we have done due diligence, ladies and gentlemen, as to what we should do to try to make this document a workable document that is good for the citizens of Volusia County without removing it from its entirety. So to all of you, I say thank you. I will support this document because this document represents the people. You have made that decision. You have had dialogue, you've had input, you've had meetings around this county. This is representation of good government. And I strongly support that. And the ones of you that know me know that if I did not, I would say so. But I support this 100% because I think we have reached a compromise, and it's a compromise that I think that we all should be able to live with. Thank you to each of you, and thank you to my colleagues for your input in this situation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Guzek. Mr. Wagner.
Thank you. Everyone made some great comments. I appreciate everyone's input in emails, conversations in regards to this. I know this answer, so I'm not stupid by asking it, but I wanted to illustrate something. Hey, Dan, can you ask VGMC what they think we should do? I know the answer. Our experts that we appoint and they go on this board that really understand it, the answer is Josh, they already did it. It was lovely too. Okay. The point being is the experts have told me what we should do, and they know it better than anyone else. So for me, the answer is pretty easy. It'd be different if they weren't self-imposing rule changes. I don't mean to be funny, but it's just to bring out a point of we don't know everything as a council member. We just don't. And Erica, believe me, I've been with you on a bunch of stuff. We turn to experts all the time. The experts are telling me that this compromise makes sense. And that for me is enough. So I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Okay. Any other council member discussion? Mr. Lowry, are you going to push the button on or off?
Well, since you brought my name up, I just wanted to ask a question that's been kind of bugging me a little bit.
Go ahead.
Over the years, and I know you probably don't have a figure on this, but I guess you can answer rare or often. How often has this group granted standing to citizens? Is this something that happens as a rare case, or is it something that would happen often over the years of this organization?
It's infrequent. It's not. I mean, it's not so rare that it has never happened, but it's in a small percentage of the cases, less than 10, maybe 5.
I remember we never had one back when I was on the Growth Management Commission.
Well, that's the impression I got as I researched and did that. That was something that didn't happen very often at all. Thank you.
I think in the last 10 years, I'm trying to recall what the commission, of the amendments in the last 10 years, it's maybe 5% of the time.
See, Mr. Wagner brings out a very valid point, too, that these are not only our Charter Commission Review Board, but these are also suggestions by the VGMC, too. They worked with them. I mean, special kudos to anybody who says, oh, I want to put rules against myself and tighten up my rules and make our house clean before we move on to another house. I think that's amazing, and I commend those guys and ladies and gentlemen for working on that together. I mean, that is just that's just amazing, because most people would say, well, let the Charter Review make the decision. I want to sit back and we'll do things as business as usual, and not these people. And that's the big selling point for me, too. So unless there is further discussion, okay, I shall restate the motion, if I can find my glasses. Did you take my glasses?
I already got there.
I already got a pair. I got mine. I found them. Trust me. It's a heck of a day. Right, Josh? It's a heck of a day. You and me go, yeah, I know. I'm making it too easy for you. Okay, the motion is for approval of ordinance 2016-10, amending Volusia Growth Management Commission consistency, certification rules, and organizations to include corrections on pages 4-13. All those in favor, please signify by aye. And all those opposed. So carried, 7-0 unanimous. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
As the second oldest member of the council.
The second oldest?
I
Are you saying
recognize-
I'm old?
I recognize the need for a 10-minute recess.
Is there objection to a 10-minute recess? So carried, we'll take a 10-minute. You shouldn't talk about 4. Okay, if the chambers could please come to order, we would like to go ahead and finish off the morning session. And we are moving on to item number 5, which is open a public hearing and a staff report on ordinance 2016-09, dissolving the East Volusia Transportation Tax District. Yes. Mr. Eckert, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chumley, who's prepared this ordinance, is here with me. The council could view this as a bit of spring cleaning, delayed spring cleaning. The district was formed to support the VOTRAN service in East Volusia, and since for the past 20 years or so, the service has been countywide. The district was not dissolved at the time that service went countywide because it was viewed as a bit of an experiment, and the experiment's now lasted 20 years, so there's no need to retain the district, and it costs a little bit of expense to do so. So we recommend your adoption.
Okay, thank you, sir. Is there any other staff reporting on this matter? I see none, so we will move on to the public participation section. Is there any public participation?
No, sir, none that I received.
Very well. We will now close the public participation and the public hearing and open up council discussion on ordinance 2016-09, dissolving the East Volusia Transportation Taxing District. Mr. Patterson, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, and Joyce will remember this in the legislature, we used to find laws that were on the books that needed to go away, just maybe to reduce the volume of the pages in the books. But I was wondering if we might have any other of these type of things that we need to repeal or toss out other than this. But, Mr. Chair, I move approval of ordinance 2016-09, repealing Division 2's Article Roman numeral 5, Chapter 110 of the County Code of Ordinances and dissolving the East Volusia Transportation Tax District.
Okay, there's a motion for approval of, and there's a second by Ms. Kuzak. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of ordinance 2016-09, dissolving the East Volusia Transportation Taxing District, please signify by aye.
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 All those opposed? So carried. We will now move on to item 6, selection of and negotiation with top firm to provide self-funded group health plan administrative services for county employees. Estimated group insurance cost. It says Donna DePeister. Mr. Deneen, I think you want to take it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This item, just so we put it in perspective, next to the total amount of the money we spend for salaries, this is probably the biggest expenditure this government makes, except for maybe some capital, one-time capital items. But on an ongoing basis, this is one of the most expensive expenditures that we make. It's also one of the most important. Health insurance is absolutely a large part of people's salaries, and it is a big reason why people not only come but also stay here as employees for the long run. And the thing about health insurance, and I think it's true for all of us, you know, it's never really important until it's important. And how we make sure that our employees are protected is really important, and they all find out, almost everybody finds out inevitably, how important it is one day. That's in a lot of cases is a tragic day. And when you need help, you need it. So you want to make sure the right help is there. So we take this very serious. I do believe this is one of the biggest things that I bring you, and one of the biggest things that I've worked on in the whole time I've been here. We started, this is such a big process, and also the transition is very, very important when you make a change. And we don't make this lightly. If you remember back, it was actually the 2nd of April in 2015, we talked to you about the review we were doing with the benefits of our healthcare program and we said we would talk about putting together an RFP to go out, and that we were going to start the process, which was going to take almost 2 years to do, including the transition period. And we put together an action plan for you, laid out a timeline, and introduced the idea of taking the smaller benefits that we provide and to pull them off as separate so that we could be more competitive. I also did something that I thought was prudent, but also was asked to do by a number of council members and actually people in the community that provide health care. And that was to take this out to bid. We are self-insured, but we also went out for fully insured. The issue was we would go out, we would talk to the providers about what we believe we needed in health care. We'd make it an even playing field, but we would go out and give everybody an opportunity. People that would show us, do you want to stay self-insured, and give us options for that? And also, do you want to, we'll look at a fully insured plan. What we wanted to do was pick the plan that's the best for the county, its employees, and the citizens in the end. On August the 20th of 2015, we got approval of the contracts for dental, vision, and cancer, short-term and then cancer, and short-term disability. If you remember, we pulled those out, we bid those separately, as we said we would. We got really good prices because of the process that we used. Obviously, I'm going to bring up Joe here and Mr. Robinson, and I will tell you, Mr. Robinson has been no small help in making sure that happened. So in that case, we pulled these off separately. By pulling them off separately, we sort of pulled them aside so we could get good bids on the comprehensive package that we're bringing forward today. But we also did better on those programs. Those tend to be programs that are really, in a lot of ways, carried by the individual employees, because they pick up the great cost of those. On December 17th of 2015, we did an overview of the RFP and the key points to the Council on Health program. Now, if you remember, this to me is also a time when we talked about one of the biggest things that we accomplished, and that was we negotiated contracts with all of the unions that they decided to forego their right to negotiate health care. That was a big deal that not many places could pull off. Why did that happen? Because we did an honest job negotiating. We proved to them it was in their best interest, and because they trust the council. They trust the judgment, I think, of the management to come up with for the recommendation, but they trust the council to do the right thing. And because what you have now is you have contracts that allow you to implement health care across the board. The beauty of that for us is I think we can do one plan that fits everyone, so it's cheaper for everybody and protects everybody better. That, to me, was no small feat. We also, on 1/12/16, released the health RFP. Right now, the Medicare RFP is out and pending right now. Now, the other thing we did, and Joe will talk about this, was I was insistent that we have, especially with our non-union employees, and also with our union employees, because they're putting their faith in your hands, and because they are going to have to shoulder more of these costs as the county's going to shoulder more costs. There's no, we got good bids here, but inevitably healthcare goes up. And because I think that we all have to shoulder these increasing costs, I want to make sure that we all understand what we're buying. One of the biggest issues I've seen as manager, and I've had a lot of experience with this, is that the average employee, and this is true with the average citizen, does not understand the health care that they buy. In a lot of cases, do not understand and appreciate the cost and the implications of making a wrong decision and what matters in health care when you need it. What we wanted to do was have our employees sit down and understand what it costs, what's in the packages, and we wanted to make sure we understood all their concerns. So what Joe's going to talk about, which was one of the things I insisted on, was having a committee of employees, both union and non-union, that followed through the process, understood, and helped our management team come up with not only the RFP, but helped in the decision making of what company we should select. I think in the long run, I think the council will find that that was in the best interest of everyone, because this way there will be no argument that people didn't know what was in the healthcare package. Also, we learned a lot of stuff, as Joe will tell you, from comments that the employees had, especially when we're reviewing the contracts. about what they saw as problems in terms of healthcare and how we could avoid those. I'm happy to say today that what we're bringing forward with you today is a recommendation for Cigna, as we got down to 3 healthcare companies that it turned out to be self-insured, turned out to be the right way to go for us, and we ended up with 3 competitors. And once you have competition, you're also going to get a better price, especially good competition on competing on apples to apples. And Cigna turned out to be the right company, I believe. When we go ahead today, if the council approves this, that'll allow us to finalize the contract with them to get the final contract approved at the next meeting or the meeting after, depends on how long it takes to get that contract written. And then we will talk in the next stage about how we'll go forward in what is the fair and equitable way to balance those increased costs in the future between employees and the county. The meetings that the team had with the employee benefit team, they met with this team, pulled everyone together for 5 formal meetings, and constantly sent emails to all the team members as we went through updates. With that, what I'd like to do is I'd like to have Joe Pozo come forward, and he handled this with HR, and he can introduce Mr. Robinson and anyone else he wants to have him help walk you through, first, how we involved employees, and then 2, to get into, with Mr. Robinson, the details of the package that we're recommending today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deneen. Good morning, Chairman Davis and members of council. Joe Pozo, Assistant Director, Human Resources. As Mr. Deneen said, we formed an employee benefits team at his direction. We've met 5 times, and we have solicited the team many times for input, not only on the healthcare benefit, but also on the healthcare smartphone application that we are developing for employees, which we think will make their life easier, accessing physicians, accessing urgent care centers, pharmacies, and just basic plan information. And that actually, that idea actually came from the employee benefits team itself. So we're working on that, and as we implement our new health plan, we'll be implementing that application as well sometime first of the year. Our information technology division is actually developing that for us, and we're working very closely with them. What I'd like to do is just sort of give you an overview of the departments and the people that represent the employee benefits team. Some of them are here today. And then bring up Kendra Hively, who is a part of the team. She would like to say a few words, if that's okay with the chair, and bring her up on behalf of the team and sort of just let her tell you. It's always better to have a team member tell you how they feel the team has provided input and what they have benefited from. So the team consists of members from all of our departments and divisions. Mr. Charles Hargrove from the legal department represents legal and also provides human resources and the team with advice. From Public Works, Kendra Hively, Regina Montgomery, and Reggie Sears. From the Sheriff's Office, Gary Biddle, Lillianne Benucci. From Business Services, Christine Jarvis and Wanda Lindberg. Growth and Resource Management, Brianna Peterson and Tara Boujalon. Aviation and Economic Resources, Brent Pollock. Teamsters, as Mr. Deneen said, all of our collective bargaining units are represented. From Teamsters, Brody Hughes. From the IAEP, which represents EVAC, Robert Boscovich. From Finance, Pat Kerr. Ocean Center, James Weil. Public Protection, Elizabeth Driscoll, Chanel Norden, Terry Boscus. Community Services, Brooke White. Community Services, Angela Walker. Property Appraiser's Office, Mary Ellen Chiarelli. Election Supervisor, Erica Vaco. Budget and Administrative Services, Phyllis Schwartz. The IFF, which represents the Fire Collective Bargaining Unit, Lieutenant Al Ward. And we also added a retiree representative, Mr. Doug Gross, who is a former county employee in finance. As we're going through the Medicare process and that RFP, we felt it was very important to involve somebody from the retirement community. So with that, I'd like to ask Kendra Hively to come up from Public Works and tell you in her own words how she feels about the employee benefit team. Kendra?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, council members. Thank you for the opportunity today to speak. Kendra Hively, Public Works Administration. I'm here to give you a brief description on my experience on the team. My responsibility was to assist personnel in providing feedback and communicating to our department. With that, Public Works had 3 representatives due to the large size of our department. And that gave us the opportunity to reach the 350 employees that make up Public Works. The meetings, we had 5, as Mr. Deneen said, 5 meetings with the team. And during those meetings, John Robinson was integral in summarizing the details and the abundant information that is in the healthcare plan. After those meetings were held, we went back to Public Works and had our meetings with the divisions. We have 7 divisions. We relayed the information we learned and asked for their opinions and feedback. We compiled that information and sent it back to personnel, which I believe that feedback played an important role in conducting and getting the scope of work together. One of the main recurring feedback we heard from our employees and coworkers is not having the information at their fingertips. And I think with giving that information back to personnel, it helped create the idea of the healthcare app. They had the opportunity to also give feedback on what they wanted to see in that app, and I believe that's, as Mr. Pozo said, is under development now. And with that being said, I believe the process in allowing the employees the opportunity, the feedback, and have their opinion heard, I think that meant a lot to the employees. And for senior management to recognize and to listen to the employees and to value their feedback is immeasurable, I believe, to the employees. So with that being said, it was an honor to serve on the team, and I appreciate the ability to have the input, be able to put input into such an important component in Volusia County government. Thank you.
I want to thank you for your time and effort on the team. I do want to tell the council that the team is going to go forward in the future. They're going to look at, as we implement whatever healthcare we do, they're going to monitor, make sure what issues we might have. The beauty of being self-funded is that we have greater control over if we have a problem in healthcare. For example, we've had this happen when we were self-funded in the past. If, say, somebody gets denied, we have a lot more say in why and how that person should be treated. So we'll look at that. We'll look at ways to interact. One of the big things that came out of this thing with the team, which is an enormous change in our program and really is not going to be much of a cost to us because of the way we bid it, is that, you know, you've heard of in-network and out-of-network. Well, we had in-network, then we had the first tier of out-of-network, and then really out-of-network. And the first tier of out-of-network pretty much was the stuff sort of outside of Volusia County. So you got into Orange County, up by Gainesville, whatever, Tallahassee, and you were out-of-network. It was the first tier of out-of-network. Well, if you've ever used healthcare, you know out-of-network means a lot more cost. We found a way, we believe, to bring it into just 2 rings, which is in-network and out-of-network, and the new in-network would be further all the way down to Orlando, Gainesville, Tallahassee, so that as people have their kids there or they're there, they'll be treated in-network. I will tell you that I believe that this concept of using the employees involved in healthcare, I think especially when the unions made a choice to trust you and to not negotiate healthcare, which they have a right to do, I think is absolutely paramount to getting and making sure that people understand what we're paying for and understand what the costs are and what their implications and responsibilities are as employees to healthcare. I will tell you though, and I've done this in Ohio, this is not the norm. It's very unusual for people to involve the employees, and I think that's sad because I think in the end, it's better for all of us. And I really want to thank the team members. They put a lot of time in, and I think going forward, we'll meet maybe on a quarterly basis, but they'll have an avenue in case there's an issue with healthcare to bring it forward to us. Obviously, the contract that we're recommending is going to be 5 years with a 5-year renewal. And in that 5 years, if we have a problem, we can get out. But the point is with that team, I think we'll have a better handle and try to deal with the issues, because some issues come up and you cannot afford for an individual to fall through a crack, especially when it comes to healthcare. You could really devastate a family, and time is of the essence. I've seen people that because the decision was delayed, they died because they didn't, it was a something like a cancer or something, and it grew too fast. Under our process, they'll have a place, an opportunity to make sure that they appeal it to us. With that, Joe, you want to bring Mr. Robinson up?
Yes, sir, Mr. Deneen. And I did fail to mention, when we conduct these employee benefit team meetings, it's not human resources just standing up and providing the information. Mr. Robinson has been a part of every one of those, so that the information provided is that, particularly the technical information, is done firsthand, and he's done a very good job with that. And with that, I'd like to bring up Mr. Robinson just to give a brief overview of the item and before you. So, Mr. Robinson.
Thank you. John Robinson, President and CEO of Robinson Bush, independent benefits consulting firm in Orlando, Florida. I'd like to spend a few minutes going through the analysis that was done on the request for proposal for the health plan components that we're talking about today. And I'd like to talk to you in terms of the financial aspect of it and what we did from a financial perspective and looking at that analysis, and then talk about some of the highlights from an executive summary perspective as to what the evaluation committee looked at when they were looking at the administration and the plan design and the network and the health management types of issues, as well as some of the costs and guarantees that are a part of that. But first of all, with the financial piece, what we do as a company and what we put into this particular RFP was a repricing exercise of claims. We gave companies $24.6 million worth of claims that were actually de-identified claims that were your actual claims that took place back in 2015. That represents a 6-month claims information that was presented to the companies. And what we asked them to do is reprice them based on their discounts that they have at their facilities. And we asked about those facilities and looked at a disruption of that as well. In looking at that, this represents about 6 months, and it doesn't represent all of your claims, but it represents a good sample of the claims that we have and what we have set up. We asked for aggregate information in the RFP, and then we sent a team of analysts and a team from the county as well, some of your financial personnel as well, to look at those and to validate those particular numbers. And what we came back with was a 4% difference in discounts, meaning that the discounts are 4% better from the companies that we're looking at and the recommendations, and then what currently exists. That 4% represented about $1 million in savings on those particular claims just because of the additional contracts that existed there. We did a similar exercise with the pharmacy that I'll talk about in a little bit. But in addition to looking at the actual claims and the repricing to get those particular numbers, we asked for guarantees on that repricing. So we said to the companies, give us a guarantee as to what will happen in 2017 when it comes to discounts off of the billed pricing that we could expect. And we found that that was a good exercise as well. And what we found and what Cigna came back with was even an improved discount guarantee that we think is very valuable and will be very valuable as we move forward. That particular guarantee is also backed by a performance guarantee of money, that if they miss that particular mark, monies will come back. We don't want the monies coming back, we want the discount, and we want that guarantee because that's obviously a much better arrangement for you as a county in paying that particular portion of the plan. From a pharmacy perspective, we did a similar exercise, as I said. We gave companies $9 million worth of claims in a similar fashion, and they did some repricing on those and gave us some guarantees. And we found that the discounts are in the neighborhood of $300,000 better than what you currently have when it comes to that as well. So that enters into the equation when we look at the numbers. We also ask about the generic fill rate guarantees, and the higher the generic fill rate that we have, the actual prescriptions that are generic versus brand, the less cost you would have for those particular arrangements. We had one company that wanted to put some restrictions and requirements on the generic drugs, and that was something that was outside of what the committee looked at as a scope. So it wasn't looked upon as favorably as ones that looked at this more voluntary and from the standpoint that we could work with employees to educate them on generics as opposed to forcing them into generics, which we thought was a very important piece. So what we try to do as an exercise, and this is the exercise in the RFP analysis, this is not the cost aspect of what we will see from premiums and what we will see from claims. That's the second phase. Because what we wanted to do in the first phase is select the company that would best represent the costs and the guarantees and some of the other areas as possible, and then come back to you with the actual impact that it will have on your plans. As I said, we looked at 2015 claims, and these have to be projected forward as we look at this particular exercise. But looking at this as an exercise and looking at the claims that we did and looking at them on an annual basis and adding all of the administrative costs to this, we believe that in looking at a Cigna, that there will be a significant savings in the neighborhood of around $2 million when we look at the claims and the administrative costs to what you currently have. Now that's going to have to be projected forward, and that's, as I said, would be a second step. So we wanted to just say that the process has been successful from a financial perspective, but we need to now, and we are running the numbers and looking at some of the plan design differences that we will bring back to you in the second phase of this. What are some of the other things that the committee looked at outside of the financial aspect of this? The evaluation committee was unanimous in their recommendation to Cigna as the top company to negotiate a contract with. In addition to that, they liked the fact of their size. We looked at the size not only in the Volusia County area, and we looked at that as a 5-county area around you, but also in the state, where they have 300,000 members in this particular area, and then 1.4 million in the state. We also, the committee was also interested in the hours of operation for customer service. It's 24/7, the way they have it set up, and that was very important. So that if someone has an issue at night, or they can't sleep and want to check on a claim, they will have the ability to do that and get a live person at Cigna. The consumer tools we think are very helpful as well, where people can either look up online some of the issues that they have with networks and whatnot, but also look for improvements in health as a way to help themselves as well. We talked to you earlier about claims fiduciary responsibilities and the company being able to defend any type of decision that they make, and Cigna will do that as well. We spent a lot of time on the network because the network is a very important issue. You heard about some of the things with the networks now that you have a combination of networks. We were very specific in the RFP to make sure that all local hospitals would be included in the network with any of the companies that we had. We defined those, and we defined them as being Halifax and Florida Memorial and Birdfish, as well as some of the other ones in this immediate area. They are all in the Cigna network. And also Central Florida Regional was also in the network too that was asked for as well. In addition to that, the Cigna network is a national network. It's an integrated network. And with that integration of the network, it gives us different opportunities to do some different things with the plans and the networks that Mr. Deneen had referred to. And that's some of the things that we're looking at as we're moving forward with that as well. The issue of health management and programs for health management was a very important issue to the committee, and we think very important for you as you look forward. We can look at savings based on improved discounts, and we can look at savings because of the administrative fees that are going to be charged or you will pay for. But in addition to that, it's the health of individuals. And how can we help individuals get healthy or help individuals with specific diseases or conditions? Those programs will be available through this too that when implemented, will help dampen trends as we move forward with this. So all in all, we think that the combination of the price and the discounts and the programs that are going to be offered, in addition to one that we added to this as well, and that's telemedicine, that was important to the committee as well. and that is that for 24/7, you'll have the ability to call a board for certified physician for some of those urgent care types of situations that may be a little more easy to deal with over the phone than having to go someplace. So that's another aspect of it as well. If we are successful in having you pass this particular item, we will begin the negotiations with Cigna. We anticipate bringing back that particular recommendation at a future meeting sometime in June if we can, along with some of the cost and the plan design changes that would be recommended as that as well. I know that there's a big interest in the cost. They're coming. We wanted to make sure that we got things in place first and dealt with the company, and then we can come back with all of the numbers and answer any questions you have on that.
With that, Mr. Robinson, you can hold for just a second. If I can, I want to do a little surprise for the council and take a little 2-second reprieve. Because of our new technology, we're going to bring something cool in front of you here.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Joanne, introduce what we're going to do.
Okay,
Well, you've heard of the whole thing about Tourism Week
Yeah.
and about what's going on in the community.
Yeah.
We've got a big event going right now at the airport, and the community's so pumped about our airport. Joanne?
Okay, Joanne Magley, Community Information Director. And as many of you know, this is National Travel and Tourism Week. It's America's annual salute to travel and tourism.
By
This
the way,
week-
if you're wondering, we have to do this right this second because of the timing at the airport. Go ahead.
Flights coming in, passengers deplaning and such. This week was established by a congressional resolution in 1983. Locally, our 3 tourism bureaus, the Hotel Motel Association, Daytona Beach International Airport, and the Ocean Center Convention Center, they've teamed up for the salute this week. Tuesday was the breakfast that all of our bureaus were at for a speaker panel, which was hosted at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. And today, the representatives from the 3 tourism bureaus are at Daytona Beach International Airport. They're welcoming the passengers as they get onto the planes and as they get off the planes. They were there from 11 o'clock. First flight arrived at 11:30 for this celebration. And so they're going to welcome all 3 of our airlines. They're going to welcome American and JetBlue, and then Delta. Thank you. This technology is making me nervous right now. Jeff, are we ready? Okay. So now
Let's give it a go.
we're gonna go live to Daytona Beach International Airport.
There we are.
Where Development
There he is.
Director Jay Cassens is standing by. Hi, Jay. You're live during the council meeting. Can you hear me?
You're broadcasting live around the world.
Council.
Yes.
Okay.
Joining us today. Today is National Tourism Week. This year, Volusia County welcomed over 9.5 million visitors to the area, which accounted for over $5 billion in local tourism spending, which has created over 41,000 jobs in the economy, in the local economy. This week, we wanted to say thank you to all the passengers traveling through Daytona Beach International Airport. Because without them, all the numbers that I just mentioned would not be possible. So today, we're welcoming all the passengers coming off the plane and saying thank you. Have a good day. Sorry about that.
Get back to work. Can they hear us?
The CBBs are here to welcome the passengers. American Airlines flight just got done deplaning, so we missed all 90 passengers that just went through, but we're welcoming American Airlines, JetBlue, and Delta Airlines today.
We're
Giving
gonna
away
have to pay
cookies
90
and saying thank you again.
So this is what it looks like after the event took place.
Yeah, I got them. Yeah. Wow.
The technology is great. We just got to do our timing a little better.
Hey, everyone. Oh,
Thank you.
you missed him. Yeah.
Show them.
All right.
Hey, Rick Carl. Mr. Carl. We're the people.
The point being, and Joanne, You could, Jeff, you can cut. The point being is,
Please cut.
the point being is that if you, the beauty of this is how connected we are as a community. When you got all these people interested, you got the chambers out there, you got people doing this for tourism. It's one community trying to be together. That's one of the issues is that we didn't do things together. Now we do everything together. And I think that that really bodes well for this community, that we're out there, we're all, you know, we're pumped, people appreciate the investment you got in the airport, and we treat people differently here than they do in a lot of other places. Rick?
Mr. Dean, Rick Carl, Director of Aviation. I just wanted to highlight what Mr. Dean was saying. Yesterday, there was, you were there at the meeting, there were 200 people in attendance, and all the CVBs were there. And I could tell you that all the CVBs are really trying to row in the same direction, at your direction. That was the theme. Everybody's working together, so it's your direction is being followed. Thank you.
And I can attest to that, because every one of the advertising authorities members were coming up to me and saying, hey, you know, thank you very much. We're glad we're all working together. And they're telling me about what's going on from the west side. Representatives are telling me what's going on the east side of the county, and vice versa. It's like, I'm very impressed. So you guys were doing a great job. We gave them good direction, and they're following the marching orders, and the job is getting done. So
We're going to
that's
get
important.
better at the new technology. Joanne, thank you very much. And Mr. Robinson and Joe, you're back at the podium.
Yeah, Joe.
And we'll pick up our discussion on healthcare.
Yeah. Let's get back to something more exciting, like
So at this point,
healthcare
really,
discussions, please.
How do we
There's
follow
more
that?
people in this room here.
right, at this point, to
we
be
follow
honest with
that?
you, let's get right to the chase. And the bottom line is that this, I am so pleased with the process and how it worked. This is the biggest contract we hand out. And you don't see any protests, you don't see any argument. That says something about how the process went, how open it was, how fair it was. And you've gotten the best, this is the best proposal for the money that works for everybody. I am extremely pleased. I've gone through episodes, I've known other managers that have really wrestled with this, especially in this complex society in terms of healthcare. It is the key to retaining employees. I also think that it's important that our employees understand how much the government spends on their health care, because it is a big part of their salary. And, you know, and they need to take that in consideration with other benefits. And when we have had, you know, issues where we couldn't raise wages, and this council, quite frankly, didn't raise health care costs to employees, even when the costs went up, when we weren't given raises. And I don't think that was missed by the employees. I do think that us involving them is a lot different than other places. I don't understand why other communities don't do that. So at this point, I think we're just open to the council in terms of questions you might have. I know each one of you have been briefed. And you've been briefed all the way along. This is such a big deal for us. It is one of the biggest things that I'll probably ever work on in my career here at Volusia County, and I'm really proud of how it's worked out to this point. So with that, we're opening up for comments from the council.
Thank you. Is there any council comment? And by the way, yes, you keeping us well informed about what's going on throughout this whole process. I greatly appreciate it. I thought it would be one of the most boring things ever, but no, you actually kept it lively and informative, and we did well, and I'm very appreciative of all the work you did. So, open it up to the council member, discussion, motion. I'm looking at a light. Mr. Patterson.
Give me a second here. Mr. Chair, move approval that the county council authorize negotiations with the number one ranked firm, Cigna Health and Life Insurance Company, for award of a contract. If they're unable to come to terms with Cigna, we will negotiate with the two ranked respondents, Aetna Life Insurance, and in the event that negotiation fails, go with number 3 ranked UMR. And we have a draft, so recommend approval of that.
All right, motion for approval of selection and negotiation with top firm to provide self-funded group health insurance administrative services for county employees. Ms. Kuzak, you have something to say, or are you the second? Well, he beat you to the light. I'm so sorry. Would you like to have the second, madam?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Let me have
one moment.
Well, no, I just want to thank everybody, staff and the county employees, everybody that's involved. John Robinson, you know, as usual, we go back a long ways. You did a stellar job for the agency I was involved with years ago, and you've done a stellar job. Your company, you know, you guys do a great job. This, you know, have heard for years over the Cadillac plans that the county has had, but the plans have been one that have to serve the employees here.
Right.
And we want to make sure that we keep that up. This is a very important part because if you're not taking care of them on health issues, you're not doing a good job, and it doesn't help our workforce to know that. So I think thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Patterson. Ms. Cusack, you had the second. Do you wish to have the floor?
Mr. Patterson said it so well. I concur with his comments.
He is such an eloquent speaker. Mr. Eckert.
Just to clarify that if we don't come back, if they don't arrive at a contract with Cigna to recommend to you, they will come back to you to say that we should to request your authority to go to the next.
Right.
Second, yeah.
That was part of my motion.
As a part of the motion.
Yes, that was all part of the motion.
It sounded as if that authority had been delegated to staff. I'm saying council retains the authority before it goes to the.
Okay, all right.
Yes, okay. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed. So carried unanimous 7-0. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair.
Your turn to get to work now.
Mr. Chair, once
Yes,
again,
sir.
I want to thank the staff, but I will say something that I probably have hardly ever said in my entire career. Mr. Robinson, without a doubt, may be the best, if not, definitely one of the best, if not the best consultant I have ever hired. Thank you.
I agree. Good. Thank you, sir. All right. We're going to move on here to item number, because we do have a little bit of a time frame we've got to make here this morning. We're moving on to item number 7. Mr. Gibson, Mr. Mayor, are you going to speak on item 7, or are you just here to referee it? Okay, I need you to do your yellow slip there. Make sure. You did? Okay, because I haven't seen it yet. Okay, here we go. We're going to move to item 7 then. I just wanted to get ready for you. I just wanted to get ready for him. I know Doug. I just want to get ready for it. Resolution, transfer of Oak Hill Medical Facility to Burt Fish Foundation Incorporated. Mr. Eckert, are you speaking to this matter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Mr. Chumley, who's seated here next to me, has prepared the resolution for you to transfer this facility, which we acquired from the Burt Fish Foundation, back to it. Mr. Chumley's been coordinating with Mr. McKinnon on behalf of the trust and the city regarding the timing of it, so that we know what the city wants to do in terms of the existing lease, and we'll transfer the deed consistent with that after we know what the city's intention is. But this is a facility that was acquired from the county by its foundation. It's requested its return. It's appropriate that you do that, and we recommend your approval today.
Do you need to speak, Mr. Chumley? Or he said it so well, too? He's quite an eloquent speaker. Would you like to hear from the public first, Ms. Denny's?
Yes, sir.
Very well. Mr. Mayor Gibson, please come front and center. And who is this young lady with you?
Con Evans.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, you look taller, because every time I see you, you're behind the computer going like this. Mr. Mayor?
My name is Douglas Gibson. I'm currently the mayor of the city of Oak Hill. My address is 297 River Road, Oak Hill, Florida. I'm here to thank the county chair, council members, county manager, and staff for bringing this up. Just briefly, this facility has been operated in Oak Hill for a number of years, as all of you are aware. The citizens of Oak Hill, plus the citizens of Southeast Volusia, utilize this facility on a daily basis. I wasn't aware how many people did use this until I got involved, when I found out that the property possibly could be sold. As a result, it's going to be transferred, I hope, that y'all will approve it, to the Burt Fish Foundation. Burt Fish Foundation and the city have been working together, and Burt Fish has said that after, if y'all approve it, then it would be given to the city. As a result of that, the foundation and the city will probably be working on the lease agreement, which is presently with the county. So I just want to urge y'all to approve this because it's extremely beneficial to the citizens of Oak Hill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there anybody else to speak on the public?
No, sir.
Okay, very well. Ms. Denny's, you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mayor Gibson and Manager Deneen and staff for this. When this first came to our attention loudly, let's just say it that way, and it was all of a sudden it was on our timeline. When I called the manager out of concern, when it was reported in the paper and we started getting some reports, and Mr. Deneen assured me that he would work with the mayor and the city of Oak Hill to a positive conclusion, but we had to go through some legal hurdles. There was obviously some legal issues we had to deal with and address, and that he and staff would do that. And I remember calling Mr. Gibson. We said, this is the mayor. This isn't just Mayor Gibson. This is the mayor that can handle a gavel. I will put this mayor up against anybody, very genuinely, in Volusia County. This man can handle a gavel and represents his city very well. So I want to thank you. All that being said, it was a tense situation. There's always, we were committed to getting to yes for the citizens of Oak Hill and Volusia County doing the right thing. So, Mr. Manager, thank you. You really came through on this with a tense situation. And Mayor Gibson, thank you for communicating with us, and your commissioners, thank them, because I think all of Volusia County citizens will be served very well in how we resolve this. And it's a great way. With that, I'm going to make a move to approve.
All right, there's a motion for approval.
Second.
I'll give it to Mr. Lowry this time. He's been very quiet and patient today, so Mr. Lowry gets the second. Any further discussion? Because I do, okay. Mr. Mayor, glad we were able to get this done. As Ms. Denny's had said, it came on very quickly, abruptly to everybody. You know, there was some name calling, some things done, and people pulling here and there. But we got it through. And glad the citizens over in Oak Hill are going to keep their doctor, keep the medical center. Heck, we're having more medical and insurance discussions today than we've had here on this council for months. Yeah. And so I'm very happy to hear that we're going to get this done. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you, Ms. Denny's, for working on this project with us. And I worked on it. I think most of our council and Mr. Deneen, everybody that's had a hand on this, thank you, because the citizens really needed it.
Really a team approach, Mr. Chair.
Really a team.
Yes.
And that's what we're about. So, unless there's something else from my team, all those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed. So carried 6-0. Mr. Daniels, chair turn around. Is he in it? He'll be right back. Okay, he just had to step out for a moment. Okay, now we're going to move to the last item on the agenda for the morning. Mr. Earnhardt, can you accomplish this in 32 minutes or less?
Yes, sir.
All right, because we have a lunch engagement at 12:30. On your mark. Set the clock for 32 minutes. And I'm joking about the clock. You have the floor, sir.
I only allow 5 minutes at my
He left 5 minutes
my
ago.
meetings. 5 minutes.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the County Council, Rob Earhart, Economic Development
Tough
Director.
crowd.
Never a good thing to be standing between you and your next meal, so I will.
You know us too well, Rob.
Brief. The objective here is to give you an overview of the local economy in the first quarter of 2016, and we'll get right to it by looking at the first slide, which, by the way, for those of you listening on the internet, this presentation is posted on our website at floridabusiness.org. If you'll click on the Data and Key Reports tab, you'll see this presentation is right at the top of that page.
Rob, also tell them they can come out to the airport and see it.
And yes, sir. We'll give this presentation tomorrow at Daytona Beach International Airport in the McGee Room. We'll serve breakfast at 7:45, and the meeting will begin promptly at 8 o'clock. Thank you. So the first slide looks at employment growth over a 6-month period of time for MSAs in the United States. Data point, 387 MSAs in the United States. 80% of those show employment growth as measured year over year during this 6-month period of time. So that's what the first light blue bar shows. That's what average MSA growth looks like over this 6-month period of time. The top quartile, that is the top 25%, roughly 80 of those, this next darker blue slide bar, that's what employment growth looks like in those 80 MSAs. And the crescendo is for our MSA, the Deltona, Daytona Beach, Ormond Beach MSA. By comparison to the top quartile, this is what our employment growth, again, year over year, looks like over this 6-month period of time. So clearly that's a positive story. I think this reflects what we all know is taking place in our community. And here are the details that you typically see in terms of local employment statistics. So I won't dwell on this slide. We look at a different survey, and that is employment trends comparison by major industries. So clearly you can see that education and health is our #1 employer by industry in Volusia County, but the most significant growth that's occurred during the first quarter, again, this is year over year growth, is in retail, trade, and professional and business services. I apologize, this slide is not fully displaying, but you have it in the books before you. So this is just a breakdown of employment statistics for each of our, for Volusia County and for each of our cities with population over 25,000. And in particular, I'll highlight that the unemployment rate for Volusia County is 4.8% in March of 2016. The last time we saw unemployment rate that low was at the end of 2007. So it's been a while. And again, I apologize that this slide is not displaying the way it did this morning when I looked at it as a test drive. So moving on to residential permit data. This is another great positive piece of news. If you look in the first quarter, that is the orange bar, we had 437 permits totaling just shy of $138 million for those 437 permits. The last time we've seen a quarter of new construction permit activity in the residential market of this size is the third quarter of 2007. So again, it's been a while, and this is a very positive story in and of itself, but certainly in terms of growth year over year, 65% increase in the number of permits, 71% increase in the total dollar value of those permits. Moving, and here's the details for each of our cities. And congratulations once again to the city of DeLand, continues to lead the way. They have had the most residential new construction permits now for 4 quarters running, with almost $30 million.
Where are they building all these houses?
Mr. Carl recently moved to DeLand, so I'll let him answer that question now once we're done.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
We'll talk later.
I will state that because of the large number of residential properties, it proves the point that we do need a Sunrail station in DeLand. Just a little point.
Moving on to commercial. Moving on to commercial new construction permits, also a very positive story in the first quarter of 2016. Excuse me, $107 million in new construction permits. By comparison to the first quarter a year ago, that's an 84% increase in the number and 115% increase in the total dollar volume. And here are the details for each of the cities on the commercial new construction side. Congratulations to the city of Daytona Beach. They represent roughly 65%, almost two-thirds of that first quarter activity with over $70 million. And I think we're all familiar with most of the projects that occurred there, but I would just point out a couple of different project specifics. One, Embry-Riddle, so they have a new construction permit activity over $30 million. So that's in an educational setting. Daytona Beach Shores has a multifamily unit that's going up, and the total dollar value of their facility is over $8 million. And then in Orange City, there's an Orange City Medical Village with a new construction permit of over $2 million. So there is activity occurring around the county, not just in one particular area, but from my perspective, as importantly, in different facets of our economy, not just in one particular quarter. So a very positive story. As you look at the foreclosure slide, I'll share with you some recent national statistics from CoreLogic. This comes from their February of 2016 report nationwide. Foreclosure inventory totals 1.1% of all homes that have a mortgage. That's still a pretty significant number, but the good news is it's down from 1.5% a year ago. That's the lowest foreclosure inventory since November of 2007. So you're starting to hear the theme of first quarter 16 versus the end of 2007. The number of homes in some stage of foreclosure nationwide, as I said, it's still pretty significant. It's 434,000, but that's down pretty significantly from 571,000 in February of 2015. And then finally, the 5 states with the highest completed foreclosures in the last 12 months. Good news is Florida led the way with 72,000. The other 4 states are Michigan, Texas, California, and Ohio. Our last slide reflects a trend that has been occurring for the time period that you see represented between 2007 and 2016 as it relates to women-owned businesses. Between 2007 and 16, the number of women-owned business enterprises rose by 42%. Secondly, the number of net new women-owned businesses started per day is shown in the bar to the left. For the 5-year period ending in 2007 was 714. Ending in 2016, it's up to 1,000. So that's a very significant increase. And the third point I'll make is that women-owned business enterprises as startups are growing 5 times faster than the national average. So very significant for small business in general, and certainly as women pour themselves into entrepreneurship and starting a variety of different businesses. And in fact, back to tomorrow morning's presentation at the airport, we're going to try to touch on 5 themes briefly. Incubation will be one of those themes, and we will have a woman-owned business owner there to update the business community on her recent success in a venture capital competition that occurred at the Crummer School of Business at Rollins College. Very competitive, and $50,000 award for her. Some of the other themes we're going to touch on, so incubation, we'll go to incarceration. So as you know, the county manager has a diversity theme, a diversity initiative, and this year for us, the Department of Aviation and Economic Resources, we are partnered with the Corrections Division. So some of those in Mr. Carl's department have had a chance to go experience life in the corrections at the county jail, and they in turn will come and join us tomorrow and share some of their perspective. And as you are well aware, they've recently had a job fair, so back to some of our employment growth, great opportunities for residents in that area as well. The third thing will be this presentation. The fourth thing, we'll have Patricia Boswell, the new Volusia County Health Care Administrator. She'll be basically doing some education and hopefully, Ms. Cusack, hopefully no inoculation tomorrow. And then finally, you touched on the theme earlier, collaboration. We're going to have One Voice for Volusia. We'll be given the opportunity to just share a few minutes of what it is that they do. And I think it would be a mistake if I left without sharing with you that this arrived in our office the day before yesterday from the good folks at B. Braun Medical. Most of you are aware that we had a great event with Governor Scott a week ago Monday. This is yet another privately held firm. It just so happens their parent is also of German origin. And they have a U.S. headquarters in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. They made an announcement a week ago Monday to spend at least $100 million in our community to expand what we all know as the Gambro facility on Mason Avenue, and to hire at least 175 new employees. So as someone who's responsible on a day-to-day basis at looking at business expansion, I suggest to you this really puts an exclamation point on what we've tried to communicate here this morning, a positive story in the first quarter. So with that, I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Yeah, that was a great event too, with the Braun Group, B. Braun. Mr. Deneen, you have some.
Just a follow-up comment. I want to commend Rob specifically. What's happened with this event, this process that was started a while back in terms of giving an update to the community, this quarterly update. You know, Rob does such an excellent job, and we keep all these statistics that so many people in the business community and in the community in general that go there have told me how much they really appreciate this. And this whole thing that Rob now does on these Fridays has now become sort of a rallying point where people come. And I think we went like a bridge, I won't say a bridge too far, but at the next bridge, we'll say. We went a step further than I think they expected us to do. And I really do think that, people really appreciate the fact that Volusia County tries to give an overview of what's going on both nationally and locally. And while that was not, I think, in our original mission, by giving this data, I think a lot of people have told me, Jim, this is really it's like a measuring stick, that they like to come in, talk to Rob. We're not Pollyanna about it, but we are rather upbeat. And I think a lot of people have told me, whatever you do, keep doing these. These are really good. They're good for the community. A lot of people really enjoy them. They take the information back to their respective companies or real estate agents or whatever. And I have heard so many good things about us leading the way and talking about what's going on with economic development in a way that's county-wide and not parochial. And I want to thank Rob, because I think Rob, not only is the information accurate and well put together, I think Rob does such a good job presenting it that there's a lot of people that really enjoy this. And this really was an outgrowth of just trying to update people. And I think it's gone beyond that, and it's really become a community service. Thanks, Rob. Great job.
All right, Mr. Patterson.
Yeah, just a quick comment. I also appreciate what you're doing with this. When I get over there and see all the people that there, and you look at the networking that's going on, and people sharing ideas and working together, this is what economic development is all about, as far as I'm concerned, is getting everybody together, because these people that go to these meetings will go out and talk about it, and the word grows not only here in Volusia County, but elsewhere. And the other thing, that little, not little, but that, is it plastic or glass? I don't know. I can't. The comments that they made about how they were welcomed in Volusia County, how JetBlue was welcomed, telling us that they have never been received like this. JetBlue saying all the airports they are at in the United States, they've never been welcomed like they were welcomed in Volusia County. So it really shows it, and it'll pay off for us in the long run. So thanks for what you're doing. Rick, thanks for what you're doing, and your staff, all of you. I really appreciate it. And I also want to give a big thanks to Team Volusia and the CEO Alliance. They're helping us achieve what we need to achieve.
Mr. Chair, if I can add one thing to that. Mr. Patterson said something that resonated with me that I need to make a comment. I also appreciate the fact that this council has taken an active interest and understands the significance, the importance, and the relevance of the council controlling the airport. There's always talk about having another third party, which is the last thing we need to intervene between the council and its responsibility to run the airport. I also believe that when I put economic development together with the airport, that I believed it was the beginning of a trend. I've talked to a number of people. Rick and Rob both said that now everybody thinks it's the new idea. Well, we've been doing it for quite a while. But the point is I really want to emphasize that, see, I'm a big believer that the council gets elected and that the council is the appropriate party to control things like the beach and the airport and all that, because I think the best decisions are made here locally, and I think the best decisions come out of this group who is close to the electorate and the majority rule here in almost every case is the right decision. But I think having a direct communication, direct connection between this airport, our economic development, and this council is very, very important. Because you hear from citizens, you hear from business people, and this is a direct communication then to get that worked. And the last thing I think we would need is some kind of separate body, which I do think people push at us, but I think if you're here long enough and you look and see what we can do, I think we're better off having the council running the airport. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Wagner.
I hit the button before Pat Patterson spoke, and I have to tell you, he said exactly what I wanted to say. Man, I literally
Ditto?
hit every point, so
Ditto. Ditto.
on what Pat said.
Ditto.
Thank you, and to your team.
Yes. Yes, thank you. Great job. And we've already had, I won't be there tomorrow morning. Thank you very much. All right, we've got like 15 minutes before we go. Yeah, down to lunch. I'm not feeling up to being back here this afternoon. I'm about ready to poop out here on everybody. What I would like to do is, if you, council would just give, Mr. Wagner, you're not coming back either, are you? Okay, so if the council would please indulge Mr. Wagner and myself I just have one question, one request. The Glenn and Connie Ritchie registration fee for the Glenn and Connie Ritchie Award of Excellence for Local Leadership and Humanitarian Awards that they've invited me and I guess invited you guys up to, bringing it to the council to be authorized to go ahead and pay that fee out of our little account that we have for special events like that.
What day is that, Mr. Chair?
You're going to ask me that now.
Sorry,
I don't know. I don't. It's like.
It doesn't matter. Move approval.
It's at the end of the month of May.
It's okay. Move approval.
Thank you. Motion and a second for approval. 13th.
Mr. Chair, the one qualification.
Tonight.
Is anyone else going in? And I assume
anyone
it
else
applies
wanna
to
go?
anyone else that wants to go. Is that correct?
Yeah.
How much is
For the,
this?
for the council.
How much is it, do you know?
That.
I think it's
Debbie-
only $3,000
For a
or we
table.
can sponsor a table for 10,000.
What?
It's not, I don't know.
I was just about ready to rescind the request.
Okay, while you're
I won't
talking,
come back after
Mr.
lunch now
Chair,
either.
if Josh is going to give comments, let me have somebody look this up so I got the particulars.
Yeah,
So we're-
Debbie Summerford's supposed to have all that information.
I'll get it right now while we're waiting.
Okay, but tentative approval, we'll hold on the table on the vote, if that's all right, and we'll let Mr. Wagner.
Let's find out, and I want to make
Okay,
sure who it
Mr.
applies
Wagner,
to.
comments?
I'm gonna save mine for 2 weeks from now. So hopefully we can get if we can get the meeting done, I would, yes.
No, you got this afternoon.
I'll stop there, hopefully.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, we'll have that
Okay.
information for you in just 2 minutes.
Just 2 minutes. All right, Ms. Denny's, you got anything to say for 2 minutes?
No, just my final comments are, I want to thank staff. We did a grand opening of our new lifeguard station in New Smyrna Beach this week. Mark Swanson and his team did a great job. The Chamber of Commerce was there, a lot of the elected officials, and they just represented us well. It was a great way to start our great big beach season down there in New Smyrna Beach. And it's a great building, and I will tell you, Mr. Manager, with City Commissioner Jake Sachs from New Smyrna thanked County Council for the work that's been done on the dune walkovers on 8th and 12th Street over there. I know we're just starting that process,
Right.
but it has not gone unnoticed, and there was a lot of talk and appreciative of what council is doing for the dune walkovers. And I told them, I said, you've seen two, but you need to know the rest of the work that maybe get done probably be in the northern part of the county where we have over 90 dune walkovers that I know you're looking at. So, but please know, staff was thanked and very much appreciated. Thank you.
Oh, that's really good. I will tell you that as a sort of a follow-up, I have talked to Jerry Britton. I am extremely pleased with, for all of us that have to drive down A1A and Ponce to get to Ponce Inlet or to get down to Wilbur by the Sea, the process they're using, the contractor, you talk about an excellent job to put in that sidewalk and all that piping and to do as little disruption in a difficult place to work. Jerry went out of his way to make sure that's tough working down there, because there's only two roads, Peninsula and A1A. And anyone that's driven, I don't know how many of you have driven down there to see, we've only, Jerry and I worked out, they only do it a block at a time, but they get it all done, and I'll tell you what, we're gonna be proud of that bikeway and all the drainage that we did down in that area. It's gonna be an enormous improvement, but the process the contractor's using is absolutely excellent, absolutely. George, you find out anything?
Running it down right now.
Okay, they'll bring it down here, and then we can finalize that. Okay, Mr. Chair, just, we wait 1 second.
All right, we have a couple more minutes. Mr. Lowry, do you have any?
Well, actually, George has something that you need to, you want to deal with that, George?
Yeah, let's throw it out here, George. What you got?
Turn your microphone on.
What I have here, I had sent out to everybody was the site analysis for the truck service plaza. that we've
I-4?
done On I-4. And the DOT has asked that we either decide if we want to support or not support before they go any farther. In the history behind this, there is a truck stop on the system down in Longwood area now. Of course, part of the ultimate I-4 build out, they're trying to decide what to do with that. The people in that area wanted the DOT to study moving it out of their area, so they looked at our interchanges. There's a big difference, though, in that if they move it up here, their proposal would be to take it off the system and put it as a like they call it a public-private partnership with a truck stop, gas station, that type of thing. So it would be on private property, off the system, at one of our interchanges. As part of the study, the number one interchange they identified was here at State Road 44. They give various scenarios of the quadrants that I had sent out. Mr. Booker from the DOT has just asked that I get some sort of feeling for the support. We could draft a letter based on what you guys wanted to go for or against, or if you wanted more information, they could come up and provide that.
Well, I know that George has gone around and talked to all you. Here's the point. What they need to know is if we're not interested, we just need to say we're not interested.
Right.
And let them know, and they'll move on.
Okay, so we're not going to get beat up in the future if we say we're not interested?
No. No.
Nope.
Okay. Miss Denny's.
So let me get this straight. The other county doesn't want it, so they're giving it to us. Can I just interpret that request?
Yes.
That's exactly what's happening.
Yes.
I'm not gonna be politically correct anymore with FDOT. I'm sorry, because obviously protocol's not being followed and other issues. No, I don't want the truck stop in Volusia County. I don't want it.
Make a motion.
I make a motion to deny a truck stop on 44 in Volusia County. Send it back to the county that has it.
Oh, okay, okay, I got seconds, thirds, fourths, and fifths, but Mr. Daniels is the official second on that motion. So the motion is for denial of the truck stop coming to Volusia County. Mr. Daniels, you still want to have a discussion here? Because I think we've already heard the vote. You got to turn the mic on, though.
I think Ms. Denny said it all, and I think everybody wanted a second of the motion, and thank you for allowing me to do it. And let's just go ahead and vote and get this thing done. Nobody wants to have a truck stop in Volusia County. The type of thing that it brings, the public-private partnership, understand, is gone. All this is going to be is going to trash up an interchange. We need to do better with our interchanges. Thank you.
Mr. Patterson, before we go to the vote.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Daniels on that. I think the original intent was to build like what they have north of Ormond. It was going to be a private partnership type of deal, about $5 million. When you look at that as to our tax base, it works out. The truckers have a real problem, and I recognize it. There is not enough rest areas for them, and they can only drive so many hours. They're getting busted right and left and fined, and nobody wants them. So I kind of thought, when they first approached me on it, I thought, let's look into this and see if there is something going on. One of those sites was out near the fairgrounds. I got a call from the people at the fairgrounds, and I have no desire to be lynched. These are my folks, These are my peeps out there, and I live close to it. There was like three locations that they were looking at. They were also looking down at 472. I think the prudent thing at this time, this thing was violently opposed by Lake Mary. So DOT was looking at alternative sites. I wish the truckers well. I have a very close friend of mine that has been a trucker for 32 years, and he was visiting me at Christmas time, and he was telling me the problems. That's why I became slightly sympathetic to this whole thing, was listening to how he has to drive and then suddenly, risk getting a hefty fine or fired just because he's driving more hours than are required. So with that, I move that call the question.
We were going there anyway. Okay, so the question has been called. All those in favor of calling for the question, please signify by aye. All those opposed? So called. The question is denial of the truck stop in Volusia County, pretty much. That's what vote of the wrongly worded letter. Strongly worded letter.
We'll give them one.
Refusing.
We'll get that out.
Refusing the truck stop here. All those in favor, please signify by aye. And all those opposed. And so carried.
Chair,
which brings to mind a question
the cost
that I have.
of the tickets for the event.
Yes.
For Connie and Glenn Ritchie Award event, Friday, May 13th, Daytona 500 Club, 150 per ticket or 1,500 per table. So if you have 10 people, then we'll do the table if you vote for this. If I have less, then we'll just do it per ticket. So why don't you, however you vote, then I'll interpret it that way.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. There's a
It's,
motion for approval.
Friday the 13th, May 13th.
Oh, Friday the 13th. Ooh. I'm not getting an award there. I know that.
I don't know if we want a table, but why don't we just make the motion for council members that choose to attend?
Correct. If by chance, what I'm saying, if you
by
vote that
chance we
way,
attend.
if it looked like we had 10 people, then I might just get a table. Yes.
Put that option open.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed. So carried the motion on the floor.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Can
ma'am.
you repeat who the maker and second of that
The
motion
maker was Miss Denny's, and the second was who? No, the second was Fred. Fred. Second was Fred. I had to think. Now, I hate to digress too far back. Got a couple minutes, but oh, you're staying? Okay. The truck drivers. I don't see what if somebody said, I have 30 acres here and I'm going to make my own truck stop and you can pull in here. I mean, we're not, DOT thing. What if somebody did that on a private sector kind of thing?
Your big problem with all that is, first of all, if you have it off the highway, you'd have an enormous problem bringing trucks off the highway. And then you have all kinds of issues. For somebody to zone something like that,
they do it in almost every state, Georgia, all up and down the road in Georgia.
You'd have a very difficult time doing that unless it's right on the interstate. And even then, the implications with this, it depends on how it's set up.
I mean,
I know people that are truckers that are good people, but I also know that some of these situations, if they're not well managed, bring with them a multitude of issues.
True.
And the reason, I think, as Miss Denny said, and she wasn't politically correct, I think it was right to the point, they don't want it. So it's finding out who will.
Yeah, if somebody pulls off the road and goes to Walmart, and Walmart says sure, because there are some Walmarts that are close to the road that will let you park there, having done so, knowing for a fact.
In fact, we thought about putting in the strongly worded letter that we're not that desperate and dateless.
I'm liking. I'm not desperate or dateless. Okay. All right, with that, we will take a lunch break. 2 minutes early. We're recessed till 2 o'clock. Mr. Patterson, I'm going to hand you the gavel for the afternoon session. Very well. So my last act today is we are in recess till 2 p.m.
Call the meeting back to order, please. We're on item 24, federal legislative update. Kelly McGee, Ms. McGee, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, honorable members of County Council. I'm Kelly McGee, Director of Growth and Resource Management. George, did you want to say a few words in introduction?
You're off and running. I was just going to point out that the next three items are related, but we wanted to go through a legislative update first, kind of what we've been doing and have done. Then the next item, we'll talk a little bit about where we want to go, especially with the grant portion. And then there's a follow-up item to that, depending on the outcome of that item. So take it away.
Thank you. Well, first thing I'd like to do is express our extreme gratitude to Jamie Pericola and his group, Seward Square, as well as their partner and our partner, the Porter Group, who has Congressman John Porter as part of our legislative team. Arlene and I were fortunate enough to travel to Washington, D.C. recently, and so this is going to be sort of a recap of those meetings that we had. Arlene and Jamie will, actually Jamie will come up next. He'll give a few introductory remarks. Then I will speak on water quality issues, and Jamie and Arlene will follow up with some of the other issues, and then we'll have a very quick recap. But I'd really like to start off by saying that we believe we're taking a whole new approach, a more active approach to our federal lobbying. The team that we have here was quite remarkable. I used to be a water quality lobbyist in Washington, D.C., and I was sort of an in-the-trenches kind of lobbyist where you met with staff members and you worked your way up. This team that we have actually not only has already the existing relationships with the staff that it quite frankly takes years to build, but they were able to pull senators literally off the floor of the Senate and congressmen out of committee to speak with us. And the staff were, they were all amazing. They had clearly been briefed. Jamie had sent over correspondence ahead of time so that they knew the issues that we were going to talk about. They were very well prepped. Everything went really, really smoothly, and we had some synergies come out of these meetings that we hadn't really anticipated. So with that, I'm going to ask Jamie to come up and give us his input on what he did to pull these members of Congress together and his approach, and then we'll go into more of the substance and follow-up of these meetings. Jamie?
I'm Arlene Smith with Legislative Affairs. And
You're recognized. Thank you.
And Jamie and I are going to be working this together to talk about these meetings. We met with all of the Volusia delegation. We met with Senator Nelson, Senator Rubio, Congressman Micah, Congresswoman Corinne Brown, and Congressman Ron DeSantis. And Jamie's going to give you a little bit about why he chose those people and the reasons, not just because they're Volusia delegation, but for other reasons as well.
You recognize Mr. Pericola.
Thank you, sir. James Pericola on behalf of Seward Square Group. Nice to see you all, and really, really excited about the progress we've made in a short amount of time, and we had quite a visit. I know the chairman went through the schedule, and with even on one leg, I think 8 miles was a little more than he expected in one day. I think it was 22,000 steps at one point we did.
But I had on heels.
I think your feet were so swollen you couldn't walk the next day.
What color were they?
They were actually these. This is black. Same ones. And I can still wear them.
Ms. Cusack, I heard you talk about representative government at its finest, and I think we had a good example of that in Washington. And it's a question of taking a new approach and what kind of partners are we going to be? Are we going to be proactive and in discussions as they're happening and before decisions are made? Or are we showing up after dinner served and wondering where our portion is? So I think we've made a lot of progress. We had some really substantive meetings with the right people. And then just looking at this, as you said, Senator Nelson, as you all may know, he is leading the discussions on Zika funding. And I know that's something that the council needs to consider, but just in terms of our negotiations and discussions with him, wanted to make sure that the president's package and what they're pushing has states in mind and counties and municipalities, especially in Florida. So I spent a significant amount of time with the senator yesterday, and he said, Volusia, Zika, got it. So just that repetitive updating and asking as these things are being decided rather than after they're decided, it makes a big difference, and it makes us a better partner. I know there was some discussion about Chairman Micah, and in many ways I actually saw that as a real positive discussion because it gives us a roadmap forward and is the best possible explanation and outline for the need for engagement and having regular dialogue and discussion. And going from where we're not necessarily getting the information that he's requested, turning that on its ear and being proactive and looking for ways to be of assistance to him and his team.
Then outside the Volusia delegation, we met with Mario Diaz-Balart, who is the chair of the House Appropriations Subcommittee on Transportation. We had to pull him out of the committee, which he was chairing at the time. So that was quite a feat. We met with Congresswoman Virginia Fox, Chairman Ken Calvert of the House Appropriations Subcommittee on Interior, Environment, and Related Agencies. We met with Mike Brink, who is the Deputy Staff Director of the House Veterans Affairs Committee, and we met with the Honorable Patrick Murphy, the Secretary of the U.S. Army, who, oh, by the way, oversees the Army Corps of Engineers.
And to know that James Pericola, to know that we're on the same page and that we have the right team, Arlene and Kelly and Rick. You know, I got this before Kelly even arrived, and this is one of the gentlemen we met with, Chairman Ken Calvert, talking about the National Estuary Program. And the idea now is that while the funding formulas are different, there's going to be more per estuary, and now it's going to be his subcommittee that actually funds the bill that has been passed. So we're having these discussions as they're happening, and that, you know, Kelly was on fire in that meeting. She was talking about specific things in his district, and that's the sort of connection you need to make with folks, and then of course tying that to the program overall. But and I think with the Secretary of the Army, as you see, you know, there are a couple of ways to look at the end of an administration. It's when a lot of things go through quietly at night, which is good and bad. But at the same time, we want to be prepared to be proactive, that if there is an opportunity, and we were just discussing some of these ongoing issues, but if we can get the Army Corps of Engineers to take a serious look at some issues that we have, we're in a good position to do that.
Okay. The meetings were really good. They were full. There were many of them. We had several issues that we discussed, and as Ms. McGee mentioned before, she's going to address the issue of water quality.
You're recognized, Ms. McGee.
Thank you, Kelly McGee. So what I'd like to do basically is give you all a brief experience of what we presented to each member of Congress and each senator. Some members we had a lot of time with. Representative Corinne Brown gave us an extraordinary amount of time. We sat down with her staff. She came over from the floor to meet with us, and we had quite a lot of time to talk about water quality, how the St. Johns River flows north towards Jacksonville, the dredging that's happening up there, to make those connections between the different districts. And with each member that we met with, we gave them a packet of information. And in the packet of information, we have our fertilizer, B-Floridian, handout. As everybody knows, it's going to be summertime fertilizer-free time in Volusia County. We talked about our efforts and the efforts around the state to reduce the nutrients in our waterways by just fertilizing smart, avoiding creating buffers between fertilizers and your boundaries. And we talked about the Indian River Lagoon National Estuary Program and the IRL Council specifically, and the changes that are happening right here in our own backyard, quite literally. We gave them the federal lobbying handout from the IRL Council, and one of they have 3 recommendations, and we went in and we circled the 3rd one. And so these are all in your book. I think this one is on page 24-5 and 24-3. And it talks about request expanded federal funding for the U.S. EPA National Estuary Program with increased funding for national estuaries with urgent needs. So we beat this drum, whether or not we had 5 minutes in a hallway or 45 minutes in a representative's office. The staff were all taking notes, and we've had really good follow-up. For example, Congressman DeSantis came out of committee to talk to us, and he brought several staffers with him, and come to find out that he has a researcher on his staff who's been compiling a database on the Indian River Lagoon National Estuary Program. He's been tracking the fish kills. And so we have been communicating with him and actually his staff on a very regular basis, showing him all of the information that we have on our water quality sampling so that we can provide resources to those who make the policy decisions. So we asked everyone to support an increase of funding for the National Estuary Program. We also asked them to support the county's requests to extend the boundaries of the National Estuary Program north to cover the entire Volusia County waterway system. The benefit of this would allow us to tap into federal funding in Daytona Beach, Ormond Beach, not just stopping at Ponce Inlet, which is basically the northern reach of the Indian River Lagoon. So that was very interesting. We had some interesting conversations on that front, and timing is everything. And we were there in DC at the right time. They were having committee meetings on these items. The very next week after we got back, both houses passed this bill, which there were two co-sponsors in the Florida delegation. And so we're very pleased to report that in the upcoming NEP authorization bill, each NEP will be getting more money than they did last year. And most importantly, there's now a $3 million grant, system of grants that's going to be available to local governments for direct application. So instead of the money just going down through the system to the NEPs, which they're getting a bigger chunk, so that's a good thing, but we will also be able to apply directly for grants, which that conversation led us into the discussion of our Volusia County Water Quality Action Plan that we developed beginning in 2014 with the help of Public Works. This is all of our water quality programs. You remember the presentations that we had at the Ocean Center, and we compiled our lists of water quality projects, everything from connecting septic systems to our regional system, to reducing nutrients, to supporting Project H2O, to having a college consortium on water quality. And we were able to show the investment that Volusia County is making on all of these things, because that's what they want to see. They want to see the local governments investing in these projects, and that increases our chances of actually getting the grant money. So my recommendation is that we continue this. We reach out to the cities. We work with these projects. There was actually a project that we found out about this week. Daytona Beach has a stormwater project in the WRDA bill that, had we known, we could have lobbied in support of that funding as well. So there's all these little synergies that are happening that we can assist each other on water quality issues. But I think we're going to be ahead of the game when it comes to these grants, because we have a plan and we're working towards getting these shovel-ready projects. And we already have a lot of points on the board. And with regards to our meeting with Congressman Mica, he had 3 big requests. And in 2 weeks, we've actually satisfied 2 of the 3 of them. One, of course, was the Tiger Grant, which we all know that the state didn't apply for, but it was important that council adopted that resolution of support. And what you all did today with the integrated transportation signaling system, Congressman Mica specifically asked us to do that, and you all passed that today. So I think that's huge, and we will be communicating that back to him. I'm going to turn it over now to Arlene to talk about some of the other issues, and then I'll come back at the end sort of with our follow-up and the feedback that we need to get from you in order to proceed. Thank you.
Ms. Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. On Sunrail, Kelly just mentioned that we discussed that with Congressman Mica, and we will be following up with making sure that he is aware of the support that council recently moved. In Veterans Affairs, we talked about how long veterans have waited for services when they have their applications pending. And those on appeal generally wait 18 to 24 months just as a standard way of doing business. And our Veterans Affairs Office has selected a few of the most dire cases that we are going to be sending as a follow-up. From Zika funding, this was a hot topic in Washington, D.C. When we met with Senator Nelson, he brought it up to us, and he asked us how concerned our Volusia people, the professionals on the street, how concerned were we about the outbreak? We told him that we had 2 Zika-carrying mosquitoes present in Volusia County now, and we've been collecting data for years. They asked that we send that data, and Mosquito Control is compiling it now. In the end, we were asking that they increase the funding for Zika and that they spend the money at home, because right now they're sending it away to foreign countries. So we asked that they send it to home, keep it home. That's the summary of, any additional insight, Jamie, that you want to provide before Kelly wraps us up?
You recognize Mr. Pericola.
Chairman, just that in Senator Nelson's current proposal, as of yesterday, that is a main component of what he's putting forward, and he is leading those negotiations in the U.S. Senate right now. And I would just say thank you, because it's exciting, and this was a first step, and obviously, you know, these relationships, they do take years to come together, and Volusia was very well received, and it was a proud moment for me personally. So thank you.
Kelly McGee, once again. So to recap, we want to be sure that we're moving in the right direction, that we're sending the right messages. And so if you all are comfortable with the messages that we're sending, we would ask that you would authorize us to be nimble in our responses. So what we've been doing historically is when we have a request, we bring everything back to County Council. If you're comfortable in us responding directly to issues where we have a council-approved strategic plan, for example, the Marine Science Center, where we have mission core items that we can respond nimbly to. I think that works best in DC when things often happen quickly. For example, this authorization bill is great, but that's the first step. The next step is the appropriations bill, where we have to be able to respond in a really timely fashion. I would recommend that if we continue the Washington, D.C. trips, that we always provide you a formal report like we're doing today, so that you can make sure that we're on the right track, but that you all are also comfortable with us responding as we need to. Thank you.
Ms. Cusack, do you have a recognize? Yeah, it's discussion time.
I also just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Rechtenwald and Mr. Deneen as well. They've been very supportive.
You recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say thank you to the team. I'm very, very pleased with what I'm hearing here. And if, Mr. Chair, if it's appropriate and in order, I would move then that we go forward with the proposal as presented, and that we understand, with the understanding that you have the blessings. I know how fast things move. And I say go forth and do good work and make us proud. I'm so proud of you, Mr. Pericola. I want to say Jamie, so I'm trying to not call you Jamie. and to Arlene and to Kelly, this is good work. You set the tone. When the opportunity presented itself, they were ready to move and do what was necessary. That's what I like about that branch of government, is that it's timing, and you're moving in the right direction. I want you to know, it's for me, Mr. Chair. I want to make sure that we are aware of what's going on, but they don't have to get our permission to proceed when the opportunity comes to move forward with things and issues as they're presented. So if this is, I think maybe we have.
Are you talking about agenda item 25? We're on 24 right now. Are you
That's the update. Well, I'll accept the update, and then I'll make the motion then.
All right. Well,
when time to make that
okay.
motion.
Mr. Wagner, you recognize?
Just that I appreciate everyone's hard work. You can now see now you know when she was up there that someone is the smartest person in the room. She's sitting right next to you on the right. She really is. So it's great to have. I'm pointing at you and no one's saying, but I'm just glad where we're going. I think we're doing it the right way. I think we are hands-on. I think that's what we needed. I think Volusia County has to be there. I think the more we go up as a council, individual council members, staff, the more we're seen, the better outcome we'll have. As far as handling cases, as situations as they come, absolutely agree. I think it fits within what we're trying to do. Then I think we already have that direction. And Mr. Pericola, I think having someone there that understands what our strategies and where we want to go is helpful, because it may not be one of our top 3. But if it's our number 8 and it brings in money and it's something that we need, then let's do it. Let's not just focus on it because it's not in our top 3. Let's make sure to get some low-hanging fruit if possible. So, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Daniels, you're recognized. We're still on item 24.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to echo what Josh said, I think, and Joyce too. I think they're both on, I think we all feel the same way. You have our full support in going forward with this, that this is really important. That, and we're going about it the right way. For a long time, I didn't think that we were, but if we have staff involvement and we have people who understand what the issues, a lobbyist can open the door, but you have to walk through it and explain the issue. If you're not there to walk through it and explain the issue, then it doesn't do any good. There's no way a lobbyist can know what our specific situation is. There's no way. You guys are doing it right. I believe you will bring back a lot of funding to Volusia County. Water is a good topic. It's a low-hanging fruit sort of topic. And, water, and perhaps moving on to, get that going, then maybe move to infrastructure. That would be another one that would probably be a low-hanging fruit type thing. And go forward and do good work. Thank you.
I want to say that, having been in the legislative process at Tallahassee and many times that I've been to Washington over the years, you really do have to have a presence there. And I would suggest that on certain issues where certain council members have some expertise or some desire, such as Mr. Daniels with on water issues, that maybe his short time left on the council, that he may want to represent us up there, or other council members who have something. I don't want to, personally, I don't want to see any boondoggle trips. I like to see work, think people going up on basis to go up there and get the job done. It's a big place, and one time Congressman Micah, when I was working on the I-4 bridge, we were trying to get funding for that back in the 90s. He darn near wore my feet out, but we were able to. You can see we have a bridge, and it took a lot of work at the federal, state, and local level. But it shows when you identify a project and identify that project as something that you want to do, you go out and you work on it, and you get all the players involved. So it was exciting for me because it took quite a few years, but we did get that bridge done. And just like Sunrail, we're going to get that job done, and we're going to get water quality issues. My little fly fish, well, we're almost 100 members strong, fly fishing group over in New Smyrna Beach. We're really going great guns on trying, worrying about it. And it's a little tough for me to go to the meetings because they look at me like, why in the heck aren't you doing more? And I'm saying, you guys, you got to get involved yourselves other than sit there and gripe about it. So that we appreciate it. Nobody else wishes to speak. Why don't we move on to item 25? This is the staff report on the solution resources to systematically research and pursue grant programs, and I believe we'll need to have a motion for approval, and I'll recognize Joyce when time comes. Thank you.
Yeah, this next item, what we did here, of course, first item was, I think, an example of part of what we're trying to make more of an official strategy, so to speak. So Rick's going to present kind of building on this type of effort, where we would direct those efforts a little bit in the grant world and some of the other places that we had been asked to look at. Rick?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rick
recognize
Carl,
him.
Director of Aviation Economic Resources, members of the council. As you can see from the former presentation, we are up in our game here, and I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Rechtenwald's personal involvement. It allows the force of the county manager's office to come in and help us really make this county-wide effort. We've got some real wonderfully skilled and talented people in this county. Kelly McGee is a George Washington Law grad and a former lobbyist, federal lobbyist, and there's folks out in our group that are just very, very talented, and as we dial into this and move forward, you're going to see things happen. As the title says, it's a systematic approach to non-program grant funds. So let me clarify that we're not talking about grants that we have in our wheelhouse on a day-to-day basis. We deal with FAA grants every day. Just about every meeting, there's something to do with grant funding that we deal with in every department, and the county's got it. We're talking about stuff that's outside the box. That's different. And we're responding to your direction on January 21st. You gave us a couple of to-dos. One, to negotiate a contract with our lobbyists to add to that their federal lobbying thing, their lobbying effort, the actually pursuing grant funds in particular. And we also wanted to dedicate staff and expand our effort as you directed. So what we've come up with is a really four-part solution that involves county leadership, the federal lobbyists, specialized consultants that we will need on a per-turn basis, and nonprofit partnerships as well. So it's really expanding the scope significantly. Part one is county leadership. To echo what Mr. Daniels said, we are not just sitting back and saying we have a lobbyist that's going to give us reports, tell us what's going on. The county manager's office is providing the direct leadership and providing the depth and the detail of the information through each department and each division in the county. And so we are developing a systematic approach that goes after federal agencies, state agencies, these non-governmental organizations, and nonprofits as well. Part two is the federal lobbyists, and we've got, following this, if you prove this and want to go forward with this, we do have an amendment to our lobbyist contract to increase their scope and increase their fee slightly. But these are the items that you have identified that we are pursuing: the water quality, the mosquito lagoon pollution control and prevention, the commercial space facilities, transportation, mosquito control, homelessness, and veteran services. These are all things that we're focused on and will continue to focus on. And if you can give us within this framework to locate things and chase them down, it'd be very helpful. You're going to see in my budget the legislative activity. We're going to get it's going to be significantly higher, because we're adding for this next fiscal year, because we're not only adding a little bit more for the federal lobbyists, but there's a lot more travel in there. And this travel to Washington is not cheap. We're going to be careful about it. We would like to see Mr. Daniels or another one of your members come to Washington soon to work on the water issues. I spoke to Jim Kuzma at Space Florida last night, and he's trying to arrange if Ms. Denny's would make the trip. I don't know if you want to individually approve these trips, how you all want to do it. That'd be some guidance we'd like to get, but we're chasing these down individually. So this is basically the federal lobbyist additional effort, and we're talking about an extra $1,500 a month, from $6,000 to $7,500 a month, which goes from $72,000 to a total of $90,000 plus expenses. That's what the next item is for, and that's what we're talking about, of a budget increase of $18,000. Part 3 of the solution is going after nonprofits. This is where Kelly McGee has a lot of experience. Kelly, would you like to just kind of touch on this, how it works?
You recognize.
Thank you. Kelly McGee, Director of Growth and Resource Management. So the idea here is to really reach out to nonprofit organizations, mainly that exist in Washington, D.C. They have members in every single district, and are very good at reaching the public. We also have nonprofits here locally that we've already started investing in. Project H2O, which is our partnership with the Marine Discovery Center and Stetson and Bethune-Cookman and Daytona State College. And so these are resources that we could really take advantage of, and we can really see as true partners in working on projects. If we have an action alert, if something is moving that we want to support, these nonprofits can actually do blast action alerts out to their memberships. When I was in DC, I was actually fortunate to meet with an old colleague of mine who is a vice president with a national nonprofit organization that does oceans advocacy. And she was helping me brainstorm on estuary partnerships, and because it's a little bit out of their wheelhouse, but sea turtles came up, and I was telling her about our Marine Science Center, and we're looking to expand it, and we have this wonderful hospital and this great partnership with the University of Florida. And she said, well, I have a staffer who is looking to shoot footage, bring a celebrity down to shoot footage with sea turtles, and we didn't know where to go. So already there's synergies on things that are already that we're doing, we've invested in, and could even bring more sort of awareness and publicity to the work that we do locally. So the idea is we don't have any specific one nonprofit that we would be targeting for this funding. We would want to look at that systematically and talk to you all before we engaged in that. But this is really sort of a pre-authorization for a budget request, so that should we have a really solid partnership arise, we would have the resources to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Continuing on, the part 4 is engaging consultants. We don't know what we don't know, and we're going to get into specialized areas. There are firms out there that do specialize in grant writing, do specialize in raising funds and chasing down grants. So when we have the opportunity, we'd like to be able to pursue those and engage those to help us with best practices. So we really would like to leverage the existing talent within the county and continue doing what we're doing and expand with these 4 principal activities.
Yeah, let me just jump into, I just wanted to comment that this team, and then there are others in the organization that are not here today, they all have a day job that they work real hard at and put in a lot of hours. And these are folks that are willing to shift things around, add this to their already busy schedules that they have. So it's kind of a leveraging of that also. When we talk about the money that we're putting in the budget, a lot of things are going to also be that people are putting in a lot of extra time because they're in these organizations. Some of the nonprofits some of us are already members of professional organizations and things, American Public Works Association, things of this nature that they already have, an element that we can leverage. They have people in Washington. They have places that we can also use, and Kelly and her work. So these are things that, when we took kind of an inventory of what our folks do, I mean, we have people that sit on the National Red Cross board that work for us. So, how can that help us in some of these things? They can provide a lot of help on almost every topic that we touch as a government. And so we want to go ahead and use this team and then use our contractor, our lobbyist up there to help open those doors, schedule, check when the timing is right. They know that. We don't have time to do that, but they have the time to do that. They'll set us up, and that's really the program, and then we'll put the right people in the doorway and use the right other resources that we have. And that's what we're asking, and really this is kind of a precursor to then the next item, which is what Rick had described, so I'll kind of let this serve as the staff report for the next item which was the increase in the Seward Square contract.
Right now, we need a motion on approval on the components that were just presented, so, Ms. Cusack, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move then for the county staff to pursue grant funding at the federal level, to add pursuit of federal grants, that they would pursue federal grants, and they would partner with the NPO to pursue funding for opportunities with a federal lobbyist, and retain consultants as necessary to pursue these grants. That is the motion, Mr. Chair.
Is there a second? Second. Second from Mr. Lowry. So the motion is, I guess we can take it as
The grant funding initiatives as proposed on
the
item 25.
Okay, solution part 1, 2, 3, and Roman numeral
1,
4.
2, 3, and 4.
4, okay. Ms. Denny's, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This isn't to the motion, but to the issue. Okay. I'm very supportive of this, and especially working with Ms. McGee and the team going forward on these issues. We're talking about the federal level. We have also got to show up at the state level in some of these places, and I think this council, and we have staff that are ready to engage and tackle those issues that maybe some of us are more interested in the others, or a little more connected with. And I'm going to just use commercial space as an example. There are multiple meetings that happen either around the state or the nation. Volusia County has yet to be at the table or represented, and I can tell you, and you've been there, Rick and Rob, we were there, it's been suggested that we show up at some of these meetings, because sometimes it's just a conversation, or, oh yeah, tell me about that. We need more face-to-face. What we're talking about here is building relationships and applying for things, and I think we're just to the point now of really strengthening that weak area that we have very genuinely. So I'm very supportive of this. So, but while we're thinking at the federal level, there's a lot that we need to do and stay connected at the state level too. And I, for one, will probably be coming forward in the near future. I know there's at least one event I've been asked to go to next year, and it's in Colorado. I actually got a call from there that's saying Volusia really needs to be here. Why is that important? It's because when we get to the point where we have site consultants here and we have major players in Volusia County, we need to be at the table and understand all the ramifications and the risk and the reward. And I think Volusia County's poised. We're ready for that. I think this is a great opportunity. I think it's a great expansion, and look for results doing that. But I think it's the timing is just perfect for this. Thank you.
Okay. Any others? So we have a motion to approve items, solutions part Roman number 1, 2, 3, and 4. Any debate? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion passes 6-0. Mr. Chair is not here at the moment. I will make to add on to what, and I'll get to item 26 next. Ms. Denny's talking about the state level. I read a story. Gray Robinson has merged with Capital Insights, and former Speaker of the House Cannon and Creedle are now members. So I think we're going to be having a different discussion with them coming up here pretty soon. Moving on to item number 26. This is amendment to contract with Seward Square Group to add pursuit of federal grant funding opportunities in the amount of $18,000. Mr. Carl, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you have any questions, I think we've outlined it in the prior item. As we did with Gray Robinson, when we give the lobbyist additional responsibilities, I think we would recommend that you give them additional compensation. There may be other things that we move into. We move into the Indian River Lagoon, some of the other things that we may come back with additional task assignments, if you would, in the future. So we appreciate your support.
Okay. Ms. Cusack, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Then I would move for the approval to amend the contract for Stewart Square Group to add pursuit of federal grant funding opportunities
In the amount of 18.
in the amount of $1,500,
No, it's
making a total of $18,000.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Lowry has seconded the motion. So we have a motion to approve the amendment to Seward Square Group to add pursuit of federal funding in the amount of $18,000. Mr. Wagner, you're recognized.
Just that Rick touched on it, I think one of the big discussions that we're going to be going through is a state federal issue is going to be, actually there's two, I think space is one, but I also think with water, especially with the lagoon and what's going on, we're only one bloom away from a catastrophe. So as we're having that discussion and engaging, I really do think we need to look at having them, I mean, I hate to pile more work on them, but even if they have local staff or someone that can start going to that, we may want to engage them and have them really a part of it. And with our state lobbyists, we're going to have to address that issue with them because we need both lobbyists really working together. They're not going to be able to do it apart from each other. So if we could have staff, if it's okay with council, motion, I'm not making that part of the motion, I guess, but
we already have a motion.
yeah,
on
I
the
can't
floor.
talk to direction. I'll wait till the motion's over and then I'm going to have a comment after.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion to amend the contract with Seward Square Group in the amount of $18,000 to pursuit of federal grant funding. Any other debate? All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion passes 6-0. Mr. Wagner, you have a comment?
Yeah, thank you. And Doug, this would be something I hope you can weigh your opinion on. But if we can start looking at, my understanding is all the counties are going to utilize at some point their lobbyists. They'd be working together as kind of not a team approach, but an angled approach. But also, we need that federal lobbyist to work with our state lobbyists kind of hand in hand because it's I don't want to say it's too big of a project for the state, but it is too big of a project for the state. So if you could weigh your opinion, but I think we might want to start looking at that now just because we know it's coming from.
Well, no, you're absolutely right, and we've talked about it at the Indian River Lagoon Council, that all of the counties that are members need to have their state lobbyists begin to support the program in Tallahassee, and also in Washington. You know, the idea would be to try to up the amount of money that is allocated to the estuary program in D.C., plus get other pockets of money in D.C. that could come down here and help us with our estuary problems. I don't know if every estuary has exactly the same problems that we do, but you know, down in South Florida, of course, they got the canals and Lake Okeechobee and all that kind of stuff. But when you really get down beyond those big projects, those big ditch projects, they have the same ones we have. They have septic tanks. They have thousands of septic tanks. Septic tanks is a huge problem. And it is something that the federal government has ignored up until now. They like point source, you know, they like canals, they like discharges from treatment plants, that kind of thing. It's been hard to get them interested in septic tanks, but that's a huge problem for the entire length of the lagoon, something that would be good to get them to weigh in on a little bit. Thank you.
Okay. Let's move on to item 27, the renaming of memorial area in the front of the Osteen Civic Center to Walter Hawkins Memorial Park. And who is? Mr. Bailey, you are recognized.
Good afternoon, honorable council members. My name is Tim Bailey, Volusia County Parks, Recreation, and Culture Director. Today before you, as a request made by Mr. Pell, he has requested that the county property that's adjacent to the Osteen Trailhead and the Osteen Civic Center be named the I. Walter Hawkins Veterans Memorial Park. There's a presentation I have that I just wanted to show to you. For those of you that are familiar with this, this was a staging area while we were building a trail there that we temporarily supplied materials there for the development of the trail. Since that time, after the trail was completed, we grassed it. And we moved, the volunteers had moved that monument to a more prominent location at this memorial park. Next slide. And now you'll see that the memorial is in its current position, grassed. We also cleaned up the vegetation underneath the area. It's kind of been a great partnership between the county staff as well as working with the volunteers to try to make this memorial a little more prominent than what it was in the past. And so what you see here in this slide is the sidewalk that was added, the flagpole that was added, the memorial that you see prominent in the front side of that. And then we also added an interpretive panel, which I'll show you here in a second. There's another viewpoint from the surface area with the Osteen Civic Center in the background. And then one more slide. And this is the interpretive panel that's directly adjacent to the memorial, and that's to interpret the heroes of the World War. And there's one more element that's going to be added here. It's going to be a bench, and we're in the process of having that purchased and installed. So I do have Mr. Pell here today to speak on the matter. And before I turn it over to Mr. Pell, the name of the park that is being requested is I. Walters. It was Isaac Walters, so it's I. Walters Hawkins Memorial Park and not Walters Memorial Park. It's I. Walters Hawkins Memorial Park. Okay? All right.
Mr. Pell, you're recognized. Name and address, sir.
County Council members, my name is Albert Pell and I reside at 400 Doyle Road, Osteen. I represent a group of Osteen residents who have taken the task of building a Veterans Park in Osteen. The park is located on county property, donated by resolution to be used as a Veterans Memorial Park. We find that we need a name approved by the County Council. We have decided to name it the I. Walter Hawkins Veterans Memorial Park. A brief history of Mr. Hawkins is as follows. I think you could see that on your monitors. He was born in Milton, Florida in June of 1987. He graduated from Stetson School of Law. He was a member of the Florida Bar since 1926 till his death. He opened a law practice with Mel Orfinger in Holly Hill. He was elected clerk of the court of Volusia County. He was elected to the House of Representatives of the state of Florida, 1947 to 48. He's an honorable life member of the Elks Club. He's active in the American Legion, or was. Served in the Army, World War I, near Verdun, France. He was awarded 2 Purple Hearts, which, by the way, were stolen from his home at Lemon Bluff. He retired at Lemon Bluff in Osteen, Florida. Was responsible for preserving Osteen Memorial for veterans and the resolution for parkland from Volusia County Commissioners. He played a major role in the establishment of Lemon Bluff Water Association and Osteen Volunteer Fire Department and the Civic Association. We have approximately 140 pavers now that are being engraved to be installed with the service records inscribed on the pavers. Dedication will be May the 28th at 10 o'clock a.m. A service by the American Legion Color Guard out of DeBerry will officiate. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lowry, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. I just want to encourage the council to support us on this. Mr. Pell came to me some time back, and we kind of got the ball rolling on this. They've done a tremendous amount of work down there, volunteer work, Mr. Lee Gideons and some others. And I've also got other emails and calls from people in Osteen that would like to see us do this. And I think it's just a wonderful example of how we work together. There's not a lot of World War I memorial parks around, and this is certainly a time to not forget about those people, but to remember them. And so I just wanted to thank Mr. Pell for taking the time to let me know, and we could get this going. Thank you.
You want to make a motion on it?
Yes, sir. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the renaming of the park to the I. Walter Hawkins Memorial Park.
Have a second? Second. Have a second by Ms. Denny's. So the motion is to rename the memorial area in front of the Osteen Civic Center to the I. Walter Hawkins Memorial Park. Is there any other discussion? Is there any debate? Is there any objection to the motion? Without objection, show the motion passes unanimously 6-0. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pell. Thank you, Mr. Bailey. And Ms. Bailey, I do need to talk to you later. Are you going to be around? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, excuse me.
Yes.
The information that we just put on the overhead, can we get a copy of that? Do we have that? Can you
Yes,
get a-
I'll make you all a copy.
Can you get a copy
Isn't that
of
some
that?
amazing history? I mean, I learned something just from this experience about.
It is amazing history, and it's an amazing memorial. I was driving to the Sanford Airport the other weekend, back and forth, and on 415, this Sanford Airport.
I didn't tell him.
Sorry, guys, nonstop still rules. It just does. But on my way to and back from the Sanford Airport on 415, this memorial it's visible. It's very, very visible, and the council has done a really great job in engineering this. So when we were going through all that with the trail over there, Tim, and you really, really took into consideration what the citizens wanted and made a bad situation not even just better, but you made a bad situation great, and now we get to honor a very great man. So I think this is, Mr. Lowry, thank you for bringing this up and representing that area well. And if my calendar permits, I will be at that dedication. It's May 28th, is that what I heard? At 10 a.m.? Okay, thank you. It's a great tribute.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item 28, resolution urging the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission to reinstate the prohibition on hunting Florida black bear. And who from staff? Ms. McGee. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, honorable members of County Council. I'm Kelly McGee, Director of Growth and Resource Management. As you recall, Council directed staff to draft a resolution on the black bear hunting issue, and that's what is before you today. The resolution does two things, and thank you, really, legal staff did all of the heavy lifting on this, and Ginger Adair has put together a lot of the facts that were used in preparation of this. So the resolution would either would urge the FWC to reinstate the prohibition on bear hunting throughout the state, and in the alternative, if they were to choose not to do that, to restrict hunting in our Central Bear Management Unit of the state. So if they won't restrict hunting statewide, perhaps they would restrict hunting in our area. And so your agenda item includes several pieces of background information. I'll just give you a couple of points as an FYI. The population of the black bear is below the stated minimum population target, as well as it being well below the biological carrying capacity for bears in our Central Management Unit. There were 21 bears harvested in Volusia County. And approximately 21% of the bears taken statewide were lactating females. And so that potentially extrapolates the number that were actually affected because each lactating female approximately has two cubs per female. So with that, I do know that there are members of the public that would like to speak to this item. So that will... actually, I did have one more thing that I wanted to mention to you, and that is the work that the county has done to promote black bear habitat. The award-winning Volusia County Land Management Department division has worked for years with our Volusia Forever program to acquire habitats that connect wildlife corridors throughout Volusia County. Farmton local plan was actually one of the most recent items that we brought forward to you, and that became a big issue at our administrative hearings. The Farmington folks actually set aside a large portion of their property as the Southwest Wildlife Corridor, specifically for the management and protection of the black bears. They committed to having wildlife overpasses and underpasses on the roads, and they have actually invested a lot of time. And in fact, the folks that are out there in Farmington in their hunt clubs, they actually track the bears. I mean, they help us track the bear population. So there are a lot of people in the county that have worked promoting wildlife habitats. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We have several members of the public who wish to speak on the issue. You will have 3 minutes to speak. We expect everybody to maintain some decorum in their speaking. Let's not get personal with either the council members or anybody in the audience. If you do, then I'm going to have to stop you. First up is Jacqueline Lewis, and on deck is Megan Sorbo. So, Ms. Sorbo, if you could just stand, come down, and just be ready to go. You're recognized, Ms. Lewis.
Good afternoon. My name is Jacqueline Lewis. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today, and I wanted to...
Could we have your address, Ms. Lewis?
100 Fallen Timber Trail, DeLand, Florida, 32724. We shared a transformative day
We'll
here
start
back...
the clock, please. All right, thank you.
We shared a transformative day here back on February 19th when we had a unanimous vote to ban on fracking, and really set Volusia apart of the state and helped us at a state level to maintain a safe environment and water source. I'm here today to ask you to please approve the resolution you have before you to reinstate the prohibition on bear hunting throughout the state of Florida, make the focus of our attention on removing conflicts between bears and humans in suburban areas, and to adopt deterrent techniques as a minimum. Commissioners, many of us here today served as monitors during that so-called harvest. I served at the BMU at Altoona and at Lake George. We watched as hunters brought dead bear cubs and lactating mothers in. Other trophies were brought in ice cold, skinned and gutted within 30 minutes of the first hour of the first day of the hunt. Reporting and recording were done on the honor system, but when you sell 3,778 licenses at $100 a piece to get 300 bears, all chaos breaks out. There was no one there to enforce the rules. There were no rules that day. I'm sorry. This is just as much as an issue of justice and democracy as it was an issue of environmental stewardship and protection. Poll after poll showed that the majority of Floridians, 75%, were opposed to this hunt. Still, FWC proceeded as warned. The hunt was an epic fail. It was not a harvest, it was a massacre. Studies now show that non-lethal management techniques like bear-proof containers and public education are far more effective than hunts. From my own experience in my community, Trails West, our waste management team and I cataloged each bear trash incident for a 3-month period. Working together, we were able to determine that 1.5 hours of each collector's day was spent picking up bear-related trash. We then pushed back the collection time so that waste could be put out on the day of pickup. We educated the community about these changes, and we've had not one single incident since then. Still, this past year, more than 100 bears have been euthanized as a result of being in our neighborhoods. Countless others killed on roads and by poachers. Bears aren't stupid, they're hungry. For these reasons, I urge you to approve this resolution, adopt bear smart ordinances countywide, stop selling off their food sources. Let us learn from our mistakes and not repeat them. You have the power and the ability to preserve and maintain Florida's beautiful natural resources for generations to come. I beseech you to exercise that power today. Please approve the resolution.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you.
Megan Sorbo, and up after that would be Trevor Sorbo. And Megan, could I have your name and address, please?
Do I have to spell my name?
Pardon me?
Well, I'm Megan Sorbo, MEGANSORBO, 11803 Sheltering Pine Drive, Orlando, Florida.
You're recognized, Megan.
Hi, I am here to speak on behalf of our Florida Black Bears. The fate of our bears is a statewide issue, and I come before you as a concerned Floridian. In October 2015, the FWC authorized the first bear hunt in Florida in over 20 years. 305 bears were killed in 2 days. However, this does not mean that this hunt was a success in any way. The most sickening part of this was that there were 3,778 hunting licenses sold for a kill quota of only 320 bears. How can anyone consider that fair to our bears, especially in the mind of hunters who call themselves sportsmen? Currently, our bears occupy only 18% of the historic range in 7 isolated population areas throughout the state. Can you imagine having the size of your home reduced by over 80%, and then having some people want to come into your now small home to hunt you while you are doing nothing wrong? I highly doubt anyone would like that, but that is what has happened to our bears. The current population of Florida is about 20 million people. That means that over 19 million Floridians do not hunt, since less than 5% of our citizens are hunters. There are now many voices of people like me who desire pure conservation, with no selfish or biased motive to exploit the wildlife. The FWC recently completed an updated bear population estimate for the state using DNA collected in birth samples. If this sort of technology exists and is easily used, then I think it is also safe to expect that non-lethal ways to manage the bear population in our state should also be used. The undisputed fact remains that the majority of Floridians do not want our bears to be hunted. I implore you to adopt a resolution against bear hunting in Volusia County. Please urge, A resolution against bear hunting will help make my voice and other citizens' voices to be heard a little louder where it was ignored last year. Bears have already lost over 80% of their habitat and have done nothing to deserve being killed. Thank you very much.
Megan, just a second. Stand up. What grade are you in, Megan?
I'm in 5th grade.
Great. Do me a favor, finish high school, go to college, get a degree in whatever, run for public office. Just don't come to DeLand and run against me, okay? Thank you very much for your participation today. Trevor Sorbo. And up is Katrina Shattuck next.
Hi, my name is Trevor Sorbo, 11803 Sheltering Pine Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32836.
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you. In 2012, the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission downlisted the Florida black bear from a threatened to non-threatened species. However, this was without an accurate population count, and then 3 years later in 2015, they decided to hold the first bear hunt, or as they like to call it, harvest. Again, still, to this day, without an accurate population count. Some of the bear management units in the state haven't been counted since 2002, and yet we are making plans to manage those bear populations. One of the statistics that they noted is that there's been an increase in the roadkill deaths of these bears, and that must obviously be due to the population increases. However, if we take just a quick critical look at this, with many areas in Florida, the bear habitats are being further encroached upon and basically being developed. So we need to also look at that, and it's not just that the population's increasing, but that there's many areas where the habitats of these bears are still being destroyed and not increased. I'd applaud Volusia County for their fantastic efforts to offset that, but some other counties in the state aren't taking those significant measures. So we had a hunt. We sold 3,778 permits for a harvest quota of only 320 bears, which means that there was over 10 hunters for every bear that was allowed to be killed. Understandably, that over-harvested some areas, with one area having over 3 times as many bears killed as they said that the population could actually sustain. There was no regulation of the blatant violations during the hunt. You can even find videos of YouTube of a hunter coming up to an FWC officer, blatantly telling them that they violated the rules with absolutely no consequences. Taking a deeper look at why we decided to have a hunt and why there shouldn't have been, there was over 40,000 communications sent to the FWC regarding the hunt. About 75% of them were in opposition, and only about 1% of Floridians are hunters. But if we take an even deeper look at the composition of the commission making these decisions, all but one of them are hunters. Almost all of them have a directly tied economic interest towards hunting and basically species going away. Some of them are ranchers, some of them are land developers, and one of them made $5,000 per person per day by selling the ability to come hunt on her own personal land during this great bear hunt. Should also say that not only is non-lethal bear management techniques more effective, the FWC has said this themselves. When they were sued over this last bear hunt, their own scientists testified in court that non-lethal bear management units are more effective. The bottom line is that the FWC has publicly stated that they're not accountable to the people of Florida, so we must turn to you, the local governments, to help make our voice heard. If you have 95% of people in a restaurant that don't want smoking, then the 1 to 5% of people that are going to be smoking in that restaurant are just going to have to take it outside or not do it at all. Similarly, we have more effective ways to manage our bears. And that future of the wildlife that belongs to all of us is in jeopardy. So I'm urging you to take action in support of it.
Please sum up.
So please support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Could please, no, thank you. Katrina Shaddix, and after that is Jane DeRocher.
Hi, my name is Katrina Shaddix. I reside at 995 Oklahoma Street, Oviedo, Florida.
You're recognized.
All right, thank you. First of all, no one likes speaking after the Sorbo children, so maybe we can change the lineup next time. I didn't plan on speaking today, but I think it's important that the commission be publicly acknowledged for the good work that they're doing. So I wrote something up real quick, and I won't even use up the 3 minutes. So thank you for letting me speak today, and I thank you, Mr. Wagner, for proposing the resolution to oppose the bear hunt in Volusia County. I am the state committee chair and board member of Imagine Our Florida, a nonprofit with over 5,000 members dedicated to the mission to preserve and protect Florida's natural resources, wildlife, and land. Our committee works with municipalities all over the state to pass resolutions opposing the bear hunt. Jacqueline Lewis is our Volusia County team leader, and we are here today to support her wonderful efforts in protecting our Florida bears. I thank Jacqueline and the council for your work in doing the right thing for our beloved Florida icon, and I support you in passing this resolution. As a side note, I would like to support any of you that are running for public office, because if you do by any chance pass a resolution today, I will announce it on our webpage, and I would also like to tag you in it, like I said, to support any public office if you're doing that. So is anyone here running for anything this year? You're okay, just wanted to make sure, because we do very much appreciate you taking this step to protect the bears. And just to let you know, after this, we are headed to Eustis because they have a bear hunt opposition resolution on their agenda tonight. And Seminole County should be passing a bear hunt opposition resolution in the next 60 days. So if you do pass this, you're going to be in very good company. And I just want to say again how much we appreciate you doing this for us and for the bears.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Jane DeRocher, and up next is Mr. Greg Gimbert.
Thank you. I'm Jane DeRocher, 504 Cinnamon Circle in DeLand.
You're recognized.
Thank you. I brought a picture with me today that may be familiar to you. Everyone in this room, or at least this part of the room, walked by this picture today. It's right outside this door. This picture of Uncle Ben shows a Florida black bear as he is and should be, free and magnificent in a wild habitat where he can live his life as God and Mother Nature intended. Sometimes we think that in Florida, people have bear problems. This picture reminds us that it's really the bears who have a people problem. They were here first. We can't destroy their natural food sources, provide an open buffet for them with garbage cans, and expect them not to take advantage. Bears are smart, and we need to be reasonable to live by Mother Nature's rules. Even the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission admits that hunting does nothing to reduce what are called human-bear conflicts. What reduces conflicts is people being sensible and responsible. In my neighborhood, in DeLand, we've changed our dumpster and trash cans so they aren't tempting food sources anymore. Costs a little time, costs a little money, but it's worth it if it saves a bear's life, and it's worth it because coexisting is the right thing to do. The FWC commissioners should be taking the lead on this kind of common sense, but they're not. They are political appointees who seem largely hostile to bears and panthers and anything that stands in the way of their ranching and development plans. Last year, the FWC folks held a bear hunt without waiting for this year's bear census to be completed. You've heard what the problems were. No limit on the number of permits, kill quotas reached in only 2 days, nursing mothers killed, young bears killed, wounded bears suffering needlessly. Regardless of how you feel about hunting, that hunt was a fiasco. My husband and I were hunt monitors at one of the check stations. We were thankful that no bears were brought to that geographical area, but we know what it was like at the other stations. Statewide, nationally, and internationally, people were horrified at the slaughter allowed by state officials. The fact is, more people are opposed to the bear hunt than in favor of it. Local government is our way to be heard when state officials and political appointees turn a deaf ear to the will of the people. I was so pleased when this council voted to ban fracking back in February. I believe that shows you understand that we have a two-way connection with Mother Earth. What we do to her and her creatures happens to us also. I urge you to join other cities and counties around Florida and show your opposition to another bear hunt by voting for this resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Gimbert, up is, I think it's Vivian, is it Dowis? You recognize Mr. Gimbert?
Greg Gimbert, 255 Euclid Avenue, Daytona Beach. You're running a good meeting today, Mr. Patterson. Very efficient. Thank you guys for considering this. What a huge turnaround since 2013. I remember here in 2013 when I stood before you on another forest issue, and the consensus was it's not our place to tell the state what to do with their lands. Thank you so much for this change of course you've been making, first with fracking and now considering this. It is absolutely your place to tell the state what to do with our lands, not their lands. You are our voice to the higher-ups. So thank you for putting this on your table. And I know it's a tough one because some of the points being brought out defy common sense. I'm going to ask you to support it anyway. This resolution is not a forever in perpetuity irrevocable ban. It's a pause. And maybe a pause is called for. On one hand, we say, we're way underpopulated with bears. Oh my God, you're killing them all. Yet somehow, in the first 2 days of a week-long hunt, we blow by the hunt target by 300%. How in the heck can we kill so many bears in such a short amount of time if there's so few of them? My gosh. Any of y'all ever been hunting know it's not that easy to hunt anything unless it's a squirrel in your backyard you've been feeding. But on the other hand, the science is the science and the count is the count. And the fault lies with us. As they pointed out, it's actions by those who've come before you in other areas that have allowed more and more encroachment of increasing in the intensity and density of land use where it was never intended to be. We can't unring that bell, but we can hit the pause button today. Two of the best things I heard this afternoon was Doug Daniels saying a lobbyist can open the door, but you need to be there to represent your local interests. That's very apropos here. So is what Ms. Denny said. You need a seat at the table. We don't have one on this. So what I'd ask you to do today, I'd hope Chairman Jason was here because my suggestion was applicable specifically to him since he is the one who expressed reservation about this, is that you amend this ordinance item number 4. And instead of directing state lobbyists to go talk about our interest, you send Jason in conjunction with Ms. Lewis. Send those people there to be our liaison with Tallahassee to make sure the balance of the advocates and the hunters, neither more important than the other, is recognized, and the residents who are paying the price for bad decisions are all balanced. And the next time we have a hunt, if we have a hunt, that we're not just a free-for-all pulling bears out of the middle of the Ocala National Forest that does absolutely nothing to address the problems with the bears we have on the fringes. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Is it Ms. Dowlis? Is it Dowlis or? I can't tell if that's a P or a D.
Good afternoon. My name is Vivian Powis.
Powis, I'm sorry.
That's all right. I live at 1180 Jackson Ranch Road, DeLand.
You're
And
welcome.
Those before me spoke so eloquently. I really have nothing to add. As a board member of the West Volusia Audubon Society, you would probably know that the Florida Audubon has come out against bear hunts. Please reinstate the ban on hunting black bears in the state of Florida. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last one, Silva Triplet, the second? Or is it Triplet? It's not, you're not. Sylvia Triplet, I'm sorry.
That's all right. My name is Sylvia Triplet. I'm at 797 Deerfoot Road, DeLand.
You're recognized.
Thank you. I came here today implicitly to speak to you about putting on the ban again on hunting the black bear. I was aghast when I did a little bit of research on it and found that as it is, about 1/3 of the bear cubs only survive every year. Out of those, probably about 30% get killed on the roadways. Considering the encroachment that we have made into their habitat, the least we can do is to allow them their ground so that they can prosper and cohabit with us. I'm imploring you to please do not reinstate the hunt. Please support the prohibition of hunting of the Florida black bear. It is at the top of the food chain, and if it goes, then it's going to be a domino effect. Everything else is going to topple after it. Thank you.
So you're speaking for the resolution or against the resolution?
I'm speaking for the resolution.
Okay,
to
I'm going to change
prohibit-
this because you have checked against the resolution, so I'll check.
Sorry.
That's okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, we're back to the council here. Mr. Wagner, you're recognized.
Thank you, and thank you, fellow council members, for allowing this to be put on the agenda. I appreciate it. The reason I brought it up, and I was asked a couple questions by the media earlier, is, it was just because it's popular. I'm not running for office, so I don't have to grandstand or anything to gain votes. And if anything, I lose potential clients for every issue I bring up that there's sides on. So I'd like to sit back and shut up, but Joyce told me I couldn't, so I had to keep doing it. You really did. I was like, I'm going out quietly. I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the resolution.
I have a motion to approve the resolution urging the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission to reinstate the prohibition on hunting Florida black bear. Is there a second? I think Mr. Wagner got it. No, I mean Mr. Daniels. Did you second it, Mr. Daniels?
Yes, he did.
Okay. So I have a second by Mr. Daniels. All right, any debate on the motion? You're going to go ahead?
Yes, if that's okay.
Yeah.
The reasons why, and I think all the points were well said, honestly. And this is coming from someone who literally a couple days ago I closed on 13 acres out on Lake George for the specific purpose of utilizing my hunting license, which I bought a lifetime hunting license for both me and my 2 kids who are 3 and 5, because I grew up in that environment as a little kid, and I want them to have that same experience to be out in the wild. Yes, there'll be 4-wheelers involved and dirt bikes, but guns will be involved as well. And learning safety techniques. And I can tell you, there's nothing greater than being out in the wild with your kids and teaching them about guns and teaching them about safety and recognizing the importance of having wildlife. And at the same time, there's some things don't need to be hunted. I mean, we go through all this trouble, and I apologize, I shouldn't call it trouble. We go through all the effort on this council for bear corridors, education. Millions of dollars are spent every year on that one issue, and I just feel really conflicted on what the state's doing, and I just think we should have a greater voice. I think education's the answer, deterrent techniques, everything that was stated today. There's just a better way of doing it. That's what it comes down, in my opinion. Based on what I've learned, I'm no bear expert, but I've learned a lot in 7 years about bears, more than I ever wanted to know about bears. So I hope I know there's people out there smarter than me on the issue, and I just hope the state recognizes that maybe we should look at the other ways rather than doing the mass kill. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Any other comments? We have a motion, resolution urging the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission reinstate the prohibition on hunting Florida black bear. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Motion passes unanimously, 6-0. Thank you very much. You guys must have drove your teachers crazy in school years ago.
Mr. Chair.
Yes. Ms. Cusack, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. I was wondering if we could look into the cost for the unincorporated area and for citizens that live in cities, the cost of the bear protected garbage containers for Volusia County.
Why don't we bring that up under council time?
Okay.
After that, because we can talk about that then.
Thank you.
Let's move on. Item number 29A is an appointment to the Children and Families Advisory Board. It is my appointment. I'm not going to pass the gavel to Mr. Wagner because I don't want to get whatever he's got, but can you please chair this for me?
He just doesn't want to give the gavel up.
I know, I don't want
Is
to be
there
affected.
Is there a recommendation or a nomination?
Yes, I have a nomination. I want to nominate Karen Bagley. I had a discussion with Karen Bagley, and I think she'll be an excellent choice for the Children and Families Advisory Board.
Okay, it's been recommended. We don't need a second. Is there anyone opposed to said appointment? Passes unanimously.
Without objection.
Without objection. I learned that from you. I run the Transportation Disadvantage group like that. They love it. It's boom, boom, boom.
It is part of Robert's rules. All right, moving on.
Mr. Patterson, I'm sorry.
Go
I
ahead.
didn't know if you accidentally skipped item 29.
I didn't have, I see item 29. It's an accident. We need an appointment to the Sunrail Citizens Advisory Committee. Anybody can make that appointment, correct? Yeah, anybody?
Correct.
So there's one citizen, Liz Sturgeon. The requirements for serving on that board are pretty stringent. They actually have to be riding the rail. So is there a nomination? Pardon me? Can I have a nomination? Nobody wants to nominate Liz Sturgeon? All right, we have a nomination of Liz Sturgeon from Mr. Wagner. Any other nominations? Is there
And
any
we-
opposition to the nomination?
We need a second on this one, Mr. Patterson.
All right,
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry. So we do it, and we have a second from Ms. Cusack. And it's a one-year term up to 3 years. And so we have a motion for Liz Sturgeon, seconded. Any discussion? Any objection to the motion? Without objection, show the motion passes unanimously. Okay, now we can move on. We have that taken care of. So we are on council time. I don't have the order, so I'll just start down here with Miss Debbie's on the far left, and we'll go one by one. Do you have anything, Miss Denny?
No, Mr. Patterson, I've made my comments earlier. I'm good, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Wagner, Mr. Daniels.
All lawyers look alike.
When is that?
Whenever you want it now. Public participation.
Okay. All right, and we're going to stop right here. I've got 2 public requests to appear before the county council. We've got Albert Soltemaker. Mr. Soltemaker, huh? Shoemaker. Mr. Shoemaker, come forward, and Robert Zersolo. Okay. You Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're recognized, sir. I need your name and address.
My name's Albert Shoemaker. I live at 44316 Lake Mac Drive, DeLand, Florida, 32720. I'm not a resident of Volusia County. I live just across the bridge, so all my dealings are in Volusia County, and my mail comes from there, so that's why I have my Volusia County address. My granddaughters were killed in a car accident on 44, April 5th. And they're putting a roundabout in, and we're looking to put a memorial up. Now, we've got the paperwork going through the state for DOT, and I would like to request that, you know, a letter from the county council, because I'm under the influence that, you know, your word means something to DOT, and I would like every bit of help that I could get for this roundabout. I understand it's going through. I know there's a petition to stop it, but I believe it's going to go through. I think it's going to work. It's going to slow the traffic down, and I hope that this roundabout works as a pattern to show how you can control the traffic without traffic lights, because people still blow through traffic lights. You know, they try to beat that light, and you can't do that with a roundabout. You merge in, and you always, to get out of it, you always have to make a right-hand turn, so you never have to cross traffic at all. With this memorial, we're planning on taking up the maintenance on the memorial ourselves. There's no money needed for that. We'll keep it clean. We will maintain it. We will, whether planting flowers or cutting the grass or whatever, you know, we will take care of that fully for our granddaughters. And Sandy, you know, she was Mimi. So any help you can give me will be really appreciated, because this has been a very hard thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Robert Zersolo, sir.
Mr. Chair, I know this is out of the ordinary. We don't respond to those in public participation, but can we direct staff to connect with him and get a resolution of support from this council?
Yeah, we'll do that on council time. Okay. Mr. Zersolo.
Yeah, my name's Robert Zerzolo. I live at 490 Pasture Road, De Leon Springs.
You recognize, sir.
I lost my fiance and my granddaughter, and we're here to support the county, if you will support us, to maintain this roundabout. We don't want anything to happen to anyone else that have to go through this that we've gone through. I'm just here to give my word and whatever I have to do to maintain this section after it's put in. And our understanding is that we need a letter from you to recommend this to the state while they're in the process of building the roundabout. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, back on council time. Ms. Denny's? You didn't have anything before?
Mr. Chair, just one thing, Mr. Pell. I'm sure he can't hear me, but Mr. Pell, before you leave, Mr. Lowry, with the memorial in Osteen on that day, are you going to request a proclamation? I would request a proclamation for Mr. Hawkins, and I think it might be appropriate also to honor the gentleman that's honoring him. if council so chooses. Mr. Pell, I think I'd like to connect with him. I think we need to honor both of these gentlemen for supporting their community. If we're going to have an event, we'll get council if my colleagues agree. I'd like to do 2 proclamations. One to honor you, Mr. Pell, for all your faithfulness, and to honor Mr. Hawkins at the same time.
It's been my lifelong ambition to see something done for Memorial Park. But when the county was going to give it away as a retention pond and a parking lot for the bike path, it kind of spurred things to the head.
Well, so you.
Finally got something done, but it's been a lot of contributions, a lot of work by other people. And there's no way I could list them all. I would certainly forget somebody, and I would be up to creek.
Mr. Pelt, we need to get you on the microphone, but if you could, if you filled out a yellow card, we have your contact information. Staff will connect with you. We'll get that pertinent information, and we will honor your legacy as well as Mr. Hawkins on that day, sir. You're welcome. And I believe Councilman Northey was involved with this from the beginning too. So I just thank you. Just thought that would be appropriate, and also definitely want to support the request that we've had to support these gentlemen on the roundabout there. So whatever we need to do, council, let's do it. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we'd have to look into it because it is a state road. I don't know what I know that years ago they kind of were limiting the memorials to, and so we could make that request if is that your motion for a letter and a second? A motion and a second for a letter to DOT requesting a memorial at that location. Is there any opposition to the motion? Without opposition, the motion passes. Thank you. We'll get that going for you, sir. See what happens. Mr. Daniels, you didn't have anything, did you?
I didn't have anything before, but I just been handed a letter from the city of DeBary to Ann Shortell dated May 2, 2016. The facts stated in here seem to be seriously at variance with the facts that I am aware of, and I've seen documents that would substantiate, and I would like to have the staff comment on that.
Well, I handed out the letter because we just received it, and I read it, and some of it obviously took place before I got here, but it doesn't jive with some of the information as I have been led to believe. And probably we're going to need to have some kind of response to it. I just want to make sure the council was clear that that was being sent out.
Okay. Appreciate you sending it out. I do think that another strong response is warranted. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Daniels? Okay. Mr. Lowry? Nothing here. Ms. Gusak?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering if we could ask staff to look into the cost of the garbage containers that are resistant to being able to open them, and some information about them for the unincorporated area and also for citizens that live within the cities.
I researched that about a year or so ago, and actually called the company that had provided a bunch of them out in Glenwood area, and they stopped making them because they weren't effective, and they were actually looking at it, but they were running about $200 to $300 a piece.
But it seemed to be effective seem to be working in Seminole County.
Pardon me?
They seem to be working and holding up in Seminole County. So maybe they have a better product.
They may have a different one.
Better product.
I know there was a grant because I was told that Solid Waste Department had a grant and they bought a bunch of them, if I'm not mistaken. But
Could we possibly look
but
into that? and
Actually,
see-
Mr. Cusack, that's one of the things I was gonna talk about, so I'll just answer your question right now. We are looking at that, John specifically is looking at that. There's a grant, there's two types of grants. FWC grants is the one we were gonna look at. There's also legislative set-aside funds. The reason I would not recommend that we go, and that we were encouraged to use that one also, is that they got the money from that grant mostly from the bear hunt proceeds. I didn't think it was appropriate to be against bear hunting and then ask for money from the bear hunt program. So I think we ought to concentrate on the FWC grants, which really come from license tags on cars. And John's going to pursue that. And then with that, we may be able to offset the cost. My understanding is the ones that work are closer to $300 a piece. But we'll come back. We'll look into it. We'll see whether we can get any grant money, and we'll come back with an idea for a program.
If that could be put on our list of things to look into.
Will do.
And my second concern, or I wanted to speak briefly about the Spring Hill CRA, and to give thanks to the committee that is working with the city of DeLand, and to Mr. Dean and his staff for working on that project. I think that we are moving in the right direction, that we're in a position that things will begin to turn around, and I think we'll be able to do some great things in the Spring Hill area based on the fact of the increase in revenue as it relates to that area. And I'm sure we'll be hearing more about that as staff proceed with their ideas in that direction. And I just want to say thank you to them for their hard work in trying to do what is necessary to help us to save a community that's very near and dear to me. With that, Mr. Chair, that's all of my comments.
Yeah, I had met with staff the other day regarding the Walmart grocery store, and
Yes.
not only that area needing that to be added to the CRA, having that Walmart store will be a real
help to that community.
Yeah, so it's taken a while, and I'm hoping that we eventually get that all started. So,
My thanks to all.
okay, I guess it's just me now. I had talking to Mr. Bailey. I had a call from a Mr. Wayne Allen out of DeLeon Springs regarding a gentleman by the name of Jesse Johnson, who passed away about 10 years ago, who was really well known up in the DeLeon Springs area for working with the kids on baseball, and he was a coach, he was an umpire. I think he owned a small baseball team or something up there, and there was a request to name a ball field that happens to be over in Chuck Lennon Park after him. And I asked Joyce if she would co-sponsor this request with me to name a ball field for him. Mr. Bailey, you said there was a field that wasn't obligated in any way.
Yep. Good afternoon, Tim Bailey, Volusia County Parks Recreation Culture Director. Yeah, there's a few fields up there that are not named for an individual that has warranted naming. There's one field that was named by County Council not too long ago. So when I did call Mr. Allen yesterday, we talked a little bit about that, and it's available if you wanted to do that.
Okay. Yeah, I talked to Bill Hester, who knew him, and said he was a first-class A1 citizen, and Joyce knows Mr. Johnson as quite a stalwart with the kids up there in that area.
And Mr. Chair, I would certainly be honored to be the co-sponsor with that, because I knew Mr. Johnson, and I know the work that he did for the young people in the DeLeon Springs area. Okay. I went to many ball games up there with under his leadership as a coach.
Okay. So.
So does it take a motion for that to happen?
Yeah. Why don't you just make?
Mr. Chair, I would move that we would proceed with naming a ball field after Mr. Johnson in his honor in the DeLeon Springs area.
There a second? Second. Second by Mr. Wagner. Is there any discussion? Is there any debate? Any objection to the motion? Without objection, show the motion passes. And we'll look and have staff work on that. Thank you. I had a executive committee of the River to Sea yesterday, and John Cheney had a video of the modern roundabout, and with all the people wondering and bashing and loving and hating and revering the roundabout concept, I was wondering if we could get that roundabout video out there, because it is the key thing about it is it's a roundabout with a huge tractor trailer rig going around it. The biggest argument I'm getting against the roundabout has to do with tractor trailer rigs.
The only way I think we should do that, I'd be glad to do it on one condition, that the state endorses it. It's a state road, they're building it. I don't want to put something out and then find out that's not the design they're going to use, or they don't agree with that design. As long as they'll say, yeah, that'd be a good thing to show, be glad to do it.
Okay, well, y'all can get with Mr. Cheney and work on that.
I think it's a good idea if they'll say this is realistic to what we're going to put out there.
Okay, all right, thank you. The last thing I have is, and last Friday, everybody knew that we were working on a Sunrail grant, a Tiger grant. I got a call from Secretary Downs. She informed me that the Tiger grant was not going to be sent forward by the state. They had been asked to proceed from the federal level, and that was where the excitement was, that everybody thought that that was going to happen. But there was some issues with the funding at the state level, so they decided not to forward it up. I knew about it, but I was asked by the secretary to hold off saying anything about it until the state came out with a story. And evidently it came out, but not the way I thought it should have come out. It should have come out to the council, and that we knew exactly what was going on. So I know in talking to Mrs. Downs this morning, she still feels that there are some other avenues that the county and the state can look at on funding a Sunrail into the DeLand area. So the feeling out there that it's dead, or rigor mortis is set in on it, is not true at this point. So they're still working forward with it, moving forward with it. I know I've been working, I had a request as a member of the Sunrail Commission to appoint a nominee to looking at the issue when Sunrail would be taken over by the commission as opposed to the state running it. There was some things that disturbed me about the letter. It seemed like everybody was communicated with on this task force, or when the task force was being put together. The problem was nobody from Volusia County, the River to Sea TPO, wasn't notified of it, but they did notify the Metro Plan Orlando that they talk about it. They didn't notify anybody with VOTRAN, but they did manage to get Lynx involved with it. They had somebody with FDOT on it. I had no knowledge of this, of this discussion about, the Sunrail and what's going on. So I have till tomorrow to come forward with a nominee, and County Manager Mr. Deneen and I talked about it, about appointing him to that and seeing where it goes. And then the other side of me is like saying, tell them to drop dead and go away until we can feel like we're getting treated as equals in this process. So I don't want to sound like a prima donna, but I'm a little frustrated, and I'm one of the biggest supporters for Sunrail. So I get some input from the council members here.
Mr. Chair.
Who's on?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Daniels.
Go ahead.
Mr. Daniels, you still on to talk? No, all right. Ms. Denny's and then Ms. Cusack.
Here's the larger picture and the long-term concern. This subcommittee that you're talking about,
No, it's not a subcommittee. It is going to be a nominees from each one of the commissions, and I guess, and I haven't really got any more input. I really, from the way the letter reads, it seems like there'll be like 5 nominees, but I think they're also going to have somebody from Metro Plan Orlando, but they haven't said anything about anybody from the River to Sea TPO. I know that I understand that Harry Barley has made the comment that he's going to be one of the members of it, so I don't know who's nominating him.
well, here's a fundamental problem with that. This should only be represented by funding partners. Anybody outside of funding partners doesn't have a seat at the table. If you're not paying the bill, you don't get to decide who's going to oversee it. Right. And this is troubling on many fronts because if we agree to it, then we're agreeing that this is a process to take. And we have veto power. We have veto power. We're a funding partner. The only thing that we have with any teeth on it with Sunrail right now, obviously, is going to be the vote and the contract provisions. And I think it's time to look at the contract. I think it's time to look at contract provisions. If it's outside the contract, we hold. We can't finance it, and it's clearly our funding partners won't finance a shortfall to a Tiger grant. That's been made pretty doggone clear. We're not even communicated with as a funding partner and the applicant to the Tiger grant. I found out about it Tuesday night, 6 o'clock, watching TV. I called the manager. I said, Mr. Deneen, what's up with this? So from that perspective, it's clear, Volusia, we're writing the check, but we're not at the table. And even the word nominee, we don't nominate my foot, we appoint. That's what you do when you're equal partners. We don't need, so I don't know how, Council, I don't know how we go forward with this, but clearly Volusia is not at the table, and if we agree to a setup like that, this will be a setup to let Lynx take it over, and Sunrail and this funding will be a funding mechanism to bail out Lynx. It absolutely will. In fact, if you look at the overlays when Sunrail is now doing their projections and their PowerPoints, and they do the graphs at Sunrail, but then above Sunrail they also overlay it with Lynx and I think Amtrak, and I forgot what the other acronym was that they used up there. And I'm thinking to myself, well, what does it have to do with the Sunrail ridership and the Sunrail statistics? It has one thing to do with it. It's a slow indoctrination that we accept Lynx as the oversight agency. What is it, in 2021 when FDOT steps away, FDOT is preparing the exit strategy to implement Lynx as the oversight organization. So for my point, if you're not a funding partner, you don't belong at the table. They don't get a say on who's going to oversee this. It will be an absolute disservice to Volusia County, and it will counterweight, it will give double weight to the Orlando region and further push us away from having any voice or say. You bring Metro Plan in, you bring in whoever else in there, you're just waiting the vote for Central Florida. And so I guess, Mr. Patterson and Council, from my position, I say no. We don't even, I think we need to send a letter from Volusia County stating that we're only interested in funding partners being on any type of committee with any kind of say. And and Mr. Eckert, I spoke with you earlier about this, but I would like to go forward in looking at contract provisions and even a timeline. I think we need to look at a timeline with Sunrail when FDOT split this last phase into phase 1 and phase 2 and what that meant, because I think that was the clear signal, the train signal, if you will, that funding was in trouble and Volusia was going to be on the outskirts. So while it's good to stay hopeful, you know, and that we want to fund it, which indeed is the end result. The only way we're going to get to the end result is to enforce where we are now. So that's just my 2 cents worth. I won't support putting appointment, not a nominee, but anything we do will be an appointment as a funding partner, an equal partner at the table on any kind of committee. But and Mr. Patterson, I thank you for stepping back when you realized what was going on, you know, not agreeing to something that we couldn't stand behind or wouldn't serve the citizens of Volusia County. So that's my 2 cents worth, council.
Well, I have, I had to get the minutes of the meeting, not the minutes, but the actual audio and the transcribed, so I could see what had happened at the last meeting, because at the last Sunrail Commission meeting that I sat on, there was a resolution. I was told in advance that there was going to be a resolution coming forward to set up a task force. And so when I got that, I thought about it, and I called the individual back, who is the mayor's transportation governmental relations person, and I told her that I had a problem with this resolution because I was just getting it on a Monday. We had the meeting on Wednesday, and we had a council meeting on Thursday, so I had a problem with passing a resolution without bringing it to the council. And one of the things that was mentioned, and this is Mayor Dyer, and I'm going to take this, Links actually went as far, this is somebody at Links, here on Links, as far as a workshop to take a vote that we thought that one path ought to be studied would be to merge Sunrail and Links together in some fashion or whatever, from the form that may be. Volusia County, of all these transportation agencies, is only on Sunrail. So I think there has developed a consensus that as we look at how we are going to operate Sunrail's post-DOT operation, it would be most appropriate for Sunrail Commission to lead that effort, and probably in conjunction with Links and Votran. But still, here it just happened, and that happened at the meeting, and I missed that there. They had told me that the resolution was not going to be an action item, but when I got to the meeting, after this conversation, it's a long conversation, Mayor Dyer asked for a motion to approve the resolution after I'd been told that it was not an action item. So I objected, and they withdrew the motion, but they made the mayor said, well, okay, we're going to continue with a task force without the resolution. So that's where this has come out, is like appointing. But I still don't know who is going to be on there. Is it 5? So that's why I'm thinking that maybe, and the manager and I had a letter set up to go, basically nominating him. But I'm thinking we may just want to just say we need just send it down to Tanya Lohr and a copy to the mayor that at this point we think we need some more information to be put out for us at the May 25th meeting. So if that's okay with the council.
I just
the
would
manager.
like to make a few
And
comments on
I'm
that.
sorry, I apologize. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I kind of feel like we've been duped, that they are trying to spoon feed us something that will in no way benefit Volusia County, and want funding from a partner who is not really a partner, because partners are on equal footing. And you got to know when you've been duped. And I just think that this is not a level playing field. And it almost seems like the playing field stops at Lake Monroe. And so I'm willing to say to them, no, we're not sending anyone until we are at the table. And make no mistake, we're not at the table. I am a strong supporter of Sunrail, but I know that we have a responsibility and an obligation to do what is good for Volusia County, because at the end of the day, they'll still be expecting Volusia County to pay up. And it will be to their advantage, not the citizens of Volusia County. So I'm ready to tell them no. Not only no, but hell no. That's where I am, Mr. Chair.
Any other comments? Mr. Deneen? You're recognized.
Just one quick comment. Going back in time, when this whole thing started, you could clarify this also with Dan, but you go back to when this started, we were always led to believe, I believe, I'm going by what the old council passed, the previous council passed, which was that Sunrail would always be run by the Rail Commission. Now, if we hired somebody to help us, that's one thing, but the Rail Commission and only the funding partners would have a say. I will tell you that I have told everyone at DOT that anything that one of our elected officials that are on it would vote on has to be in advance. They have to know what it is, and quite frankly, that person's going to have to get approval by the council to vote on things that could affect our contract. The thing that's kind of scary is, I think, and Dan can correct me if I'm wrong, but I get the impression that they take the position that if we vote on something, they can interpret it that we changed our contract. And I think being cautious at this point and clarifying this is the right thing. I think them using the word, and Mr. Patterson, I'm going to tell you something, I think he did the right thing. He said, I'm not voting on that, and so they didn't vote. He and I both questioned the word nominate. We don't nominate someone. Who's going to tell us what? You appoint somebody if you want, and I don't mind working on things if we're supposed to. I think right now, just as a cautionary note, is maybe we ought to clarify this, because this is going to evolve when they start talking about adding the airport and everything. And Lynx has its own issues, and Reading comes with it too, and they've got their own issues. And I think you're being wise to proceed slowly. But the impression I've always had was, I've got to say that Dan and I fought for this, and Dan got it in the contract that they could not do things by majority vote that are significant, and that they have to do it. It has to be unanimous. Because without that, we would get slaughtered. So I think the part is, I will tell you, I've been involved where, shall we say, that was forgotten, at least in one episode I remember, and we had to remind them that you can't do things by majority. So maybe they've forgotten that again. The second thing is that I think proceeding cautiously, but I think they need to understand that the Rail Commission was supposed to own the rail, and we were supposed to, whoever represented us, I know they know that person was supposed to get everything in ahead of time so they could get the council's approval for anything they were going to vote on that was significant. Because, like I said, it could affect your contract. And here's the other thing you have to remember. This thing goes on forever. So this isn't like a short term and you're out of it. There is technically there's almost no end to this. So being cautious, I think, is the right thing to do. And maybe clarifying it would solve a few things right off the bat. And Mr. Patterson, I really do applaud the fact that he had the good sense to take a deep breath and say, no, we're not going to do that, and bring it forward to the council and say, what should we do?
Just a sidebar, in that letter, we're asking for clarification. I really think it should come from Mr. Eckert and state specifically to the contract. We've got to get very technical and have it in writing, because if not, we're going to be paying a bill for connecting Sunrail to OIA, and Volusia County is going to be a third party to it just because we agreed to a committee. So as Dan may agree with me or not, in looking at this, I don't think there's anything in the agreement other than the fact of when we
the Sunrail Commission will be taking it over, but there's nothing in there about a process. Is that correct, Dan? Have you seen something as a process, or is it just states that?
No, there's no process, and I think the manager accurately reflects that this is not in the agreement, but the discussion leading up to the agreement was that that would be necessary to hire someone to manage, but not putting it under the aegis of yet another administration.
We wouldn't do that.
Aegis.
Yes.
And so that's, and you know, and until, well, so I see the commission, to me, it's a troubling premise that the commission would not operate directly, and that seems to be the operating premise, even more reinforced by the comments that you read from the meeting, Mr. Patterson, which I had not heard until you read them. So, I mean, Lynx stands in the same role as Votran, which of course you operate as a feeder system. So, this is quite a turn of events.
Mr. Chair, if I can add one thing, I do believe that one of the reasons that in the end, okay, we were somewhat comfortable that we wouldn't be in this position is because it had to be unanimous. So there wouldn't be decisions to turn it over to somebody if we didn't want to. And like Dan said, I really think there's a difference when you're on Sunrail and Sunrail's running it. Now, if you use a contractor to implement something for you, that's different than the contractor being between you and Sunrail. And I think that is a major difference. But here's the point. When it has to be done unanimously, I think we felt that you would always be involved in deciding that. It would not be majority rule. So that gave us, I think, some comfort that you would have, in essence, every community, not just us, has a veto power if they really think something's not correct.
Well, it's one thing, if I may add, perhaps the contemplation is that Lynx would somehow be placed in an operational role, not a governance role, but the language that's being used certainly creates some confusion about that, and then you would be defining the role of Lynx, and it would be a contractor to the commission, not the replacing its oversight. And in that regard, that Lynx is like Votran, and they operate and do a good job, so far as one can tell, of operating a bus transportation system. But so does Votran, and so I think the contemplation was that you would have a contractor who had expertise in operating this kind of rail system, and then that might be a contractor. You might have, or you might have contract employees, not just placing the responsibility in another body in which you are not a participant.
Another thing I think that was the belief of the previous council was I never saw any scenario, I don't think the old council did, ever a scenario where anyone but the funding partners would be involved in any decision-making process. I'll be honest with you, that never, ever entered the discussions, and I've never heard of that before. In other words, any kind of committee or whatever, the impression I always had would be just the funding partners. Now, in other words, if we wanted to have a committee, we could have one, but it would be just the funding partners. I don't think there was any talk ever of having anybody outside the funding partners weighing in as a participant in helping us decide the future direction of the system.
Well, you think about it, the commission would be hiring somebody to run the Sunrail system. Yeah, or in other words, you would want to go out and find somebody that knew what the heck they were doing about running. You know, I mean, look at McDonald Transit. They do run a rail system out, I believe, out in the Texas area.
All of France.
Yeah. So, you know, and I don't want, Harry Barley, I know him, of course, he's with MetroPlan. Harry was instrumental and involved heavily with the Metro rail system in Washington, D.C. years ago. And that was pretty much, I think, the reason he was brought down from Washington to head up Metro, the Metro plan down there. I have a lot of respect for Harry, but still, the direction of the commission. So I think I know what I want to do at this point. So I'll get with the manager and just say we need to just stop this train, slow this train down, and have a meeting on May 25th and kind of discuss what is all the ins and outs of this whole thing. Lastly, I have an email that came from John Booker regarding the renaming the DeBerry station to Volusia Station, which, well, they didn't say no. They said it basically, and I looked at the agreement that the county, that they would act in concurrence with the county on whether or not they're approving it. So they would have to okay it. They don't have a problem with it as long as we pay all the expenses of making that name change, which I don't know what that would involve. Yeah, we could find out. Yeah, it would be all the way down the line, just what name changes.
But they want us to change the agreement to pay for all the stuff in Orlando. That's
I'm telling you, we got to go back to the contract. We've
Yeah, I know.
got to go back to the contract.
Well, well, we've got the eagle eye of Mr. Eckert over there.
If
Well-
we did that, would we not be sending a message that that's the end of the line? If it's the Volusia line, what about the land? What you gonna call that station?
The land station.
So you go to Volusia
Well,
station.
here's the thing that my feelings on this. We're currently paying about $77,000 a year to maintain it. I looked at that maintenance agreement that they have, and it is unbelievable from what I've seen with all the requirements that are in that agreement. That place should be spick and span. There should be once a month they got to go pressure wash the whole blasted place. They've got daily wiping down things. It's incredible what the requirements on them. I see Mr. Bailey back there shaking his head, yes. And I'm hearing that once we build the other parking lot, we're going to be bumped up to about $150,000 a year for maintenance. We don't have a maintenance partner on this thing. So I think, why not? And then, when you look at one thing, if you look at an old map, and I mean going back to the early 1800s, you're coming down the St. Johns River. You know what's the only port where the stopping was? The ferry boat stopped in the little community of Volusia. So I figure Sunrail just as appropriate. Since we got Sunrail coming in, we might as well just call it the Volusia Station there, And until we get it, I don't have a problem with it. If DeBerry doesn't want to partner with us, or Deltona doesn't want to partner with us, or Orange City, fine. I think we ought to take credit for it. We're maintaining it.
Mr. Chair, what about naming rights? If you looked at Sunrail's last PowerPoint presentation and the hits online and looking at all this, that's a great, names sell. So let's look at naming rights, because we could give somebody the right to have their name all over it.
Sold.
It's worth something.
Right now.
It's worth something.
My firm is
It's
putting
worth-
in a bid. It'd be the best advertising ever.
$150,000,
It'd be
Mr.
worth it.
Wagner. 150.
It would be worth it.
Escalating.
You don't want to see my marketing budget. Trust me. Done.
Naming rights are worth.
Vote on it. Is there a motion?
I'm really
All right,
serious.
that's-
I'm serious about this. I'm not either. I think we need to put an RFP out there. Take a look at the hits that Sunrail gets online, gets in the printed material, and is advertised. The naming rights for that station, if DeBerry doesn't value it, I promise you the private sector will. And let's put it out there for naming rights. Take a look at what it would take to do that, and let's see what the cost is. And go forward.
I see Mr. Eckert over there gasping. Mr. Eckert?
It's not sure that's ours to do it yet, but I appreciate the discussion. For
Mr. Chair.
Camping World Station.
Mr. Chair, can I suggest something? With the turmoil that DeBerry's in right now, I was hopeful maybe we could talk, and I talked to Mr. Lowry about it, and we talked about maybe see if we could get somewhere with them as a partnership. I would really prefer that right now we sort of put that idea on hold only in one sense. This issue with Sunrail, what you talked about today, is so freaking big. It's millions upon millions of dollars into the future. So I think let's see if we can work something out. I think DeBerry should give us some money. I mean, it's really going to become a lot of money now to maintain it, and we ought to deal with that. And if we have to change the name, we got to change the name. And Ms. Denny's may be right, maybe the way to go. But right now, for this moment in time, I really think when it comes to Sunrail, we should focus on what that letter was sent to this committee thing, and this issue is the thing we should be laser focused on, because this may be one of your last chances to get this straightened out. And like I told you, this ain't no 2-year contract. This is going on forever. And in a sense, you're a vision of the future councils. You inherited what previous councils did, and they're going to inherit what you do. And I really do think that it doesn't take a genius to realize that we need to really settle this issue and make sure that we are an equal partner, or figure out how this is going to work, because we're talking an enormous amount of money over what, 50 years, 100 years? I mean, it's a lot of money. So our relationship with them is going to have to be really understood. So I think this other thing is a good idea. I just don't want that to get mucked up in the let's get focused on what you're doing in this committee. That's and I'd like to give it a chance. I know Mr. Lowry talked to me about trying to give it a chance. He had somebody talk to in DeBerry.
I've already made some contact there. They've got so many things that are kind of got them sidetracked right now. But I'm trying to massage that and see what we can get done there.
I do think just so wrong, I do think Mr. Patterson's got a point. I'm not saying it's not a good point, but I think that let us try if they're in so much turmoil, that's who do you talk to? And you saw the letter we got. Now that makes it even more difficult to talk to them. That's revisionist history in that letter. But let's not forget that. I think we should deal with it. But I'd really like to see what kind of letter we can send back, because that concerned me. And then what you read today, that was news to me too, Dan. What he read today in their minutes, that's concerning. That's really concerning.
I can give you that. Ms. Finney was the one who got that transcript of that for me. And that was one of the things that frustrated me, was when I went on their website for the commission. I could find the agenda, but I couldn't find the minutes of the last meeting that was done March 2nd. And here we're over a month away, so there. Well, Mr. Deneen and I will get together on that. I was just going to have a little fun with the naming. Would be nice to see what it would cost us to do it, but we'll look. Just to looking at that. I'm not saying run it. We already have the motion in place to do it. We just take our time doing it. So, all right. That's all I have. Mr. Deneen?
I only have one comment, and that is, we talk about the legacy we leave for future councils. I want to thank the council for taking the time and being patient and giving me the opportunity. I really mean this sincerely. Give me the opportunity to try to do the right thing on healthcare. What we did today is enormous amount of money, but I think it really affects people's lives. I think it makes us a good employer, and I think it's reasonable, the health care that we give out. And I do want to thank the council for taking the time to allow me this much time to do it right. And I appreciate the support. It really matters a lot. I will tell you that this can be one of the most dysfunctional, ugly things that governments deal with if they don't handle them right. And if you don't believe me, watch and see what's going to happen with some of the healthcare contracts that are coming up. And they can make a government dysfunctional. I'm proud of what we did. I'm proud of the work. I like the consultant we hired, but it wouldn't work if you wouldn't give me the opportunity to do my job, and I really appreciate it, especially in this issue. Thank you very much.
Is that it? Mr. Eckert? Nothing, sir. I have nothing. We have a late request for public participation. Uh-huh. All right, Mr. Gimbert, you have 3 minutes. You know the rules.
Hey, good afternoon. Thanks for allowing me to have another bite at the apple late. Appreciate you. Greg Gimbert, 255 Euclid Avenue, Daytona Beach.
You're recognized.
Thank you. I'm coming with an unlikely ask, but it's my responsibility to ask anyway. It's too late for us to do the right thing from back in May of last year. And it's too late for us to unring the bell, you guys filing suit against me in court. But it's not too late to do the right thing. I'm looking at 4 out of 5 council members who profess support on an issue and then change their mind. And that's fair. Fine. But I'd ask you when you go home today just to consider a larger issue. Josh was fond of making a Trump reference in the past. I'm going to do one now. What made America great ain't Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton. It's our ability, Mr. Lowry, to adjust the scope and depth of the powers we lend people like yourself and the circumstances under which you can use them. That is what makes America unique, is the power of all us people to be able to adjust the playing board that y'all get to play on and when you get to play. That is our fundamental American right. And it's not easy to exercise that, but y'all know we did, and we did it to the T. Regardless of how you feel about whether something's worth selling off for the trade in jobs or prosperity or image, the fact is some things, our whole country was founded on the notion that some things rise beyond the level of a few elected opinions. And it's up to us to decide when an issue has met that threshold. It is not too late for you folks to do the right thing. It takes a motion and a second and a vote of 5 of you. There's 5 here today to put that Let Volusia Vote amendment back on the ballot. Not because you have to, but because you can. And more importantly, because you ought to. That's your responsibility to all of us, not as your constituents, but as Americans. We can't keep saying we want better government in Washington and we want better government in Tallahassee when we're not willing to produce that better government right here at home, even if you think the results might not work out the way you think. Legacy. I don't know if that was Deneen or Patterson's term, but how you handle this issue will be your legacy. Thank you for the opportunity to ask again. I hope each of you will approach Mr. Deneen and demonstrate the consensus to put this back on your agenda next meeting. And let's heal the wound in this county. Let's get a vote. Let's get over it. And let's move on together. Everybody here wants to work together. Let's heal the wound. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gimmer. Anything else to come before the council? With that, we are adjourned. Any objections? Passed. We're adjourned. What?